Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Unlocked. System. Talent unlocked successfully. Title. Super high school level wrestler. Description. The bull warrior never removes his mask. Trait. Mask blessing. While wearing a mask, physical strength is doubled. As soon as the new talent activated, Chuang felt a noticeable transformation ripple through his body. His muscles tightened like coiled steel, and the heavy shovel in his hand suddenly felt as light as a twig. His strength had skyrocketed, amplified, boosted. He swung his fist forward. A booming rip tore through the air like a thunderclap. The power behind it was undeniable. This strength, Chuang's eyes sparkled. He had gained physical boosts before from other talents, but none had this kind of raw impact. With this new strength, he was confident he could go toe-to-toe with Captain America without needing to activate bullet time. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner stood at the edge of a crater, looking toward the lifeless form of the abomination. Is he dead? He asked uncertainly. Banner couldn't remember what had happened during the fight. The memories between him and the Hulk never synced. Judging by the shape of the crater and the twisted remains of the abomination's skull, whatever had happened had been messy. Maybe it was a blessing that he couldn't recall it. Yeah, he's dead, Chuang confirmed, dusting off his hands. Mission accomplished. He gave Banner a thumbs up. Congrats, you unlocked a god-tier move. Seriously, next time you face a tough enemy, just use that. Guaranteed, one-hit KO. Banner grimaced. There won't be a next time. Come on, Chuang nudged. Heroes never say never. You never know when you'll need to shove your arm up someone's. Please stop talking. Bruce tried to shift the conversation. How'd you turn me back? From Hulk, I mean. Chuang blinked. That was a good question. In truth, even he wasn't entirely sure. When he used purification, he simply saw Bruce's soul, no separate entity for Hulk. Maybe the system treated Hulk as a negative status and just removed it? But Chuang wasn't about to admit he was guessing. It's a secret technique passed down in my family, he said, putting on a solemn expression. It's very effective for people like you. People like me? Banner leaned in eagerly. What do you mean? You're mentally ill. What? Chuang elaborated. Hulk and you. You're two personalities in one body. A classic case of dissociative identity disorder. Hulk's not a monster. He's just you, with extra anger and muscles. Banner looked stunned. No, Hulk's a freak, a product of radiation. Radiation that unlocked your inner split personality. You could try talking to him, maybe work things out. Bonding therapy, you know? Banner didn't know how to respond. Did Chuang really understand Hulk better than him? All right then, Banner said slowly. What's your cure? Well, Chuang shrugged. Mental illness isn't something I can fully fix, but I do have a secret medicine that can help suppress the Hulk. Banner's eyes lit up. Can I try it? Of course. Chuang held out his hand expectantly. Banner looked confused. What? Money, Chuang said plainly. Secret medicine isn't free. Banner scratched his head, awkward. How much are we talking? Market rate. $10 million. 10 what? How about 200,000? Chuang sighed. You superpowered folks are always broke. Only Tony has cash. You don't even have pants on. He looked at Banner, who was still wearing nothing but tattered purple shorts. Fine. Since you helped me out, I'll give you a bottle. Just not on me right now. Meet me in Tianjin later. Banner lit up. Thank you. Before they could continue, the distinct sound of chopper blades sliced through the air above. Spotlights cut through the broken walls of the building, illuminating the fallen body of the abomination. Chuang and Banner stayed hidden in the shadows. Chuang's ears perked up. Marching boots. Dozens. Closing in fast. Ross's forces, Chuang muttered. They've surrounded the place. Banner tensed. Of course he would. Then he paused. Wait, us? You mean, they're here for you too? Well, Chuang scratched the back of his neck. Technically, I work for Ross. Or I did. We had a disagreement. What kind of disagreement? I want to be the boss. He said no. So I beat him and his soldiers up. Do you think if I apologize now, he'll forgive me? Banner just stared. I think he'll lock you up forever. New York, Broadway District. The military's backup forces had arrived in full force. Within minutes, the entire street was barricaded and armed personnel swarmed the area. Under General Ross's command, heavily armed soldiers stormed the collapsed building, pushing through the rubble in search of their target. Navigating the wreckage, they eventually reached a horrifying sight. There, lying twisted in the debris, was the massive corpse of the abomination. The creature's body was charred, riddled with holes, and mangled beyond recognition. The pungent stench of burnt flesh clung to the air. Even the most battle-hardened soldiers shuddered involuntarily at the grotesque display. After confirming the target was indeed deceased, the tension visibly eased. The troops began combing through the ruins for any signs of survivors or escape routes. Moments later, they reported to General Ross. Led into the debris, Ross gave a single glance at the ruined monster and grimaced. Then, his eyes followed a soldier to a narrow fissure in the ground, just wide enough for a person to crawl through. Sir, the soldier explained, pointing down, this tunnel was freshly dug. It appears they escaped underground. Ross's face turned ashen. In this short time, they tunnel out? What is he, a mole with superpowers? Search the perimeter. Ross barked. I want them found. Now. Meanwhile, two figures emerged from a dusty storm drain a few blocks away. Covered in grime, Chuang and Bruce Banner stumbled onto a quiet street, drawing bewildered stares from passers-by. Without hesitation, they ducked into a nearby alley to catch their breath. Banner exhaled heavily, the tension finally ebbing. While the Hulk could have easily smashed his way through the army, Bruce hated unnecessary bloodshed. Today's chaos was more than enough. Chuang tossed aside the mangled remains of a shovel, shaking his head. This thing broke halfway through, he muttered. Next time, I'm investing in a premium model. Thanks to his newly unlocked super high school level wrestler talent, the shovel had barely held up under his enhanced strength. Still, the tunnel escape had worked like a charm. He mentally filed away, digging escape routes as a valuable tactic. Then, rummaging in his coat, Chuang pulled out a small bottle and tossed it to Banner. Here, for you. Banner caught it instinctively and squinted at the label. It was just a basic energy drink. Half empty. What is this? The secret medicine. Chuang replied flatly. Banner blinked. This? Chuang nodded solemnly. The packaging's just for camouflage. Wouldn't want anyone stealing a priceless cure, would you? The truth? He'd snagged the bottle from a bystander earlier and infused it with a dose of mana. It was essentially the same panacea he had sold to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark before. A universal potion with a purifying effect. More than enough to suppress Hulk's influence. Temporarily, at least. Banner gave a slow nod. Makes sense. Low profile. Chuang smirked and handed over a sleek black card. Here's my contact. If you need more medicine, give me a call. But next time, it's not free. Banner looked at the card, already worrying about how to scrape together the money. If the potion worked, it was worth every cent, for science or even for personal use. Chuang, meanwhile, had other motives. He didn't care about the money. What mattered was Banner's asset, Hulk. If another monster like the Abomination appeared, Chuang had the perfect plan. Unleash Hulk to do the smashing, then force him offline and deliver the final blow himself. Efficient, effective, and very profitable. By the way, Banner asked, pocketing the card, what do I call you? Lou, he replied casually. Lua, I have a favor to ask, Banner said, scratching his head. Could you help me buy some clothes? It's kind of hard to walk around like this. He gestured at his only remaining attire, a pair of tattered, bright purple underpants. Chuang gave him a once-over and grimaced. Yeah, no kidding. Come on. But instead of leaving the alley, Chuang led them deeper into the shadows. Alu, Banner called out. Aren't the stores that way? Chuang grinned. You don't understand. Alleys like this are gold mines. Mobs spawn here with loot. If you need cash, clothes, gear, this is where to look. High drop rates. Sure enough, a group of young punks in flashy streetwear loitered at the end of the alley. They turned toward Chuang and Banner, smirking. Before any of them could speak, Chuang raised his arm, gun drawn. The punks froze mid-step, their cocky grins vanishing. Take your pick, Chuang said to Banner calmly. Just tell me, do you have any preferences for underwear style? New York, Broadway. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at the man escorted into the car by SHILD agent, then took out his mobile phone and dialed an encrypted call. Sir, we have successfully captured Mr. Lon, Bruce Banner's contact person, whose real identity is Samuel Stern, a professor of cell biology at Gray State University, and we found a large number of them in his laboratory blood sample from Bruce Banner. While speaking, Natasha Romanoff looked at Samuel Stern's green head. However, he looks a little strange now. It seems that the wound was infected with Bruce Banner's blood. I don't know what the effect is at the moment. Destroy all the blood samples. Don't leave any samples for Ross. Remember to do it beautifully, and bring Samuel Stern back for interrogation. Nick Fury's voice came from the other end of the phone. Clear. As an old agent, Natasha Romanoff naturally understands what Nick Fury means. The existence of SHILD cannot be exposed in this matter, so Nick Fury will send her, a super agent, to take charge of this secret operation. Nick Fury asks, how's it going with Bruce Banner? Someone pretended to be a soldier of General Ross and escaped with Bruce Banner. Is it him? According to my analysis, that soldier is likely to be Black Mask. In the director's office, Nick Fury looked thoughtful after hearing Natasha Romanoff's confirmation. Black Mask is the code name SHILD privately calls Chuang. When Phil Coulson met Chuang for the first time, he was wearing a black mask, so they codenamed Chuang as Black Mask, and some people suggested calling him Tony Stark because Chuang posted Tony Stark's avatar, but Nick Fury directly rejected it due to copyright issues. For this elusive guy, Nick Fury has always had a lot of doubts. According to the information currently held by SHILD, Chuang belongs to the extremely dangerous category of people. Whether it's Chuang's fighting ability or the impeccable camouflage ability, they are far beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even SHILD's top card Black Widow is not as good as the opponent. As for the other party's purpose and true identity, they have no clue at all. No way. Every time Chuang came and went without a trace, they couldn't find any useful information at all. Nick Fury thought about it and gave up the idea of pursuing it. Anyway, Chuang has a deal with SHILD, and he will ask Phil Coulson to investigate it carefully. At this time, Natasha Romanoff said, General Ross took the body of Emil Bronsky. Do you need to stop it? Unnecessary. Nick Fury is a little gloating. He knows that General Ross must be feeling bad now. Because of his actions, two monsters appeared in the bustling area of Manhattan, directly destroying 2 entire blocks, and in the end, Bruce Banner escaped from him. If this matter is not handled well, even if no matter how high his position is, he has to come out and apologize to the people of the whole country. It is estimated that General Ross is right now, and there is no need for Nick Fury to touch General Ross' brow at this time for the sake of a corpse that is only worth researching. Nick Fury tapped his fingers on the table and said in a deep voice, Agent Romanoff, when you come back, make a detailed report and send it to me. And, after a few instructions, Nick Fury hung up the phone and began to draw up a budget appropriation agreement. The content is about this incident, emphasizing the power of Hulk and the Abomination, which leads to the need for SHILD to upgrade equipment to deal with similar incidents. Nick Fury can be said to be familiar with such things as writing budget appropriation agreements. He typed out tens of thousands of words in a long way and finally pointed to a theme. SHILD, lack of funds, send money. The next day, Chuang was at home, standing blankly in front of the mirror. What are you looking at? Lorna was very surprised. She watched Chuang standing there for almost 10 minutes. Is there any need to be so narcissistic? Chuang asked with a serious expression. Did you notice any difference in me today? Hearing this, Lorna looked at Chuang. Did you change your clothes? Chuang shook his head. No. You changed your hairstyle? Wrong. Did you cut your nails? Still wrong. Chuang looked at Lorna with contempt. Didn't you notice that I grew a centimeter taller? Who could have noticed this? You're about the same age as me, and it's normal to grow taller. Lorna was speechless just because of such a trivial matter. How much leisure do you have to stand in front of the mirror for so long? Haven't you noticed the key point? Chuang said a little excitedly. Now my height is 177, and if I grow by 1 centimeter, I will be 178, and I will reach 1.8 meters with 2 centimeters left. After breaking up with Bruce Banner yesterday, Chuang went home, took a shower, and lay on the bed. When awakening came, Chuang actually found that he had grown taller. Although the current age of Chuang is 18 years old, Chuang knows very well that he has stayed at this height for a long time before crossing. After careful analysis, Chuang finally came to the conclusion that it might be that the super high school level wrestler he just acquired had greatly improved his body, which by the way promoted his development. Upon discovering this, Chuang regained hope immediately, as if he saw that he was about to cross the abyss of 1.7 meters and step into the unprecedented height of 1.8 meters. You know, this is the dream of most boys. Who wouldn't want to hold their head up and say that they are 1.8 meters when introducing themselves? Lorna couldn't empathize with this and felt that Chuang was exaggerating. At this time, little Peter just came over from school. He asked curiously, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Seeing the arrival of little Peter, Chuang couldn't wait to ask, "Little Peter, have you noticed any difference in me today?" Little Peter looked at it for a while, and his eyes were horrified. "You have grown a centimeter taller." "That's right. I'm going to be 1.8 meters. Congratulations." Chuang was in a good mood when he found out that he had grown a second time. He clapped his hands and decided to go out and celebrate. Little Peter expressed dejectedly that he had to go home to have dinner with Aunt May and could not attend Chuang's celebration dinner. In the end, only Chuang and Lorna went out to celebrate. At night, Chuang and Lorna walked out of the house. When passing Broadway, Chuang saw many police cars parked on the street. Even after a day, people can still be heard discussing what happened last night on the side of the road. And with the passage of time, all kinds of gossip gradually spread in the street. Like what kind of man finds himself beaten by the Green Queen in the street? Chuang found that very few people discuss the issue of the army. It is estimated that the American government is operating behind the scenes, deliberately guiding the direction of the fishing boat, so that people's attention will be focused on Hulk and the Abomination, thereby reducing the military's role in this battle. Presence of the event. Chuang is no stranger to the daily operations of the American government. Chuang took Lorna to the corner of the Stockton neighborhood in Brooklyn. "Is this the good place you said?" Lorna looked at the bar in front of her, and her face suddenly turned black. At the entrance of the bar, there was a cartoon statue of a long-nosed, green-skinned witch, and the word "witch bar" was printed on the door next to it. How could Lorna not know this bar? Isn't this the bar where she hunted vampires with Chuang? It is because of them that this vampire bar has become a holy place for online celebrities to check in. Chuang nodded. "That's right. This is one of the most popular internet celebrity stores, and the ratings on the internet are quite high." "Don't tell me. Have you noticed that the statue looks a lot like you?" Lorna gritted her teeth. This guy really can open the pot. "Go in and have a look." Chuang walked into the bar with arrogant steps. Lorna touched her dyed, long black hair, gritted her teeth, and walked in. Walking into the bar, Chuang found that the decoration style of the bar had obviously changed, with weird pumpkin lanterns and black bats hanging everywhere, just like Halloween. The bartenders are all hot girls. They uniformly put on the shape of witches, wearing a necromancer hat, wearing a gothic black skirt and black stockings, and their legs are so high. Although Chuang didn't know who the person in charge of the bar was, the other party definitely had a thorough research on ISP. This can be seen from the men with straight eyes. Chuang shook his head and sighed. It's really going downhill. Lorna saw Chuang's eyes staring to the limit and said contemptuously, Don't look at it. If you look at it again, your eyes will fall into the ditch. Chuang opened his eyes and said, "How can you smear people's innocence out of thin air like this? I'm looking to see if they're vampires, and I can't fall into the ditch. They have traces of padding to some extent. I hate false propaganda." Lorna. He also said that he hadn't looked at it, but he looked at it so carefully. After Chuang glanced around the bar, he looked away. There are no vampires at all. Damn it. Are those vampires really planning to open an online celebrity shop? Chuang thinks it's a little outrageous. Are all the vampires so closely following the trend? Chuang was a little disappointed that he couldn't see the vampire. He and Lorna walked to the bar and waved to the bartender. The bar came over and handed Chuang a wine list. "Sir, this is a new wine in our bar, and there are some snacks. You can take a look." Chuang glanced at the wine list: lizard blood wine, dragon's urine, grilled gecko skin. Chuang and Lorna stared dumbfounded. "Is it such a heavy taste? What are these things?" Chuang asked, pointing to the wine list. The bartender explained, "These are the ingredients used by witches to make medicine. In fact, lizard blood wine is Bloody Mary, dragon's urine is beer, roasted gecko skin is—" "Okay, I see." Chuang stopped the bartender from reading. "Good guy. He really knows how to do business. Even the name fits the theme of the wish. Bring me the biggest whiskey." Chuang didn't bother to ask what the whiskey was made of. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to drink it after hearing it. "Bring me a cocktail." Lorna did the same, not even looking at the wine list. "Okay." After the bartender left, Lorna asked in a low voice, "I heard that you asked Ivan to investigate the X-Men matter. How is the investigation going now?" Lorna is still very interested in X-Men. In fact, she also wants to know if X-Men really exists. Wang Hao. Chuang did not choose to hide Lorna, and said nonchalantly, "Some clues have been investigated. For example, the leader of the X-Men has met Ivan." "What?" Lorna's face became complicated. "So, the X-Men are real?" Chuang nodded. "Yes, Male." "Then why don't they show up all the time? Isn't it saying that the district police is a mutant organization dedicated to the harmonious existence between humans and mutants?" Lorna asked. Hashtag X-Men disappeared for a reason, but the specific reason is still unclear. Even Ivan is not clear. I'm going to continue to investigate. Having said that, Chuang paused. He thought for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Have you heard of Brotherhood?" "Brotherhood? What's that?" Lorna looked puzzled. She had never heard of the name. Chuang explained, "Brotherhood is similar to X-Men, and it is also a mutant organization, but this organization's behavior style is more radical and extreme. They advocate the supremacy of mutants, and let mutants replace human beings as the masters of the earth. Simply put, it is a version of mutants. Terrorist organization." After listening to Chuang's words, Lorna frowned slightly. She felt that the nature of Brotherhood was too extreme. Even though mutants are being unfairly treated in society today, Lorna has not chosen to be hostile to all human beings. She knows that no matter whether it is human beings or mutants, there are good people and bad people in them. Besides, her aunt is also an ordinary human being, so Lorna naturally wouldn't think so extreme. What Lorna hates are those humans who persecute mutant, as well as the disgusting Mutant Act. "But I've never heard of this organization," Lorna said. "It's normal that you haven't heard of 760. After all, X-Men and Brotherhood are both mutant organizations of the same era. How could a young mutant like you know about it?" Chuang said with the tone of someone who had experienced it, which made Lorna speechless. "As if you've seen it with your own eyes." What Lorna didn't know was that Chuang had indeed seen it with his own eyes, but only in a movie. But this does not affect Chuang pretend. Seeing Lorna's hesitant expression, Chuang laughed and said, "As you may have guessed, X-Men and Brotherhood are two completely different natures. One is dedicated to the peaceful coexistence of mutants and humans, and the other is dedicated to overthrowing humans. Dominion, the two will inevitably conflict. The fact is the same. Every time Brotherhood jumps out to do something, the X-Men will come forward to stop it, making Brotherhood's conspiracy fail again and again. Every time, Lorna gets to the point, which means Brotherhood has messed up more than once. Doesn't the American government ignore them? BB, Lorna can't believe it. In her opinion, it is impossible for the American government to endure two groups of mutants fighting on their territory all day long. Chuang chuckled. They don't dare to care. Why? The reason is simple. Because the leader of the X-Men is bald. The leader of X-Men is called Professor X. He possesses the telepathy ability, which allows him to read and modify other people's memories. The minds of all the people in the world. Chuang pointed to his temple. At that time, he only needed one thought to kill most people on the Earth. This, Lorna gasped for contributing to global warming. This ability is too scary. Now Lorna finally knows why Chuang said that the American government does not dare to control it, and also knows why Professor X was able to establish a mutant academy on the American site. Thinking of this, Lorna said, the leader of Brotherhood must also be very strong, right? Since the leaders of the X-Men are so strong, as the deadly enemy of the X-Men, the leader of Brotherhood must not be far behind. Chuang nodded. That's right. Lorna couldn't help asking, what's the leader's name? Chuang stared at Lorna and said without any hesitation, his name is Magneto. Lorna frowned. For some reason, when she heard the name, something moved in her heart. Before she could think about the reason, she heard Chuang say, Magneto and Professor X used to be good friends, but their ideas were different, so the two finally parted ways. Magneto, you can tell by the name, his ability, its controlling magnetic field. Any metal is a toy in front of him. Well, it's exactly the same as your ability. Same as my ability? Lorna was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Chuang asked, do you know who your biological father is? Lorna finally reacted. Her eyes gradually became complicated. Having said all of this, Lorna couldn't understand what Chuang meant. You mean, he's mine? He's related to me? Lorna changed her words in the middle of speaking. She couldn't say that word. It was too unfamiliar to her. Lorna knew that she was an orphan and was taken in by her adoptive parents when she was a baby, but before she could form any memory, her adoptive parents passed away one after another, and her aunt only knew that her adoptive parents picked her up somewhere. About nothing is known about other things, let alone news about her biological parents. Chuang nodded. Yes, that's why Ivan invited you to join the Mutant Underground organization. I think you have a right to know about it. Chuang had no intention of hiding Lorna. Took this opportunity to tell Lorna about her real-life experience. Lorna was silent. It was so sudden that she couldn't accept it for a while. It's not that Lorna didn't think about finding her biological parents before, at least she wanted to know why they abandoned her. But Lorna didn't have any clues at all, and as time went by, she gradually forgot about it. However, Lorna did not expect that there would be clues about his biological father at this time, and he was still related to the leader of Brotherhood. Chuang didn't bother Lorna and waited patiently. When the bartender brought the wine, Lorna finally responded. She slowly raised her head. What's his name? Eric Lyncher, but I don't know if the name is real or not. The information Chuang knows comes from the movie. Chuang observed Lorna's expression. Unexpectedly, Lorna behaved abnormally calmly. It seems that her acceptance ability is quite strong. Where's Magneto now? Lorna swirled the cocktail and asked the question she wanted to know the most right now. Chuang hesitated for a moment. He was wondering whether to tell Lorna the truth. But at the end of the story, Chuang had no choice but to tell the truth. I heard from Ivan that Magneto disappeared long ago, just like X-Men disbanded together with Brotherhood. Disappeared? Lorna muttered to herself, not knowing what she was thinking. Chuang scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, he was the one who told Lorna that Magneto was his biological father, and now he told the other party that this biological father might be gone. Even Chuang felt embarrassed because of his thick skin. So he comforted, "Don't worry, it's just disappearing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's really gone." I know. Lorna looked calm, with a flash of green light on his fingertips. I was just thinking if I have the chance to see him again, I must teach him a lesson. For this father who has never met, Lorna naturally does not have much affection, but it is inevitable that Lorna has a trace of resentment in her heart. No child can easily forgive the parents who abandoned them. With Lorna's character, it is impossible for her to look for the father who abandoned her like ordinary girls and cry to him about how difficult it has been for her these years. Lorna has to solve it in her own way. That is to defeat Magneto, press his own father to the ground, and make him regret his decision to abandon him. Chuang sighed inwardly. As expected of family member, this temperament is really well controlled. Although you look very pretty when you say this, let me remind you that Magneto could lift a large submarine and an entire stadium when he was young, and he could lift the entire Golden Gate Bridge on people's faces when he was old. Damn, it might be a little difficult for you to teach him a lesson. Chuang stretched out his thumb and index finger, making a gesture to draw a subtle gap. Yes, it's really powerful. Lorna's high-spirited look suddenly froze. Is my real father so strong? Now she's very reluctant to even lift a truck, let alone lift the tens of thousands of tons of giants like the Golden Gate Bridge. It is simply impossible. Chuang patted his chest. It's okay. Don't you still have me? Wait for me to help you find Magneto, then we will teach him to be a good man together. Lorna understood what Chuang meant, and he would help him investigate the missing Magneto. I was a little moved in my heart. It is undeniable that no matter how much Lorna dislikes Magneto, she still wants to meet Magneto, her biological father, and ask him why he abandoned her in the first place. The corners of Lorna's mouth curled up slightly. That's it. Chuang made a no-problem gesture. Then, the two began to discuss things about X-Men and Brotherhood. Leaving aside some undisclosed content, Chuang told all the information he knew, even revealed the plot of the first battle, and explained in detail the first encounter between Professor X and Magneto and the love and hatred behind it. As Magneto's daughter, Lorna listened to it with gusto and strongly criticized Professor X's serious behavior of letting go of water. Although she has such a powerful ability, she has repeatedly let Magneto go. This is a flood. Father is kind and daughter is filial. After Chuang's crazy spoiler, Lorna also has a new understanding of Mutant. Now she knows that Mutant can be so strong. Asking for flowers. There is a god who monitors thinking like Professor X, and he also has the tough power of a Steel King like Magneto. The two big mountains insisted on supporting the entire mutant group, and even the American government did not dare to act rashly. Putting it now, I simply dare not even think about it. Definitely, the main reason is that the current mutant is too weak, and it is difficult to find leaders like Professor X and Magneto. Think about John, the leader of the Mutant Underground Organization. He only has a relatively hard body and strong perception ability. It doesn't mean that John is not worthy of being a leader. The problem is that it is difficult for him to be as independent as the two predecessors. 0. You must know that Professor X and Magneto can become the leaders of the two major mutant organizations, not only possessing strong personal charm and leadership ability, but more importantly, their strength. Otherwise, why should they lead a group of mutants who are also not weak? John can only lead the Mutant Underground Organization to hide in Tibet for fear of being discovered by the Sentry Secret Service. As for Professor X and Magneto, one opened a mutant academy in America, and the other broadcast live in America to sabotage. Even Lorna, who has the same controlling magnetic field ability as Magneto, is far less powerful than Magneto. The current Lorna is like smashing a walnut with a nuclear bomb. She has a powerful ability, but doesn't know how to use it. After listening to Chuang's story, Lorna knew that the gap between herself and Magneto was indeed only 100 million points, but she also saw the upper limit of her ability. Lorna has decided that she will exercise her ability after returning home and try to raise the Golden Gate Bridge and smash Magneto in the face. When Chuang and Lorna were discussing how Professor X's hair fell out, Chuang suddenly smelled a familiar smell. The taste of blue cheese mixed with canned herring again. Chuang looked around thoughtfully, only to see a man with a rough face appearing at the door of the bar. This strange and unpleasant smell came from the other party. Only Chuang could see that the man's soul was like a mass of rotten flesh, exuding a thick black mist. Vampire. Lu Chuang kept his eyes on the man as he walked into the depths of the bar, without showing any signs of expression. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Lu Chuang spoke to Lorna, picked up the vodka, and followed. The man walked through the corridor and walked towards the restricted area of the bar. There was a sign at the door that prohibited entry and exit of unauthorized personnel. Lu Chuang glanced at the security personnel standing at the door, not wanting to startle the enemy. So he quickened his pace immediately, pretending to be drunk, and then 060 bumped into the man inadvertently, spilling the vodka in his hand directly on the man. Before the man could get angry, Lu Chuang immediately made a standard bowing posture. Smimasai. After finishing speaking, Lu Chuang swaggered away, leaving behind a man with a livid face. Lu Chuang didn't stay nearby, but went back to continue bragging with Lorna. At the same time, a sound came from the monitor in Lu Chuang's ear. Mr. Linda, you're here. Mr. Linda, what's the matter with you? A damn drunk spilled wine on me. If Fife hadn't said that this bar can't continue to hunt to avoid being noticed by the outside world, I must have sucked all of that guy's blood. There's still such a thing, Mr. Linda. Please tell that guy what he looks like, then I will send someone to arrest him and bring him to you after a while. I can't remember the Asian face, but I'm sure it was a neon person. Only they like to bow. Just now, Lu Chuang secretly put a small monitor on the opponent. At the moment, Lu Chuang could clearly hear the conversation on the man's side. Let's not talk about that. How did you do what Quinn asked you to do? Already prepared. Yes, Quinn said, if it's done well, you'll be one of our greats. Really, thank you so much. Listening to the ecstatic voice coming from the monitor, Lu Chuang took a sip of whiskey calmly. It's not hard to hear that this is a conversation between a vampire and a human. Knowing the identity of a human dares to cooperate with a vampire who regards itself as food. I have to say that human beings are really a magical race. There are many people who deal with the devil. Although vampires have various flaws, vampires can live forever if they can't stand it. This alone is enough to make many people crazy. You know, why did Qin Shi Huang look for the longevity medicine? Isn't it because of longevity? Even the emperor can't resist the temptation of longevity, let alone these ordinary people. After talking about this, the two began to talk about the operation of the bar. The human seemed to be the person in charge of the bar. Bala Bala talked a lot and reported the recent turnover to the vampire. Not to mention, the turnover of this internet celebrity bar is really high. The specific reason seems to be because he and Lorna, because of the legend of witches circulating in the bar, attracted a large number of customers so that the traffic in the bar continued to increase, and a certain wave of business talents among the vampires operated, and the turnover of the bar soared. Moreover, Lu Chuang also heard that the real reason why there are no vampires in the bar is because the legend of witches scared away the group of vampires. Lu Chuang looked at Lorna in front of him, wondering if he should tell her how great her reputation in Jianghu was, to the point where vampires were frightened by it. Half an hour later, Lu Chuang heard that the conversation on the monitor had ended and the man was about to leave. Lu Chuang did not act in a hurry and said to Lorna, "If you want to defeat Magneto, there is actually another way. Any solution? Think about it. Why isn't Magneto afraid of Professor X's ability?" Lorna's eyes brightened. "I understand. As long as I take away the helmet that can block the telepathy, he will not be able to resist the ability of Professor X." Lu Chuang nodded with a smile. If other people want to take away Magneto's helmet, they must subdue Magneto first. But if it was Lorna, with her ability, she might be able to steal Magneto's helmet directly. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang couldn't help thinking. Professor X asked Ivan to invite Lorna. This bad old man must have had this idea, right? After 10 minutes, Lu Chuang and Lorna left the bar. Lu Chuang said he had something to do and gave Lorna the key to go home by herself. After Lorna left, Lu Chuang took out his mobile phone and called up a software. The map and the location of the monitor were displayed on the screen. Okay, time to work. Lu Chuang stopped the taxi casually and asked the driver to go to the location of the monitor. The position of the monitor is not very far from here. Lu Chuang handed USD to the driver and got out of the taxi. According to the screen display, Chuang walked into a deep alley 3.1, but stopped soon and quickly hid in a dark corner. Then, a man and a woman passed by Chuang, and he smelled blue cheese mixed with canned herring again. Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could see that the woman's soul was also a mass of carrion, while the man was a normal soul. Obviously, this man is an ordinary human being. Chuang sneaked behind him. The two didn't notice that there was a person behind them. They walked into the end of the alley and came to an iron gate. There was a burly man standing at the door. He glanced at the unsuspecting man and said with a strange smile, "Is this your man?" The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. Yes. New York, Broadway District. The military's backup forces had arrived in full force. Within minutes, the entire street was barricaded and armed personnel swarmed the area. Under General Ross's command, heavily armed soldiers stormed the collapsed building, pushing through the rubble in search of their target. Navigating the wreckage, they eventually reached a horrifying sight. There, lying twisted in the debris, was the massive corpse of the abomination. The creature's body was charred, riddled with holes, and mangled beyond recognition. The pungent stench of burnt flesh clung to the air. Even the most battle-hardened soldiers shuddered involuntarily at the grotesque display. After confirming the target was indeed deceased, the tension visibly eased. The troops began combing through the ruins for any signs of survivors or escape routes. Moments later, they reported to General Ross. Led into the debris, Ross gave a single glance at the ruined monster and grimaced. Then, his eyes followed a soldier to a narrow fissure in the ground, just wide enough for a person to crawl through. "Sir," the soldier explained, pointing down, "this tunnel was freshly dug. It appears they escaped underground." Ross's face turned ashen. "In this short time? They tunnel out? What is he, a mole with superpowers?" "Search the perimeter," Ross barked. "I want them found. Now." Meanwhile, two figures emerged from a dusty storm drain a few blocks away. Covered in grime, Chuang and Bruce Banner stumbled onto a quiet street, drawing bewildered stares from passers-by. Without hesitation, they ducked into a nearby alley to catch their breath. Banner exhaled heavily, the tension finally ebbing. While the Hulk could have easily smashed his way through the army, Bruce hated unnecessary bloodshed. Today's chaos was more than enough. Chuang tossed aside the mangled remains of a shovel, shaking his head. "This thing broke halfway through," he muttered. "Next time, I'm investing in a premium model." Thanks to his newly unlocked super high school level wrestler talent, the shovel had barely held up under his enhanced strength. Still, the tunnel escape had worked like a charm. He mentally filed away, digging escape routes as a valuable tactic. Then, rummaging in his coat, Chuang pulled out a small bottle and tossed it to Banner. "Here, for you." Banner caught it instinctively and squinted at the label. It was just a basic energy drink. Half empty. "What is this?" "The secret medicine," Chuang replied flatly. Banner blinked. "This?" Chuang nodded solemnly. "The packaging's just for camouflage. Wouldn't want anyone stealing a priceless cure, would you?" The truth? He'd snagged the bottle from a bystander earlier and infused it with a dose of mana. It was essentially the same panacea he had sold to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark before. A universal potion with a purifying effect. More than enough to suppress Hulk's influence. Temporarily, at least. Banner gave a slow nod. "Makes sense. Low profile." Chuang smirked and handed over a sleek black card. "Here's my contact. If you need more medicine, give me a call. But next time, it's not free." Banner looked at the card, already worrying about how to scrape together the money. If the potion worked, it was worth every cent, for science or even for personal use. Chuang, meanwhile, had other motives. He didn't care about the money. What mattered was Banner's asset, Hulk. If another monster like the Abomination appeared, Chuang had the perfect plan. Unleash Hulk to do the smashing, then force him offline and deliver the final blow himself. Efficient, effective, and very profitable. "By the way," Banner asked, pocketing the card, "what do I call you?" "Lou," he replied casually. "Lua, I have a favor to ask," Banner said, scratching his head. Could you help me buy some clothes? It's kind of hard to walk around like this. He gestured at his only remaining attire, a pair of tattered, bright purple underpants. Chuang gave him a once-over and grimaced. Yeah, no kidding. Come on. But instead of leaving the alley, Chuang led them deeper into the shadows. Hello, Banner called out. Aren't the stores that way? Chuang grinned. You don't understand. Alleys like this are gold mines. Mobs spawn here with loot. If you need cash, clothes, gear, this is where to look. High drop rates. Sure enough, a group of young punks in flashy streetwear loitered at the end of the alley. They turned toward Chuang and Banner, smirking. Before any of them could speak, Chuang raised his arm, gun drawn. The punks froze mid-step, their cocky grins vanishing. Take your pick, Chuang said to Banner calmly. Just tell me, do you have any preferences for underwear style? New York, Broadway District. The military's backup forces had arrived in full force. Within minutes, the entire street was barricaded and armed personnel swarmed the area. Under General Ross's command, heavily armed soldiers stormed the collapsed building, pushing through the rubble in search of their target. Navigating the wreckage, they eventually reached a horrifying sight. There, lying twisted in the debris, was the massive corpse of the abomination. The creature's body was charred, riddled with holes, and mangled beyond recognition. The pungent stench of burnt flesh clung to the air. Even the most battle-hardened soldiers shuddered involuntarily at the grotesque display. After confirming the target was indeed deceased, the tension visibly eased. The troops began combing through the ruins for any signs of survivors or escape routes. Moments later, they reported to General Ross. Led into the debris, Ross gave a single glance at the ruined monster and grimaced. Then, his eyes followed a soldier to a narrow fissure in the ground, just wide enough for a person to crawl through. Sir, the soldier explained, pointing down, this tunnel was freshly dug. It appears they escaped underground. Ross's face turned ashen. In this short time, they tunnel out? What is he, a mole with superpowers? Search the perimeter. Ross barked. I want them found. Now. Meanwhile, two figures emerged from a dusty storm drain a few blocks away. Covered in grime, Chuang and Bruce Banner stumbled onto a quiet street, drawing bewildered stares from passers-by. Without hesitation, they ducked into a nearby alley to catch their breath. Banner exhaled heavily, the tension finally ebbing. While the Hulk could have easily smashed his way through the army, Bruce hated unnecessary bloodshed. Today's chaos was more than enough. Chuang tossed aside the mangled remains of a shovel, shaking his head. This thing broke halfway through, he muttered. Next time, I'm investing in a premium model. Thanks to his newly unlocked super high school level wrestler talent, the shovel had barely held up under his enhanced strength. Still, the tunnel escape had worked like a charm. He mentally filed away, digging escape routes as a valuable tactic. Then, rummaging in his coat, Chuang pulled out a small bottle and tossed it to Banner. Here, for you. Banner caught it instinctively and squinted at the label. It was just a basic energy drink. Half empty. What is this? The secret medicine, Chuang replied flatly. Banner blinked. This? Chuang nodded solemnly. The packaging's just for camouflage. Wouldn't want anyone stealing a priceless cure, would you? The truth? He'd snagged the bottle from a bystander earlier and infused it with a dose of mana. It was essentially the same panacea he had sold to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark before. A universal potion with a purifying effect. More than enough to suppress Hulk's influence. Temporarily, at least. Banner gave a slow nod. Makes sense. Low profile. Chuang smirked and handed over a sleek black card. Here's my contact. If you need more medicine, give me a call. But next time, it's not free. Banner looked at the card, already worrying about how to scrape together the money. If the potion worked, it was worth every cent, for science or even for personal use. Chuang, meanwhile, had other motives. He didn't care about the money. What mattered was Banner's asset, Hulk. If another monster like the Abomination appeared, Chuang had the perfect plan. Unleash Hulk to do the smashing, then force him offline and deliver the final blow himself. Efficient. Effective. and very profitable. By the way, Banner asked, pocketing the card, what do I call you? Lou, he replied casually. Lua, I have a favor to ask, Banner said, scratching his head. Could you help me buy some clothes? It's kind of hard to walk around like this. He gestured at his only remaining attire, a pair of tattered, bright purple underpants. Chuang gave him a once-over and grimaced. Yeah, no kidding. Come on. But instead of leaving the alley, Chuang led them deeper into the shadows. Hello, Banner called out. Aren't the stores that way? Chuang grinned. You don't understand. Alleys like this are gold mines. Mobs spawn here with loot. If you need cash, clothes, gear, this is where to look. High drop rates. Sure enough, a group of young punks in flashy streetwear loitered at the end of the alley. They turned toward Chuang and Banner, smirking. Before any of them could speak, Chuang raised his arm, gun drawn. The punks froze mid-step, their cocky grins vanishing. Take your pick, Chuang said to Banner calmly. Just tell me, do you have any preferences for underwear style? The sudden change stunned all the vampires who lashed out at each other. Before they came back to their senses, they heard a few screams from around them. Those vampires who drank the blood into their stomachs began to turn into ashes and dissipate in place one by one. A shudder. Blood is really poisonous. Stop it, stop drinking. Seeing the miserable situation of the same kind, the vampires suddenly panicked. The original delicacy instantly turned into a deadly poison, and the vampires continued to drink it into their stomachs. The vampires all shut their mouths tightly, thinking that it would be safe, but they suddenly felt a sharp, burning pain from their bodies, and the blood sprinkled on them was like sulfuric acid, and they squeaked when they touched their bodies. There was a sound, and the flesh and blood melted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Run. If you don't run, you will die. All the vampires went crazy, regardless of the humans who were sent to their mouths, screaming and running away in all directions, trying to stay away from this death zone. But the area covered by the blood was too large. Before they could take a few steps, the sprinkler poured blood all over their bodies. Their bodies gradually melted from flesh to bones, and finally they died in pain. No matter how the vampires struggle, they can't resist the erosion of these blood, and human beings live in peace. What was supposed to be a bloody party in a human slaughterhouse suddenly turned into a slaughterhouse for vampires. Until the sprinklers stopped working, the vampire was no longer seen in the bar. The crowded space suddenly became open, leaving only a dozen or so humans standing in place. Surviving the catastrophe, they looked at each other, only to remember that the bar is the lair of vampires, and they fled this place of right and wrong one by one. Then, a figure appeared on the dance floor. It was Chuang who had left the bathroom. Feeling the skyrocketing mana in his body, Chuang grinned, his heart bursting with joy. After getting rid of those vampires, Chuang disguised himself as one of the vampires and found the water reservoir of the bar, and found that there was blood in it, so he directly poured a lot of mana into it. And after his transformation, the blood became a pair of vampires. Holy water with lethal damage. After killing dozens of vampires at once, the mana in Chuang's body instantly increased by more than half. The door of the box at the moment bar was pushed open suddenly, and a dozen figures came out. Among them was Linda, whom Chuang had met in the internet celebrity bar. The headed rough man looked at the empty dance floor in astonishment. Where did everyone go? What happened here? At this time, Deeth climbed out of the DJ booth tremblingly. Fortunately, his position was not covered by blood, so he escaped successfully. Quinn, there is something wrong with the blood. All the vampires I encountered died. What? Kun's eyes widened, and the picture in front of him forced him to believe this fact. Quinn felt something was wrong, suddenly looked at Chuang standing in the middle of the dance floor, and asked, "Why didn't you die?" He recognized the identity of the vampire that Chuang had disguised. All the vampires on the dance floor were dead, but Chuang stood out on the dance floor unharmed. Didn't it mean that all the vampires who touched blood died? There's still vampires? Chuang didn't expect this. He thought for a few seconds. I want to die later. Quinn. God damn it, die later. Looks like I'm late. Is the party over? A deep voice came, interrupting their conversation. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, but did not see any figure. Who? Who is talking? Come out if you have the guts. Kong Kong shouted. I am right in front of you. With the sound of footsteps, a figure stepped out of the dark shadows and came under the light. Only then did they realize that the other party was a strong black man in a black windbreaker, black sunglasses, and a shotgun. Everyone cursed inwardly. Who would be able to see wearing such black at night? But soon, a vampire recognized the other party's identity and shouted, He is Daywalker, Blade. Daywalker. The faces of the vampires changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Chuang is also familiar with this name. It seems to be the title of the Marvel character Blade Warrior. He remembered that the other party was a famous vampire hunter, half human and half vampire, not only possessed the powerful physique of vampires, but also eliminated the weaknesses of vampires. The sunlight that was fatal to other vampires had no effect on him. So he became the vampires are afraid of Daywalker. Damn Daywalker, you did it! Seeing the appearance of the Blade Fighters, Quint definitely thought that the Blade Fighters had tampered with the blood. The newly arrived Blade soldier naturally didn't know what he was talking about, so he didn't ask. Instead, he grinned and showed his white teeth. A new party is about to begin. Then, without any hesitation, he raised the muzzle of his gun and pulled the trigger at a vampire. Boom! This unlucky vampire was directly blasted into ashes. Obviously, the weapons of the Blade Fighters have been specially modified to have a very significant effect on vampires. Without giving the vampire time to react, the Blade Warrior raised his gun and killed another vampire. The vampires were all jealous, and so was Chuang. Nima, this is a head grab. Kill him. Kun let out a roar, and the vampire around him screamed ferociously and rushed towards the Blade Warrior. This group of vampires were obviously not ordinary vampires. They moved swiftly and swiftly, quickly closing the distance with the Blade Fighters, not giving the Blade Fighters a chance to shoot. The long and narrow dark claws popped out from their fingertips and went straight to kill the Blade Fighters. The Blade Soldier smiled disdainfully, threw down the shotgun decisively, and pulled out the silver longsword behind his back. Accompanied by a clear sword cry, the sharp blade slashed across the necks of the two vampires. Their heads were separated on the spot and turned into a pile, ashes scattered in the air. As an excellent vampire hunter, Blade Fighter has received special training for a long time, and his own fighting skills have already reached the top level. In addition, half of the vampire blood flows in his body, and his physique is far beyond ordinary people. These vampires are not Blade Fighters at all. To the people, facing the siege of the vampires, the Blade Fighters did not retreat, but advanced, rushing to the vampires head-on. The figure of the Blade Fighter is like a ghost, looming in the dark environment, and he has used his advantages to the extreme. He is constantly waving the sword in his hand, and the powerful force almost completely cuts off the flesh and bones of these vampires. Melted plasma blooms in the air like a fountain. In just a few seconds, the Blade Fighters killed several vampires. Seeing that the number of vampires is gradually decreasing, Chuang can't stand anymore. It is still useful for him to keep these vampires. There is definitely more than one place for vampires. There must be more vampires hiding somewhere. Chuang's idea is to use the current disguised vampire identity to track down other sites of vampires, and even the base camp of vampires. He also counts on these insiders to help him lead the way. If all the Blade Fighters are killed, his plan will be ruined up. Without saying a word, Chuang rushed towards the Blade Warrior together with the vampire. The Blade Fighters had noticed the existence of Chuang a long time ago and thought it was an ordinary vampire, but they didn't think so and swung their swords to get rid of the vampire. Unexpectedly, when the blade was about to touch Chuang dodged sideways as expected and punched the Blade Warrior in the face. The Blade Fighter was surprised by Chuang's reaction, but his reaction was not slow either, raising his arm to block. This power! The moment he touched Chuang's fist, Warrior Blade felt a huge amount of power coming, and his expression changed instantly. Fighter Blade endured the pain in his arm and exerted force from his waist to forcefully resist the force. With a howling wind, the long sword pierced Lu Chuang's head. Lu Chuang dodged his head sideways and dodged in front of the Blade Warrior. Using wrestler's skills, he grabbed Blade's wrist and twisted it suddenly. Blade immediately let go of his hand uncontrollably, and the silver long sword straightened. Landed. The Blade Warrior is also a werewolf. Regardless of the risk of breaking his wrist, he raised his elbow and slammed towards Lu Chuang's face, but Lu Chuang easily blocked it. "You can't beat me. I advise you to run quickly. I will let you run 1,000 meters first." Lu Chuang earnestly persuaded Warrior Blade to leave. This guy staying here would only disturb his plan. He couldn't kill him because Warrior Blade grabbed the head. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang raised his foot and kicked the Blade Warrior away. Seeing that the Blade Warrior was defeated by Lu Chuang, an unknown vampire, Kinnan shouted excitedly, "It's a beautiful drive. Kill this be asterisk 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 D for me. Kill you while you are sick." After the Blade Warriors lost their weapons, the vampires swarmed up, and Lu Chuang also ran to the end for acting, which belongs to the kind of work without effort. Thanks to Lu Chuang's good control of his strength, the Blade Warrior quickly stood up again, leaning his back against the wall. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded with his bare hands, the Blade Fighter took out a grenade from his pocket and threw it at his feet without any panic, and the safety catch had been pulled out. Lu Chuang was stunned. "Damn it, are you so rigid?" However, the expected explosion did not come. I saw a thick yellow smoke emanating from the grenade, centering on the Blade Fighter, quickly enveloping everyone inside. Smell of garlic? Lu Chuang could smell an extremely pungent garlic smell, especially prominent in this almost enclosed space. He didn't expect that besides himself, someone else would add spices to the ammunition. Asking for flowers. "Shit, it's garlic essence." Quinn, who was standing on the edge, stepped back quickly for fear of being contaminated by the yellow smoke in front of him. When the garlic-flavored smoke touched the vampire, black smoke rose from the vampire's body, and he screamed heart-piercingly, just like the long sword made of sterling silver by a Blade Warrior. Grenade with garlic essence also has a very deadly effect on vampires. Lu Chuang looked at the vampires rapidly dissolving around him. Can't help but fell into deep thought. How do you want him to act? When the smoke dissipated, only Warrior Blade and Lu Chuang stood intact. Seeing Lu Chuang in front of him, Blade Warrior's pupils shrank suddenly. How is that possible? Zero. He's half human, half vampire, so he's immune to spirits. But why is this vampire unaffected? Wait, you're not a vampire? Or rather, you're like me. After the shock, the Blade Fighters realized that there were only these two explanations for Lu Chuang not being affected by the garlic essence. Either he wasn't a vampire, or he was a half-human, half-vampire hybrid. What? Quinn looked at Lu Chuang in shock. "Connie, we've done it so many times. Why didn't I know about it?" Lu Chuang, his disguised identity, actually has this relationship? The next moment, Lu Chuang removed the camouflage and let him have an affair with a big man covered in hair. He would rather die. Seeing Lu Chuang's miraculous camouflage technique, both Blade Warrior and Quinn were stunned. Lu Chuang took out his pistol, pointed at the Blade Soldier's forehead, and said viciously, "You are the one who broke my plan and robbed so many of my heads. Tell me, how will you compensate me? Can this be my fault?" The Blade Fighters didn't know that Lu Chuang was in disguise, let alone what Lu Chuang's plan was, and expressed their innocence. "Lu Chuang, I don't blame you." Blade Warrior, "Since this, then who am I to blame?" Blade Warrior. Blade Fighters felt a strong sense of crisis from Lu Chuang, knowing that the situation was not good for them. However, he was never one to sit still. While talking to attract a part of Lu Chuang's attention, the Blade Warrior's figure suddenly exploded. The half-vampire's blood was fully displayed, and the speed was brought to the extreme, avoiding the lock of the muzzle. He rushed to Lu Chuang's body in a breath. In front of him, he punched Lu Chuang on the chin. Boom! Before he could clearly see Lu Chuang's movements, The blade fighter's eyes suddenly went dark, and he was thrown flying again. This time, Lu Chuang exerted a little force, and the blade warrior clung to the wall with a bang and fell powerlessly to the ground. It seemed that he would not be able to get up for a while. Don't look at how easily blade fighters kill vampires. It's all because he has special methods to restrain vampires, and the garlic bomb just now has shown that these methods are useless to Lu Chuang, so that many blade fighters use them. If he didn't, he could only be forced to play hand-to-hand combat with Lu Chuang. 700 is just that now Lu Chuang's normal physique is stronger than that of a vampire, and his combat skills are also at the top level. Lu Chuang can easily torture blade fighters without turning on the bullet time. Kuan, who was standing on the edge, saw that the situation was not good and turned around to run away. Lu Chuang raised the muzzle of his gun and shot Kuan's left leg. The bullet carrying mana directly pierced through the left leg, and the mana kept burning around the wound, causing Kun to scream in pain. Lu Chuang came to Kuan unhurriedly and said with a smile, "What are you running for? I just wanted to ask you something. Is this your territory?" As early as when he was looking for the reservoir, Lu Chuang had already inspected this place. There was no monitor installed, and he didn't need to worry about being exposed. With cold sweat on his forehead, Kuan roared angrily. "So you're also a vampire hunter? Eat shit. Be asterisk 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 D. Don't try to learn anything from me." Lu Chuang was too lazy to talk nonsense and shot another shot at Kuan's left leg. The soul is constantly eroding the rotten flesh. For vampires, Lu Chuang's mana is undoubtedly the most ferocious poison. Compared with the pain caused by bullets to the body, the pain of the soul is more unbearable. The self-protection mechanism of the brain does not include the soul. Therefore, Kun did not pass out and was forced to accept the torture from the soul. After only a moment of effort, Kuan couldn't stand it anymore and begged for mercy. As a result, just as he opened his mouth, Lu Chuang suddenly shot him in the left leg again. Kuan hugged the bruised man, and his voice was very aggrieved. "I'm going to say it. Why did you hit me?" Lu Chuang scratched his head in embarrassment. "Instinctive reaction. I thought you were going to be tough. Just keep talking. I promise I won't shoot this time." The devil. Kuan didn't die from pain, but was almost killed by Lu Chuang on the spot. Fearing that Lu Chuang would rob again, Kuan endured the severe pain and replied very quickly, "This is not my territory, but Dick and Firth's territory. He is the boss of all of us." Lu Chuang vaguely remembered the name, as if he had heard it from a vampire. "How many sites like this are there?" 10 a dozen. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. There must be many vampires in a territory with so many vampires. Lu Chuang said, "Tell me the specific location of all the sites." Under the threat of gunpoint, Kuan did not dare to hide anything and revealed the location of all the sites. With the addition of various talents, Lu Chuang's memory has been greatly improved, and it is not difficult to remember more than a dozen addresses. Lu Chuang didn't stop and asked several questions in a row. After receiving Kuan's answer, Lu Chuang shot Kuan with satisfaction and helped the other part back in front of the blade soldier. Lu Chuang kicked the blade soldier. "Don't pretend, with your physique, this injury should have recovered a long time ago." Being exposed by Lu Chuang, the blade fighter stood up expressionlessly. "That's not a silver bullet. How did you kill Kuan?" "You know, ordinary weapons can't kill vampires, so blade fighters' weapons are all made of silver. Definitely, not 100% pure silver. Blade fighters don't have such a luxury." The blade warrior observed the warhead on the ground. Although Lu Chuang's bullet seems to have been modified, the material is not made of silver, and it is logically impossible to cause damage to Kuan, let alone kill him directly. Lu Chuang said cheerfully, "It's just a special method." The blade warrior frowned. "Who are you?" After hearing the conversation between Lu Chuang and Kuan just now, Warrior Blade can basically confirm that Lu Chuang is not a vampire. As for the half-human, half-vampire, Warrior Blade doesn't feel like it either. In this case, the Blade fighters have no reason to regard Lu Chuang as an enemy. Although the Blade Warrior killed many vampires, few humans died in his hands. Lu Chuang showed a gentle smile. Can't you tell? I'm a priest, and I came here to exorcise demons. The Blade Warrior glanced at the firearm in Lu Chuang's hand and shook his head decisively. I can't see it. If the other party is a vampire hunter, he can understand it. But this is the first time that the Blade Fighter sees a priest who is better at shooting guns and close combat than him. You are a newcomer who just debuted. What age is it? No one thinks that priests use a cross to exorcise demons. Lu Chuang looked at Warrior Blade with contempt, as if looking at a young man who had never seen the world. Vampires will follow the trend and open internet celebrity bars. Why is it strange that our church uses technological weapons? Warrior Blade knows what Lu Chuang refers to as an online celebrity bar. He has been tracking Dick and Firth and has mastered a lot of Dick and Firth sites. Some time ago, he wanted to go to that bar to get rid of the vampires there. But when he got there, he found out that it had been transformed into an internet celebrity bar. So he found a place to sit down and observe, and ordered a glass of wine, by the way, wanting to see what kind of tricks these vampires were planning to do. But after looking for a long time, he didn't find anything unusual, and he didn't see any vampires, but it was a bar. The waiter looked nice and ordered another glass of wine. Couldn't find any clues. Warrior Blade just checked out and left, and he was completely dazed the moment he picked up the bill. Nima, 2 glasses of wine cost thousands of USD. What a bunch of vampires. Although Warrior Blade kills vampires everywhere and breaks into private houses with weapons, he is still a good citizen who abides by the law. Even though he knows that this is a bar run by vampires, he still gritted his teeth and paid in the end. Now he is almost poor can't open the pot. At the beginning, he shot 2 vampires with a gun, and he immediately changed to a long sword. There was no way, mainly because silver bullets were too expensive, so he had to save some consumption. Thinking of a lot of bad things, the Blade Soldier's face became even darker, and he said, I never heard of priest's exorcism or vampires before 1.7. Lu Chuang Zhangko came, It's normal. This is the secret operation force of the church, and it is not disclosed to the outside world. And I am an intern of this secret operation force. The content of the internship is to eliminate the vampires in New York. The corner of the Blade Soldier's mouth twitched, and he was also a secret operation force. Your church is very advanced. I know you don't believe it, just watch it. Lu Chuang muttered something, and still threw a blow to the Blade Warrior. May the holy light protect you. The Blade Warrior couldn't see mana, but he could feel that his condition was much better. What is this? Warrior Blade was a little surprised. This is holy light, and it is also the way to kill that vampire just now. It has powerful power against dark creatures. Lu Chuang looked at the Blade Warrior with a surprised expression on his face. You're a half vampire, and you're fine. It's really strange. Blade Warrior. The faces of the Blade Fighters were all black. What does that surprised look on your face mean? Even you don't know if it works, so just use me as an experiment. Lu Chuang's micro eyes. The soul of the Blade Fighter is normal, not a massive carrion like other vampires, which may be the reason why the Blade Fighter can get the purification gain. I just don't know if killing the opponent can increase mana in the same way. After all, the Blade Warrior can be regarded as half a vampire. Warrior Blade instinctively felt a chill and said, So, your goal is those vampires? Yes. Lu Chuang picked up the silver long sword on the ground, put it in his hand, and looked at it. Silver weapons are extremely harmful to vampires, but the material is originally soft, so it is generally impossible to use them as weapons. Obviously, the weapons of Blade Warriors all are specially built. Newcomer, you are very good. Are you interested in joining my team, and we will fight vampires together? Lu Chuang extended an invitation to the Blade Warrior. With the help of this vampire expert, his next move will be smoother. Soldier Blade frowned. He was used to being alone and had no intention of joining any organization at all. What if I say I'm not interested? Lu Chuang looked serious and pulled out the silver long sword directly. I didn't expect there was another one here. Oh no, it's half a fish that slipped through the net. Blade Warrior. Okay, I'll join. Warrior Blade knew that Lu Chuang's next destination was likely to be Dick and Firth's territory. Since the goals are the same, The Blade Fighters are temporarily matched. The main reason is that he can't beat Chuang. He still has a lot of things to do. He doesn't want to die here for no reason, and he doesn't want to be killed by the reason of exorcism. Blade Soldier was exorcised by a passing priest. If the news got out, the group of vampires would probably die laughingly. At worst, they would quit the team after completing their goals. Chuang put away the long silver sword and laughed loudly. I was joking with you just now. I'm a priest. How could I do such a thing? You are welcome to join, rookie, the Blade Warrior said quietly. That's my sword. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Look at my memory. I'll return it to you. Chuang returned the silver long sword to the Blade Warrior, as if he had just discovered the silver long sword. K the priest. The Blade Warrior took back his silver long sword and the shotgun he threw away at the beginning. Lest Chuang, a cheeky priest, would secretly pick it up. He didn't have extra money to make new weapons. The two didn't stay long. After all, those escaped humans might have already called the police. They didn't want to wait for the police to come, so they made an appointment with the location and time of their actions and left the bar one after another. Before leaving, Chuang asked the Blade Fighters for some equipment and weapons, saying that he would take them back for research. Warrior Blade wanted to refuse, but as Chuang threw a large amount of banknotes over, Warrior Blade was furious on the spot. He took off his clothes and gave Chuang all the equipment and weapons on his body. If Chuang hadn't tried his best to stop it, I'm going to break off half of Blade's sunglasses and give it to Chuang. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Chuang drove his motorcycle into an alley. You were late. The voice of the Blade Warrior came from behind. Chuang looked back, but he couldn't see the figure of the other party. He looked left and right. Blade, where are you hiding? I'm right in front of you. Chuang squinted his eyes, and then saw the soul of the Blade Warrior appearing in front of his eyes, and asked, It's so late at night. Why do you still wear sunglasses? Warrior Blade didn't answer this question, and said to himself, I checked, and there are indeed a large number of vampires gathered in that underground casino, and there are 2 elite vampires. Chuang didn't understand, and asked, What is a vampire elite? ? The Blade Warrior looked at Chuang suspiciously, as if saying that you, a professional in exorcism, don't even know this kind of common sense. I told you, I'm an intern, Chuang said without changing his face. The Blade Warrior explained, They are combatants among vampires. They have only a small amount of human blood in their blood, and most of them are vampire blood. They are high-level vampires inferior to pure blood, so their combat effectiveness is 970% higher than that of ordinary vampires. They're all stronger and harder to kill, even with garlic essence. It is difficult to kill them directly. In turn, Chuang continued to ask, What is a pure blood? Warrior Blade's expression was stiff. He found that he seemed to be cheated. This guy must be a newcomer. The matter has come to this point, and it is difficult for the Blade Warrior to get rid of Chuang and act alone, and said with a headache, Pure blood is the most powerful existence of vampires, and there is no human blood in their blood. It is 100% vampires, not human beings who are later transformed by vampires. Sure enough, having a professional is handy. Chuang suddenly realized, You mean, the less human blood in the bloodline, the stronger the vampire, right? The Blade Warrior nodded. Chuang scratched his head. No. Why are you half human and half vampire so strong? Could it be that vampires are like science? Half of human blood is cheating? Warrior Blade said he didn't want to explain this problem, threw away Chuang, and left towards the destination. Hey, don't go. I still have questions to ask. According to Quinn's information, Chuang and Blade Fighters arrived at their destination, a large-scale underground casino. Speaking of it, the sights of these vampires are no different from ordinary gangsters. They are either bars or casinos, which are not visible places, which are very suitable for creatures like them who can only hide in the dark. The Blade Fighter hid in the shadows with his own racial ability and said in a deep voice, There are 4 vampires at the door, and we will deal with 2 of them by ourselves. Chuang shook his head. No, leave it to me. With that said, Chuang walked out of the corner and walked towards the casino swaggeringly. The appearance of Chuang instantly made the 4 vampires on duty at the door focus their attention. There was no way. At the moment, Chuang was wearing a black mask with a pair of eyes looming in the empty eye sockets. It was impossible not to attract attention. Disaster. Seeing such a suspicious guy, the 2 vampires frowned and walked forward, about to question Chuang. Suddenly, the masked men in front of them rioted. In the blink of an eye, Chuang leaned over and rushed in front of the 2 vampires while the strong wind was howling. At the same time, he stretched out his 5 fingers and firmly grasped their necks. Purify. Before the rest of the vampires could react, they saw their companions turned into a pile of ashes in the hands of the masked man. Mask blessing. In the state of wearing a mask, the physical fitness is doubled. This is the hallmark of a super high school level wrestler. Today's Chuang's physique is so powerful. After doubling his physical fitness in all aspects has shown explosive growth, which has greatly exceeded the limit of human beings. After killing 2 vampires, Chuang turned his eyes to the remaining vampires. The 2 vampires suddenly felt chills in their backs, bared their ferocious fangs, and wanted to fight back, but in the face of absolutely overwhelming strength, their resistance was doomed to be futile, and they quickly followed their companions and lost. The Blade Warrior who witnessed all this was quite shocked, walked over and asked, "Are you really human?" Chuang waved his hand modestly. "No, I'm just born with supernatural power." Warrior Blade rolled his eyes. He was born a half-vampire, but he couldn't kill 4 vampires with his bare hands. Without dwelling on this topic, the Blade Fighter walked into the casino first with a weapon in hand. For this operation, the 2 did not make any detailed plans in advance. They are all real fighters, and they are done. When they walked into the underground casino, they smelled a strong smell of blood. They saw dozens of vampires sucking the blood of living people, and beside them were shriveled corpses scattered on the ground. Hearing the movement, the vampires looked up at Chuang one after another. Dozens of pairs of blood pupils looked very piercing. As for the blade fighters who followed, they became passively invisible again due to environmental reasons. Not to be outdone, Chuang stared back. "What are you looking at? And then I'll dig out your eyes." The vampires were angry, which human beings were not afraid and terrified when they saw them. This is the first time they have seen such an arrogant human being. They immediately dropped the food in their hands and rushed towards Chuang like beasts. Chuang kicked the vampire in front of him, then took out a grenade with a unique shape, opened the insurance, and threw it directly at the place where there were the most vampires. This grenade did not explode like an ordinary grenade, but burst out with strong ultraviolet rays, which quickly spread around. The vampires covered by the ultraviolet rays didn't even make a scream. They instantly turned into ashes and disappeared on the spot. Dozens of vampires were directly emptied by Chuang. "What is this?" the blade soldier asked in surprise. "Ultraviolet grenade. Transform with your UV lamp and phosphorescent material." While talking, Chuang took out a few more ultraviolet grenades and threw them at the vampires who wanted to escape. No matter how fast they couldn't be faster than the ultraviolet coverage speed. The mana in Chuang grows again. The Blade Warrior was silent. In just one night, Chuang actually upgraded his equipment. Compared with Chuang, he is a poor and backward fighter. The Blade Warrior sighed and could only draw his sword to deal with 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net, and it was too late for Chuang to stop them. However, now Chuang doesn't care about that bit of mana anymore, so the blade fighters take care of it. As Chuang walked into the depths of the casino, he used ultraviolet grenades to open the way. This time, he brought enough firepower to blow it up all night without any problem. There is a saying that is good: if you are poor, your tactics will be roundabout, and if you are rich, you will be covered by firepower. Chuang didn't care about ammo consumption at all, and he didn't care if there were vampires nearby, and just covered the entire area with ultraviolet light to ensure that no vampires were hiding. The blade fighter was envious for a while, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford this film money style of play. On the other hand, the vampire was beaten to the point of collapse by Chuang. He couldn't run and run, and wanted to fight back, but he couldn't get close to Lu Chuang at all. Finally, a vampire couldn't stand it anymore. Taking advantage of the gap, when Lu Chuang had just finished throwing the ultraviolet grenade, a figure came out from the corner. The speed was much faster than ordinary vampires, and it came to kill Lu Chuang 5 meters away. Money is good? Lu Chuang raised his eyebrows. This should be the vampire elite that the Blade Warrior mentioned. The sharp claws strike through the air. Facing the vicious attack of the vampire, Lu Chuang did not dodge or dodge, but the vampire's claws fell on him head-on. Click! Under the terrifying power, the vampire's arm broke instantly. When the vampire was forcibly stopped, he suddenly felt his body lighten. Mid-air. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang suddenly raised his knees. Accompanied by the scalp-numbing cracking sound, the vampire's spine bent at 90 degrees, deformed, and turned into ashes. Warrior Blade's eyelids twitched. Isn't the priest really a murderer? Why does he feel that this guy is more cruel than himself? Bump! The red wine glass shattered. The wine splashed. Fez roared angrily like a beast with red eyes. In just 2 nights, we lost a full 6 territories, and hundreds of vampires died. The vampire subordinates in front of him didn't dare to refute. They lowered their heads and let Fythe vent. After venting indiscriminately, Fythe grabbed his subordinate's collar fiercely. "Find out, who are those damned attackers?" The vampire subordinate replied in a low voice. "According to the information we investigated, the attackers are Daywalker and a mysterious person wearing a mask." Hearing this, Fythe's anger welled up again, and 2 ferocious fangs appeared in his mouth. "What are you all doing? So many vampires can't stop the useless guards of the 2 groups of people." At this time, a blonde female vampire beside Fythe said, "Feth, they will probably continue to make trouble in the future. Why don't we set a trap and kill them directly, so that no one can stop us anymore? Daywalker can't die. I have to live." Fythe looked at the vampire subordinates with a gloomy expression. "As for that masked guy, find a way to kill him. Don't let him hinder us." After the vampire subordinates left in response, Fythe pondered for a while on the spot. It's time to prepare to wake up those 12 old immortals. They have been raised for so long, and now it's time to play their role. Finally going to start that project? Hearing Fythe's words, the female vampire showed excitement. Feth licked his tongue, and his scarlet blood eyes flickered with madness. "That's right. As long as this plan is successful, the world will be replaced by us vampires, and all human beings will be our food." After 2 days of action, the cooperation between Lu Chuang and blade fighters became more and more tacit. Since vampires move at night, they can only act after midnight. In order to ensure efficiency, every time Lu Chuang directly scrubs the ground with firepower, the blade fighters are responsible for clearing out the fish that slipped through the net by chance, so no vampire will be let go. Lu Chuang and Warrior Blade once again swept one of the vampires' arenas, then rushed to the next arena without stopping. Both of them knew very well that the vampires would probably notice their actions soon, and they had to get rid of more vampires before the vampires took any action. It's a bar again. Are all the bars in New York contracted by these vampires? Lu Chuang couldn't help complaining when he saw the destination this time. This was already the 4th bar they had seen. The blade soldier calmly said, "You'd better be cautious. Those vampires should know about our actions. Maybe they will send more helpers." Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. "Wouldn't it be better like this?" Warrior Blade was speechless. He found that Lu Chuang seemed to be particularly keen on killing vampires. Lu Chuang also explained that he was doing business, which would allow him to change from an intern to a regular employee faster. Skillfully dealt with the guards at the door. When they stepped into the vampire's bar, the experienced 2 instantly revealed, BDCH, that something was wrong. "This is a trap," the blade soldier said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, a shadowy figure jumped out from the darkness and rushed directly to the 2 people's positions. Lu Chuang didn't panic at all. The muscles of his lowered right arm tensed suddenly, and he punched out like lightning. Boom! Amidst the dull and loud noise, an attacker who was about to pounce on Lu Chuang was instantly smashed into the air. Carrying terrifying power in his body, several attackers who hit the rear flew upside down together. The furnishings of the bar were smashed to pieces and collapsed, made countless fragments flying in all directions. But the blade fighters beside Chuang were not so lucky. Although the Blade Warrior also reacted in time, there were too many figures who had no choice but to pounce on him. In the blink of an eye, they were already covered in big men, and they were directly knocked out of the bar. Chuang silently prayed for the blade fighter teammate for half a second, then turned his gaze to the attackers. Unsurprisingly, the attackers were red-eyed and sharp-toothed vampires. There are probably dozens of them. Chuang smacked his mouth and said arrogantly, "One hits dozens. The current situation is very unfavorable to you." Chuang is about to break IP Man's record of hitting 10 with one. The next moment, he saw these vampires suddenly took out guns from their arms and pointed their guns at him. Chuang, as a modern vampire and a vampire in America, how could he not know the function of firearms? Countless bullets came out of the chamber. Chuang immediately found a bunker to hide when he saw that the situation was not good. Before he could take out the ultraviolet grenade, several grenades fell directly in front of him with a bang. These vampires obviously came prepared and knew Chuang's style of covering fire, so they used their Dao, also treated his own body, and dealt with Chuang with more powerful firepower. Boom! Accompanied by huge amounts of explosions, the bunker was directly blown into pieces, and thick smoke full of gunpowder smoke rose. Seeing this, the vampires stopped shooting. In their view, it was impossible for Chuang to survive under such power, unless the other party was also a vampire with regenerative healing factor. Several vampires walked towards where Chuang was, ready to examine Chuang's body. Bang! 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 The gunshot exploded suddenly, and several bullets drilled out of the smoke, hitting the foreheads of these vampires with incomparable precision, turning them into ashes on the spot. Before the other vampires came back to their senses, an ultraviolet grenade was thrown out of the smoke, and it exploded in the air at the right time. The light visible to the naked eye instantly covered the entire area, and a large group of vampires disappeared, and the gun in his hand fell on land. Suddenly, Chuang, holding a pistol, jumped out of the smoke. His pupils kept zooming, and he pulled the trigger without even looking. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots that were as fast as submachine guns sounded, and the bullets with mana locked every vampire. No matter how fast the vampires were, they couldn't beat the speed of the bullets. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen vampires were beaten into ashes. The frightened vampires tried to raise their guns to fight back, but in the eyes of Chuang, who turned on the bullet time, all the bullets were traceable. With strong physical fitness, a black figure quickly shuttled through the hail of bullets. Almost never stopped shooting. What kind of monster is this guy? The vampires were terrified, and at the moment they looked more like puny humans than Chuang roaming in the rain of bullets. Half a minute later, Chuang was the only one left in the devastated bar. After finishing off these vampires, Chuang walked out of the bar and looked around, but he didn't see the blade fighters. Only a few vampires stayed in place and waited. There were pools of blood on the ground, as well as a long silver sword that was forgotten on the ground, proving that fierce battles also took place here. Seeing that Chuang walked out of the bar unharmed, their expressions were extremely shocked. Chuang didn't care what they thought. He raised his gun and directly exploded their legs and hands, ignoring their screams, and blocked the open mouth of a vampire with the muzzle of the gun. The still hot barrel burning the mouth. The pain made the vampire struggle frantically. Chuang asked, "Tell me, where is Blade?" "No, no, no. If you don't want to say yes, it's very good and has backbone." Boom! Chuang really broke the gun and beat the vampire into ashes. The rest of the vampires were dumbfounded. "You should open your gun and let him talk." Chuang used the same technique to gag another vampire's mouth. "Where is Blade? I'll give you 3 seconds. MMM. MMM. MMM." The vampire's eyes widened, and he signaled Chuang to move his gun away. He wanted to confess. Chuang was silent for a few seconds. "What are you looking at?" "Vampire." Boom! Seeing Lu Chuang's insane behavior, the last vampire didn't wait for Lu Chuang to come over and was frightened to confess everything. "Let me go. I know where Daywalker is." "No, it's Blade. He was captured by our companions. Fife asked us to do this. He asked us to send Blade to the Palace of Eternal Night. The address is at—" The vampire Bala Bala revealed everything, for fear that Lu Chuang would put the muzzle of the gun directly into his mouth. Lu Chuang memorized the position, looked at the vampire who kept begging for mercy, and smiled slightly. "Yes, I like an honest child like you." After speaking, Lu Chuang turned and left. Seeing that Lu Chuang had really left, the vampire who had escaped from the dead was suddenly overjoyed. He was about to rush to this ghostly place when he suddenly found that he could not move his hands and feet, and the magic power still remained in his body, constantly corroding his wounds. The vampire looked at the sky. There was a faint light in the darkness, obviously preparing for dawn. Fact: after learning that the Blade Warrior was captured by the vampire, Lu Chuang was not in a hurry to catch up. Since the purpose of the vampires was to capture the Blade Fighters, there should be no danger to the Blade Fighters' lives in a short period of time. And now that it was almost dawn, those vampires would have to wait until the next night, at least if they wanted to do something. Taking advantage of this time gap, Lu Chuang went home to refill his ammunition. Until night fell again, Lu Chuang drove to the place that the vampires said, which was located in a remote area under development. He could see some construction equipment placed here, but these equipment were in a non-operational state. No signs of construction, more like a cover for people. Under the cover of night, Lu Chuang crouched behind the mound and observed the construction site from a distance. A 2-meter-high barbed wire fence surrounds the perimeter, and many figures with guns are patrolling back and forth. Obviously, such defensive measures will definitely not be an ordinary construction site. Seeing the vampires in the distance, Lu Chuang knew he had found the right place. Through the bright lights, he could clearly see some vampires coming out of the interior, and then carrying boxes of unknown goods into it. After observing for 5 minutes, Lu Chuang slid down from the back of the mound and sneaked towards a vampire carrying goods. Crack! The next moment, Lu Chuang jumped up violently, directly twisting off the vampire's neck from behind, and at the same time mana poured into the opponent's body. The moment the other vampires were about to turn their heads, the vampires turned into ashes and disappeared in place, and the goods in their hands fell to the ground. What sound? At the moment, Lu Chuang had already disguised himself as that vampire, pretending to be embarrassed, and said, "Just now I saw a mouse running by, and I was startled." Hearing Lu Chuang's words, one of the vampires expressed disdain. "You, a vampire, are still afraid of mice. It's a shame to us. Okay, hurry up and transport the things there. If there's a delay, Fife will never let us go." Another vampire urged. It may be because they are not familiar with the original owner. These vampires did not notice the difference in Lu Chuang's voice, and they did not doubt Lu Chuang. It is even more impossible to think that their companions were changed in an instant. Lu Chuang picked up the fallen goods again, followed the team into the construction site openly, and finally came to a tunnel leading to the ground. Passing through the tunnel, Lu Chuang discovered that there is an extremely wide space hidden underground. The overall space is in the shape of a cylinder with a depth of tens of meters. Lu Chuang has the talent of a super university-level architect. At a glance, he can tell that this building has a long history. The old and dilapidated walls are covered with all kinds of weird runes, which seems a bit mysterious. On the highest point of the wall, a strange statue with huge amounts of looks down on everyone. Lu Chuang knew that this place should be the Palace of Eternal Night mentioned by the vampires, and it was here that the Blade Fighters were captured. Lu Chuang followed the team while observing the situation of the building. There are a lot of vampires here. There are at least 100 vampires within his line of sight, scattered in every corner of the building, and the defenses are extremely tight. And in the center of the building is a place similar to an altar with strange patterns engraved on the circular ground, and 12 pillars that are also printed with runes stand around the periphery. Fife stood in the center of the altar, his eyes full of anticipation. "Bring them up." Soon, the vampire subordinates took 12 vampires to the altar and tied them to different pillars. A vampire yelled at the man standing in the middle of the altar, "Fez, you stupid B asterisk 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 D. You really believe in the blood god legend that song is just 10 false fairy tales of Blood Clan." Generally, vampires with high status call themselves Blood Clan, and in their view, vampires are the title of low-level vampires. Since it's a fairy tale, why should you be afraid, old man? Whether this legend is true or not, we will know later. Fife sneered. His decision would not be shaken by 1 or 2 words from the other party, especially the vampire elder in front of him, because what he is about to do is to sacrifice these elders from the oldest vampire family, and they are also the most powerful pure blood among vampires. At that time, he will become the legendary blood god, and neither vampire nor human can stop his footsteps. It's time for you old bastards to contribute. Firth stretched out his hands and said like an orator, "Tonight, the era of human beings will come to an end. We vampires will no longer compromise with humans. Asking for flowers. No more compromises with humans. No more compromises with humans." Other vampires echoed loudly, and the vampires around Lu Chuang also shouted excitedly. Lu Chuang tried to maintain his vampire character as much as possible, pretending to be excited and shouted, "Me too." Hearing the cries of the vampires, the faces of the group of vampire elders were full of resignation and anger. Knowing that the situation was irreparable, they cursed Phase C, but Lu Chuang heard a lot of information. Different vampire families have different factions. In order to prevent conflicts and struggles among the vampires, the purebloods, as the rulers, set the rules. Every once in a while, a vampire elder is in power, and the other elders continue to sleep. They will only wake up again when it is their turn to take power. 0. However, the vampire elders never expected that they were suddenly awakened collectively a few days ago, and before they jumped out of the coffin, they saw Fife leading a large number of vampires and pointing guns at them. This group of vampire elders who have been sleeping for an unknown number of years have long been out of touch with the times. An older vampire elder thought it was a firearm loaded with bullets in his era, and jumped up with a snap, very fast. Then, the vampire elder was almost shot to death. Because the bullets are silver-plated, no one stipulates that vampires cannot use weapons against vampires, just like atomic bombs, although they can kill deadmans, but the controllers are humans themselves. Under the sanction of modern weapons, these purebloods were directly tortured to the point of suspecting ghosts, and finally they could only succumb to Fife. Later, the vampire elders found out that during their slumber, Fife ignored the internal rules of vampires and created a large number of new vampires in order to continuously expand his power. Prior to this, Fife had successfully controlled the vampire elders in power and hollowed out all the power of their family. When they woke up, there was only a useless layer of elders left. It has to be said that this Fez is also very powerful. Just an ordinary vampire directly stepped on the heads of a dozen purebloods. If it is placed in a novel, it will be a proper waste material flow script. P.S. The recent review is a website problem, and the top comment is also inexplicably gone. After Firth's provocative declaration, the vampires' emotions reached the extreme, as if they saw the future of vampires ruling mankind. After walking a few steps, several vampires intercepted Lu Chuang's transporting team. Fez said that no one else is allowed to approach the altar. Please make an inventory, and then we will transport it there. This guy is pretty cautious. Lu Chuang dispelled some thoughts. There are too many vampires here, and it is not easy to do it directly. Okay. The vampire who transported the team nodded, and then opened the box, which was actually full of blood bags. Seeing that the packaging was marked with various models, it was obvious that they were all taken out of the hospital. Immediately afterwards, they picked up a pack of blood bags at the same time, gently tore open a corner of the 057 package, and poured the blood into their mouths to taste. Good stuff. No heavy metals, no viruses, just normal blood. It's true blood. The vampire in charge of guarding noticed Lu Chuang, who was not moving, and scolded, "What are you doing? Don't hurry to try it. Those human capitalists are very black-hearted. There may be adulteration in the blood. Let me check it carefully. Chuang. Chuang nodded and followed other vampires to tear open the blood bag. Definitely, it is impossible for Chuang to really drink human blood. He couldn't stand such grievances, so he just borrowed a position to taste the gesture. In fact, not a drop of blood leaked out and poured a lot of mana into the blood bag. I don't know if the periodic table of elements has exploded, but the supernatural elements must have seriously exceeded the standard. Chuang gave a thumbs up, indicating that there is no problem with the blood. After confirming that the blood was correct, the vampire took all the boxes and left. However, the transport team that Chuang was in did not leave, and they were all left behind to assign other tasks. Coincidentally, the job assigned to Chuang was actually to guard the imprisoned blade fighters. Sure enough, the blade warrior was not killed after being taken away, but was locked into a huge amount of stone box as one of the conditions for blood god sacrifice. Chuang obediently obeyed his orders and came to the secret room where the blade warriors were held. There were 2 vampires guarding the room, and a dark-skinned female vampire who seemed to be Fez's concubine. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why she appeared in this room in pajamas. Place. Greeting the vampire's suspicious gaze, Chuang smiled and said, I was transferred here to take care of the job. The vampires had no doubts and allowed Chuang to approach, but unexpectedly, Chuang raised his arms suddenly and crushed the necks of the 2 vampires instantly. The 2 vampires fell to the ground and then turned into ashes, killing a vampire with bare hands. The female vampire was shocked, and when she was about to shout out, Chuang grabbed her and threw her in front of the stone box, took out a pistol and aimed it at her head, and said, My bullets are silver-plated. Do you want to see it? Out of the desire to survive, the female vampire quickly shook her head and refused, for she was allergic to silver. Then open this thing for me. Chuang pointed at the stone box with the muzzle of the gun. Forced by Chuang's astonishing force, the female vampire could only do it obediently. She groped in the stone box a few times, and the stone box slowly split apart, revealing the horrible body of the blade warrior. I saw a sharp blade on each of the 2 wrists of the blade soldier, which had already cut his wrist, and blood dripped continuously from the wound, flowing down along the lines of the stone box. Even the natural skin color of the blade fighters can clearly see a trace of paleness, which is the manifestation of excessive blood loss. Without the support of the stone box, the blade warrior fell directly to the ground. Chuang squatted down and patted Blade on the cheek. Blade, wake up! Seemingly hearing Chuang's voice, the blade warrior gradually reacted and raised his head to look at Chuang. His blood-red eyes were full of madness and bloodthirsty. His whole body was like a beast that had lost its mind. The blade fighter suddenly exploded, so fast that he didn't look like a wounded person at all. He opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 sharp fangs, biting Chuang's neck hard. Blade, wake up. We are teammates. Don't force me to hurt you. As Chuang said so, his right hand slapped the blade warrior away without any hesitation. The terrifying force struck, and the blade warrior spun 720 degrees in midair and finally fell to the ground in a dog-eating posture. The female vampire was dumbfounded. Are you sure you are teammates and not enemies? However, Warrior Blade did not die on the spot. An extremely pure energy was pouring into his body. The blood in Blade Warrior's eyes gradually receded. The wounds on his body also healed quickly, and his skin color began to melt into the darkness. Blade, are you all right? Chuang walked over and asked with concern. At this moment, the Blade Warrior suddenly turned around and rushed towards Chuang. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chuang looking at him kindly, with the gun pointed at his forehead. The Blade Warrior froze in place for an instant. Chuang looked sad. Sorry, my teammate. I failed to cure you and turned you into a monster. Don't worry. I will take care of you for your inheritance one. Just go with peace of mind. Wait, I'm awake. Don't shoot. The Blade soldier raised his arms with an embarrassed expression. He originally wanted to pretend he wasn't awake and take the opportunity to fight back against Lu Chuang, but he didn't expect Lu Chuang's reaction to be so fast. Really, don't lie to me. Lu Chuang expressed doubts, holding a pistol and looking eager to try. The blade soldier swallowed and nodded affirmatively. Really? Lu Chuang cheerfully put away the pistol. I told you earlier. Really, I thought you were possessed by a demon, and you were about to get rid of your karma? Oh no, you were about to end your suffering. Warrior Blade's eyelid. Lu Chuang's slap was magical. The purification effect not only healed Blade's wounds, but even suppressed his blood addiction. As a half-vampire, Blade Warrior does not have the messy weaknesses of vampires, but he retains the bloodthirsty characteristics of vampires. As long as he does not eat enough blood for a period of time, Blade Warrior will lose his mind and become bloodthirsty like Vampire's monster. Under normal circumstances, Blade fighters can only slowly regain their sanity if they replenish their blood. But Lu Chuang's purification is more direct, removing the negative status of the Blade fighters at once. After all, Bruce Banner's Hulk can be forcibly suppressed, not to mention the bloodthirsty status of the Blade fighters. Although Lu Chuang's methods were relatively rough, the Blade fighters were still very grateful to Lu Chuang for taking the risk to rescue him. The Blade soldier looked at the trembling female vampire. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "All my equipment has been taken away by the vampire. Can you lend me the pistol?" Lu Chuang guessed what the Blade fighter was going to do, poured mana into the bullet in the pistol 13, and threw the pistol over. The Blade soldier took the pistol and pointed it at the female vampire. Seeing this, the female vampire was a little panicked. She stepped back and begged, "No, you can't do this. I'm your mother. You can't kill me." With the strength of the Blade fighter, naturally he would not be captured by those vampires so easily. The main reason is that his biological mother, who had been dead for many years, suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked him as a vampire. A trance and miss. Compared with the physical torture, the most unbearable thing for a Blade fighter is the mother's betrayal. The other party even helped the enemy to capture his own son and use him as a sacrificial sacrifice. After human beings become vampires, some of their humanity has long been obliterated. As Lu Chuang sees it, the body is a monster, and so is the soul. The Blade Warrior suppressed the grief in his heart. "I will end your pain." After the words fell, the Blade fighter pulled the trigger. The female vampire's voice stopped abruptly, and her body turned into a pile of ashes. Boom! Just like the Cheongyao drama, the family drama is often accompanied by thunderstorms. A deafening thunder exploded in everyone's ears, and Lu Chuang could feel the ground trembling under his feet. At the same time, on the altar of the Palace of Eternal Night, this moment has finally arrived. Fife looked at the blood that slowly pooled on the ceiling, with a look of longing and excitement on his face. "Fez, you will kill the entire Blood Clan. You will regret it." A vampire elder roared hoarsely. He could feel a wave of energy eating away at him. The legend of the Blood God is actually true. Even if they lived for hundreds of years, these vampire elders didn't want to die. They struggled crazily, but the energy locked them in place, unable to move at all. Cowardly old thing. Starting today, I will be the god of vampires. Feth opened his arms frantically to welcome him, and the blood on the ceiling finally condensed into one point, dripping down on his forehead along with the inertia. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a blood-red light suddenly burst out from the altar, piercing the sky. The pitch-black night sky suddenly changed, and one after another dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and thunder rolled endlessly in the black clouds, as if a terrifying blow was about to be brewed. With more and more blood on Fight's forehead, a wave of bloody energy surged out from the altar, wrapped around the feet of the 12 elders in Fight, and gradually spread upwards. Fight didn't notice anything unusual, and the 12 vampire elders screamed in pain, as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing at their souls, making them in agony. Boom! A thick thunderbolt suddenly fell, as if it had triggered the device of the Palace of Eternal Night. lighting up all the runes on the wall, including the runes on the 12 stone pillars. The 12 vampire elders let out desperate screams, and the power of thunder along the stone pillar instantly blasted their bodies into ashes, and their souls turned into seemingly tangible frames. But invisible gray skeletons. These gray skeletons have wings on their bodies, flying randomly on the altar, rolling up a strong gust of wind. What the hell? Seeing such a terrifying scene, the vampires shrank their heads in fright, for fear of being attacked by these monsters. However, the target of these skeleton souls is not them. After flying around in the air, they're like birds returning to their nests. Fithe's body, and finally disappeared into Fithe's body, and became one with Fithe. At this moment, Fithe felt as if his body was about to split open. The blood on 030's forehead gathered into a dot, slowly sinking into his body. "Give me blood," Fithe yelled, and the surrounding vampires immediately threw the prepared blood pack over. Fithe picked up a packet of blood and bit it down with his mouth open without any hesitation. Suddenly, Fithe's eyes widened, and he threw the blood bag straight out. The blood splattered in midair fell on several vampires, as if they had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Foul-smelling black smoke rose from the body, and the flesh and bones quickly dissolved. "This blood is poisonous," Fithe exclaimed angrily. However, he had devoured half of his blood without knowing it, and an energy that seemed like a natural enemy rushed into his body immediately. "Ah!" Fithe screamed in pain. His body began to dissolve. At this moment, the runes on the altar began to change, converging towards Fithe's position. More and more blood-colored energy emerged, pouring into Fithe's body crazily, as if he didn't need money. Fithe's body swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a huge mass of meat exuding a strong, bloody smell. The altar was constantly wriggling, and it made people's sanity plummet. Face! The Blade Warrior fell from the sky and landed on the edge of the altar. His eyes were red, and he roared at Fithe. Fithe was originally his enemy, and now, with his mother's accusation, the Blade Warrior's murderous intent towards Fithe has reached its peak. At the moment, the Blade Fighters have found their equipment, but the silver longsword was left outside the bar yesterday. The Blade Fighters took out their spare silver daggers, went straight to Fithe, and killed them. Seeing the appearance of the Blade Warrior, the vampire elite guarding the altar were startled at first, but they still remembered Fithe's order, immediately intercepted the Blade Warrior, and directly fought with the Blade Warrior. At the same time, the vampires on other floors also noticed the battle at the altar below. A vampire exclaimed, "It's Daywalker, hurry up." Boom! The bullet was entwined with mana and instantly penetrated the vampire's head. Immediately afterwards, several ultraviolet grenades were thrown to different positions, and the ultraviolet rays spread around in an instant. The vampires within the coverage area had no resistance to ability at all, screaming and turning into a pile of ashes. The vampires hurriedly looked at the attacker, passing the camouflage sword. Bang! 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 ___. Lu Chuang stood on the commanding heights, holding his two guns in front of his chest, pouring mana into the pistols continuously, and killing the vampires that appeared in sight one by one. The number of vampires continued to decrease, so the vampires outside the altar had to abandon the Blade Warriors, turned their guns to Lu Chuang, who was high up, and launched an angry counterattack. Da-da-da-da! Tongues of fire erupted in an instant, and the sound of gunfire almost toppled the ceiling. Lu Chuang's pupils suddenly zoomed in. Under slow motion, all the bullet trails were clearly visible. His figure was like a ghost moving through the rain of bullets. The pistol fired continuously at a speed not weaker than that of a submachine gun, sweeping away the vampires on every floor. Even the vampires hiding behind the barriers did not let go. The arc bullets were frequently used, and all kinds of bullet tracks that violated the laws of science were dazzling. "I'm hiding here. I don't believe he can kill. Jack, why did you die? F***K. I will replace you. Everyone, don't be afraid. You will be the king of guns since the beginning of the day. Run. That guy's a monster." Hearing the sudden stop of one by one companions around them, the vampires felt chills in their bones. The fear of death shrouded in an instant, and they couldn't help but have an illusion in their hearts. They seemed to be surrounded by each other alone. After a short period of self-doubt, the vampires immediately took countermeasures. Dozens of vampires rushed to the floor where Chuang was, or walked the stairs, or climbed the walls, and surrounded Chuang from all directions, intending to encircle him. The threatening Chuang. Facing the swarm of vampires, Chuang simply stopped moving, raised his right foot and stepped heavily on the vampires climbing up from the wall, then raised two modified pistols and fired wildly at the attacking vampires. The death of the companion, on the contrary, aroused the viciousness of this group of vampires even more. Regardless of the threat of bullets, the vampires attacked Chuang swiftly. Chuang put away the overheated pistol, looked at the vampires who were close at hand, rushed forward instead of retreating, and rushed towards the group of vampires head-on. Get punched out by the nearest vampire. Boom! The face of the vampire suddenly sunken, and the whole person smashed straight into the wall behind in a strangely twisted posture. The body quickly melted away, making the vampire who had just rushed over a little bit stagnant. What kind of vampire is this, so fierce? Taking advantage of the time when the vampires were stupefied, Chuang jumped into the most concentrated part of the vampires, and with his fists condensed with strong mana, he constantly slammed into the surrounding vampires, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Chuang's terrifying power is hard for even a vampire's body to resist. With the help of mana, the vampire's body becomes even more fragile. He has only one person kill him together. Although the vampires are afraid of Chuang's amazing combat power, their numerical advantage doubles their confidence. After all, they are vampires who often appear as villains, and it is normal for a group of people to beat up a person. Seeing vampires blocking all his escape routes, Chuang has no fear and has the talent of a super high school wrestler. Melee combat has long been not his weakness, but one of his strongest strengths. Chuang grabbed a vampire's arm, exerted force from his waist, and using his shoulders as a support point, he slammed the vampire on his back to the ground. Then he held his head with both hands and twisted it vigorously, and his neck instantly twisted into a ball of twists. Different from WWE's wrestling matches with show nature, Chuang's wrestling techniques are unsophisticated and extremely fierce. Most of the vampires hit by him turned into dust and dissipated on the spot. Only a small part were seriously injured and fell to the ground, but their bodies were also constantly eroded by the mana like a necrosis Zhao's soul, and they cried out in pain on the ground. Lost Battle Ability 7. Chuang opened his palm and grabbed a vampire's face suddenly. The creepy sound of bone shattering came from between his fingers, and then he precisely grabbed a vampire that was rushing towards him and pinched the opponent's neck, pressing hard on the ground. His figure suddenly fell, and his knees directly crushed that ferocious head. Come again. Don't stop. Feeling the gradually growing magic power in his body, Chuang grinned wantonly, staring at these vampires frantically. It's like a hungry beast looking at a piece of meat. Seeing such a cruel Chuang, the vampire swallowed his saliva, subconsciously took a few steps back. Compared to them, this guy in front of him seemed more like an evil villain. At the moment, on the highest platform of the Palace of Eternal Night, swarms of vampires filled the entire space in an instant, encircling and suppressing Chuang from every angle. Chuang had almost no place to move, and was inevitably successfully attacked by some vampires, and large and small wounds began to appear on his body. But before Chuang felt unwell, the undead feature was activated instantly, and the wounds automatically appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Repair. With Chuang's current self-healing speed, even if he is sent to the hospital with a severed limb, the doctor will say that fortunately he was sent in time, otherwise the wound will heal later. Chuang simply gave up his defense, plunged headlong into the crowd of vampires, and directly resisted the attacks from all directions. He raised his fist and blasted out continuously. Vampires continued to die in his hands, and Chuang's body was constantly injured and injured. Self-healing, completely exchange injuries for injuries. Different from the vampire whose offensive starts to weaken, Chuang is more and more courageous, like a tireless machine. Not Chuang blowing all day. At the end of the fight, Chuang felt that this kind of killing efficiency was still too slow. Even if he punched a child, it would take a lot of time to deal with so many vampires. But the current situation is not suitable for using faster firearms. Chuang stopped suddenly, facing the tide of vampires. The mana in his body quickly gathered towards his head. At the moment when the vampires were about to engulf Chuang, 643, as if materialized mana burst out suddenly. It turned into dazzling light and spread around, illuminating the entire palace of eternal night. Is this the holy light? Feeling the strong, holy breath, the vampires had an idea at the same time. Enveloped by the radiance, the vampires didn't even let out a scream, and their whole bodies were burned instantly, turning into ashes and dissipating. After the light dissipated, only Chuang was left on the platform. Ultimate moved to clear the field. Handsome is very handsome, but the consumption is a bit high. Chuang thought in his heart. This move already consumes a lot of energy, not to mention that he spreads the range of holy light to a longer distance. Instead of just attaching to the body surface, the energy consumption is even greater. The move just now directly consumed a quarter of his mana, and this was on the premise that he had already killed hundreds of vampires. If it was changed to a few days ago, it is estimated that he could be squeezed out directly. However, Chuang eliminated dozens of vampires at once, and the mana in his body skyrocketed again. If his mana was the water in the bathtub a few days ago, it is now a pond. At the same time, the fighting on the circular altar was in full swing. When Chuang came down, the Blade Fighters had already eliminated nearly 10 vampire elites and were fighting with the remaining 5 vampire elites. And in the center of the altar, there are 4 vampire elites surrounding the huge mass of meat. Even though their companions are fighting with Blade Fighters not far away, they still stay where they are, as if to protect the huge mass of flesh. It's quite loyal. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshot exploded, and the vampire elites in front of the Blade Warriors tilted their heads and disappeared instantly. I have attracted so many vampires for you, and you haven't solved it yet? Holding the pistol, Chuang ignored the vigilant eyes of the vampire elite and walked slowly through the hospital. The Blade Warrior remained expressionless. Come on, just give me some more time, and we'll be done. Chuang glanced at the scarred body of the Blade Warrior, not bothering to expose this stubborn man. Boom! Without warning, the thunder that was thought to have stopped sounded again. Immediately, the runes on the altar lit up red, and the huge mass of flesh suddenly moved, and its size began to shrink slowly, while skin tissue grew on the body surface, followed by hair, limbs, and 5. Soon, the huge lump of flesh shrank into a human shape and changed back to Fight's appearance. Even the clothes on his body changed back. At the moment, Fight's face looked abnormally pale, and his body was as thin as a wooden stick, completely disproportionate. He slowly opened his eyes. The whites and pupils of his eyes were covered with blood, and his whole body exuded a coldness. Infiltrating breath. This is the power of the blood god. Fife looked at his recast body, raised his hands, and muttered to himself. After seeing Fife return to human form, a female, BDEJ, vampire elite surprised and said, Fez, you succeeded? Yes, I succeeded, but... Fife smiled strangely and suddenly reached out and grabbed the female vampire's neck. Under the unbelievable gaze of the other party, Fez's 2 fangs popped out of his mouth and pierced fiercely into the female vampire's neck. His body swelled up rapidly, and his pale face gradually returned to blood. In less than half a second, the female vampire turned into a shriveled corpse. Obviously, her blood has been sucked dry. A vampire bites a vampire? Lu Chuang's expression was very strange. Some time ago, he asked blade fighters whether vampires could drink the blood of other creatures, such as animal blood, so that he could introduce blade fighters to eat Chuang. But the answer of the Blade Warrior is that although the only food for vampires is blood, they only suck human blood. As for the blood of animals, or the same kind, for vampires, it is almost like eating shit. Now Fight's actions are undoubtedly the #1 in the vampire world, and he only needs to call Olage. The eyes of the Blade Warrior and other vampires were also very subtle, but Fight ignored them and threw away this loyal vampire subordinate like trash. Not enough. I need more. Fifth roared in a low voice and grabbed another elite vampire to suck on it again, so fast that even the elite vampires couldn't react. But Firth doesn't seem to be satisfied yet. In the blink of an eye, all the vampire elites guarding Fight's side turned into mummies, and Fight's body completely returned to normal. He wiped off the blood remaining around his mouth, showing a happy expression. The feeling is amazing. Anyway, Lu Chuang didn't understand Fight's operation. Did he pretend to backstab his teammates? Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chuang didn't have hesitation, and while Feth was sucking blood, he aimed at Feth's head and shot continuously. The bullets with holy aura shot out, shooting towards Fight's body and head. Too slow. Fight squinted, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a contemptuous arc. The moment the gun rang, his body had already moved, and he raised the mummy in his hand to block in front of him, and most of the bullets hit the mummy. The Blade Warrior didn't watch the show and shot decisively after Lu Chuang shot, holding the silver dagger behind his back and rushing towards Fight's side, his arm muscles stretched high, and he stabbed into Fight's head with all his strength. Strangely, Feth, who could block even bullets, couldn't block the silver dagger of the Blade Warrior. The head stabbed fiercely into Fight's head, and the entire blade sank into the flesh and blood. However, there was no joy on the Blade Warrior's face, but became dignified instead. Fez in front of him didn't turn into ashes. The silver dagger pierced Fight's head deeply, but he didn't disappear like an ordinary vampire. Fight's blood-red eyes stared at the Blade Warrior, showing a mocking smile. It's useless, now I'm like you, I don't have the weakness of a vampire. These methods can't kill me. Suddenly, Feth's figure rose violently. His speed is extremely fast, so fast that even the dynamic vision of the blade fighter is difficult to capture. Waving his arms brings up an afterimage, and the wind pressure roars towards the blade fighter is swept away. Boom! Accompanied by the dull impact sound, the blade soldier spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out of the altar in an instant and fell heavily in front of Lu Chuang. On the altar, Fife reached out and pulled out the silver dagger stuck in his head. The flesh and blood around the wound healed quickly like a torrent of dark plasma, which also showed that the silverware had no effect on him at all. Lu Chuang threw a purification to the Blade Warrior, and the Blade Warrior's injury was slowly repairing. He reluctantly stood up, looked at Fife with a solemn expression, and said in a low voice, "Damn, there seems to be something wrong with this guy Fife. Now his strength and speed are stronger than those of pure blood. See, I'm not blind." Lu Chuang narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, Fight's soul was like a meat dumpling soaked in a pool of blood, filled with rich blood-colored energy. If he guessed correctly, the energy should be the reason why Fight became stronger. Lu Chuang licked his tongue. He could feel the mana in his body becoming active, sending him a signal of desire. I don't know how much mana the blood god can add to him. Firth noticed Lu Chuang's malicious eyes, snorted coldly, and easily pinched the silver dagger in his hand. "You are not a vampire, nor are you that blood-sucking D blade. Who are you?" Lu Chuang's disguised identity was discovered. This is the first time Lu Chuang has been seen through the disguise since he got the camouflage technique. However, Lu Chuang was not surprised either. After thinking about it, he knew that Fife must have some ability to perceive the blood of a vampire, so that he would find out that he is not a vampire. Lu Chuang used camouflage to change into a familiar black robe, with a silver cross necklace hanging around his neck, and his words were pious and gentle. I am the agent of the Lord, the spokesperson of God's punishment on earth. In order to be more in line with the image of the priest, Chuang deliberately changed into the image of a gray-haired middle-aged man, who looks like an honest man handing out leaflets on the street. Father, Fife frowned slightly, a priest and a half-vampire. What kind of weird team is this? But Firth didn't pay much attention to it. In his eyes, the Blade Warrior and Chuang were already two dead men. Even if Chuang was a priest, he could still transform, so he would die in his hands in the end. Fife showed his white fangs and said disdainfully, "From now on, no one can block the way of vampires, and human beings will be driven off the world stage by us soon and become slaves and food of vampires, and I, Dick and Fez, will be the king of all vampires." Chuang said cheerfully, "Just now, the few remaining vampires were all killed by you yourself. Where did we come from?" Felston choked for a moment, and he glared at Chuang fiercely. "Those useless wastes will die as soon as they die. Give me a little time, and I will be able to rebuild a larger army of vampires. Cities are our base camps." Chuang sneered. He didn't look very good, but he thought it was pretty. "If you are really asked to form a vampire army, SHIELD will be the first to come to you. Nick Fury will definitely not let vampires play monsters in his territory. Maybe they suddenly rise up and decide to form Avengers in advance. Take this first, a group of vampires came to do the surgery. What's more, Nick Fury still has a secret weapon in his hand, a certain ant who is light years away from the Earth. If you recruit her back, no matter how many vampire legions you give you, it will be useless." Asking for flowers. When Fife heard Chuang's laughter, his eyes instantly turned cold. "You're looking for death." After saying that, Fife jumped from the altar, turning into a black shadow and attacking Chuang. Boom, boom, boom. Smelling the bloody wind coming towards him, Chuang didn't change his face, and two modified pistols appeared in his hands and fired at Fife. A trace of fear flashed in Fife's eyes. He who became a blood god was extremely sensitive to special energy. He could feel that the energy attached to the bullet was the same as the energy in the bag. Thinking of the bag of blood that almost killed him, Fife didn't take it hard, but chose to dodge. Now his speed is completely capable of dodging bullets. Just as Fife sideways dodged the bullets, the trajectories of the two bullets suddenly changed, drawing a strange arc in the air, and then collided in mid-air. A bullet hit Fife's back unexpectedly. "Ah!" Feth howled miserably, clutching his back in pain. I saw a small area on his back that resembled burning marks, and the bullet's damage to him was almost negligible, but the holy energy made him unbearably painful. However, Fife's wound still healed, but the speed of healing was much slower than before. "Ha ha ha! I told you guys can't kill me." Fife laughed triumphantly. Seeing this scene, the Blade fighter frowned. Could it be that the holy light doesn't even work? Mana doesn't work? Chuang narrowed his eyes. No, it still works. He could clearly see the mana eroding Fife's soul, but it was quickly extinguished by the bloody energy in Fife's body. However, the blood pool seemed to have decreased a little, but it wasn't very obvious. That is to say, before the blood energy in the blood pool was completely consumed, Fife could recover like this constantly. In this regard, Chuang was not disappointed. He raised his two guns to his chest and grinned. "Sorry, the moment you showed your blood, you were already dead." Boom, boom, boom. The holy light bullets escaped, and the dense rain of bullets shot at Fife. However, this time Fife had already prepared himself. 5 black sharp claws popped out from his fingertips, and accompanied by the sound of thunderous metal collisions, the elusive bullet tracks were all blocked by Fife. "Useless trick." Fife laughed wildly. The killing intent in the depths of his eyes was strong. He couldn't tolerate Chuang, a human being who could hurt him. If Chuang didn't die, the other party would definitely become an obstacle for him to lead the vampire army to dominate the Earth. In Fife's heart, Chuang had already been labeled as mortal. The next moment, Fife's figure was as fast as a ghost, and he appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. The blade fighters couldn't even see Fife's movements clearly and had no time to defend. Obviously, 283. Just now, Fife didn't use his full strength. Sharp, tearing air sounds hit, and a pungent stench rushed straight into the nostrils. Lu Chuang's pupils suddenly dilated, and adrenaline flooded his whole body. Fife, who was close at hand, seemed to slow down several times suddenly. The ferocious and distorted face was full of cruelty. His 5 fingers were tightly closed, and his sharp claws were like sharp knives. General was about to stab him and blade in the chest. With Fife's strength, if he grasped it firmly, he would undoubtedly pierce through the flesh and blood of the two of them. Although Lu Chuang's physique can barely keep up with Fife's speed, the speed of the car that has just started is naturally faster than the speed of the car that has just started. Seeing that he and the Blade Warrior were going to be smashed into strings by sharp claws, Lu Chuang didn't have any hesitation and immediately controlled a large amount of mana to flow to his head. In an instant, it was like the light of dawn erupting from Lu Chuang's body. Feth's whole body was covered by holy energy, and he let out a heart-piercing scream. Under the damage of mana, a large area of burn marks appeared on the surface of Fife's body, and more than half of his flesh melted directly, exposing the bloody bones inside. And awful. The strong light swept in all directions, and the Blade Warrior was also involved. His eyes were pierced by the light so that he couldn't open it. Hell, why'd he get tricked, even if he wore sunglasses? For beating up his teammates, Lu Chuang did not apologize and kicked the temporarily blind blade fighter more than 10 meters away, then raised his gun and shot at Fife, saying that he was the best at beating dogs in the water. Bang! 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 Several holy light bullets poured on Fife's body. Fife's body was like a torrential rain that devastated a pond. His skin and flesh rippled and rippled, but the strange thing was not a single drop of blood flowed from Fife's wound. Until Lu Chuang ran out of bullets in the magazine, Fife's body was already in tatters beyond human shape. His head was beaten into a hornet's nest by the bullets, and he didn't know how many bullets were stuffed in his mouth. However, the seemingly horrific injuries did not kill Faith. I saw the flesh and blood from Fife's wounds squirming wantonly, gathering together like flowing blood to integrate, squeezing out all the bullets in his body, and returning to its original state in an instant. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you directly. I'll cut off your limbs and let you live a life that's worse than death, witnessing the end of humankind. Fife roared fiercely. The self-proclaimed king of vampires was beaten so embarrassingly by Lu Chuang. Fife's self-esteem was severely frustrated. His mentality exploded on the spot, and his body suddenly exploded at a frightening speed, rushing towards Lu Chuang, waving his sharp claws and stabbing at Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang, with super dynamic vision, Lu Chuang bent over and leaned back, avoiding the deadly trajectory of Faith's claws on his abdomen. Suddenly, a rushing sound of breaking through the sky came. Fife's figure unexpectedly stagnated in midair. His right leg swept out suddenly and kicked Lu Chuang's right shoulder heavily. Boom! Lu Chuang could barely raise his arm to block, and then his arm and half of his shoulder made the sound of bone shattering, and his body flew horizontally, hitting a stone pillar firmly. The surface of the stone pillar shattered like a spider's web, showing a human-shaped depression. Lu Chuang slid down slowly along with the inertia, standing on the ground and barely stabilizing his body's balance. Firth transformed into a blood god is indeed very powerful. Whether it is strength or speed, Fife is far superior to ordinary vampires. Even blade fighters with half-human blood are far inferior to Fife, coupled with the powerful self-healing ability. It is definitely not easy to kill Feth. Seeing Lu Chuang stretching his right arm by his side, Fife was filled with joy, and his smile gradually twisted. Yes, that's it. Continue to struggle hard, even if you use that strange method to hurt me. So what? Now I'm a real regenerative healing factor. Even the sun's ultraviolet rays have no effect on me. What are you going to do? Kill me. His body can continue to recover, and the opponent will only become weaker and weaker due to serious injuries. To use a very popular saying, that is, I can make many mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. In Fez's eyes, Chuang is already a fish on his chopping board. Let him slaughter him. Regenerative healing factor? Listening to Firth's standard villain lines, Chuang showed an idiot-like expression. Isn't it self-healing ability, as if no one knows how to say it? In the next moment, under Feth's stunned gaze, Chuang's broken right arm healed quickly. With a crisp, crackling sound, all the broken bones of Chuang recovered as before, and the recovery speed was not weaker than that of Fife, a half-vampire whose eyes have not yet recovered. Chuang raised his recovered right arm, took out a black mask from his bosom, and gently put it on his face. Then, he looked at Fife, who hadn't recovered from his senses, and said with a grin, "Little bat, let's start the second round." 0.2 mask blessing. In the state of wearing a mask, the physical fitness is doubled. Chuang's physical fitness has surpassed the peak of human beings. With twice the blessing, his body soared to a terrifying value. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the stone road under Chuang's feet shattered. With huge amounts of impetus, Chuang crossed a distance of more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye, and came to Fife, without any Huaqiao's clenched fists. Feth had no time to react, and felt a powerful force reaching his face, and the holy energy poured into his body with his fist, constantly eroding Feth's body and soul, making him in agony. Fez stared at his blood-red eyes, roaring angrily in his heart. Damn it, this guy was obviously injured. Why did he recover so quickly? Boom! Another punch. The fist with the strong wind hit Fife's face heavily, and his face suddenly became distorted, accompanied by the sound of skull shattering, which was also mixed with Fife's painful and angry wailing. For Fife, the physical injury is not worth mentioning at all, but the mana full of holy aura spreads crazily along the body, melting Fife's soul. If it wasn't for the blood energy to resist the erosion of mana, he would have disappeared like ordinary vampires. The shattered bones recovered in an instant. Fife's eyes were bloodshot and scarlet. Like a child who had been deceived, he roared angrily, "This self-healing ability, you are not human at all. I have said that I am the agent of the Lord. God knows he is my boss. I can go to heaven to retire and retire after I have done enough performance. Before that, I am immortal." While speaking, Chuang raised his fist and kept punching Fife, causing Fife's body to jump repeatedly between destruction and repair, bit by bit annihilating the bloody energy of Fife's soul. At this time, Fife also felt that the bloody energy in his body was being continuously consumed, and his face instantly became ugly. Bloody energy is his source of power. If the bloody energy is completely consumed, not only will his body become weak at the age of 13, even his life will be threatened. Faced with the threat of his life, Fife could no longer maintain his composure. Just now, disregarding the declaration of catching Chuang alive, his whole body burst out of strength, and he waved his hand quickly towards Chuang's head. The tips of his sharp claws flickered coldly under the light. Firth is extremely fast, but Chuang is faster than him. Chuang turned sideways slightly. His sharp claws brushed past him and pierced through the stone pillar behind him without any hindrance. Bang on Faith's chest. Boom! Fife's facial features were suddenly distorted, and the chest hit by the fist was instantly dented. Chuang took advantage of the opportunity to grab Fife, who was bending over and kneeling, and fell over his shoulders to the ground. His knees pressed against Fife's shoulders so that he could not move. His fists were like heavy cannons, and he beat Fife's head like a violent storm. The sound of cracking fractures can be heard endlessly, quite the style of hitting tin. Flesh throbbed, bones trembled, Fife's newly repaired head shattered again, and was hammered by Chuang so that he couldn't resist at all. Roar! Feeling the severe pain from his body, Fife suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, like serrated blades. Immediately afterwards, Fife's face gradually became wrinkled, and his body swelled up rapidly. A septum similar to a bat's wing appeared in the creaking nest, and a large amount of gray hair grew on the body surface. Fight size didn't stop until he reached 2 meters, and he looked like a big human bat. After the transformation, Fight's strength soared, and he immediately broke free from Lu Chuang's shackles, appearing a few meters away in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuang didn't chase after him. He looked at Fight's new look and muttered, "This bat is domesticated or wild. If you absorb it, you shouldn't get sick, right? Human, I want you to die." Fight's voice was sharp and piercing, which made Lu Chuang feel a little uncomfortable. When the fierce wind hit, Fight rushed to Lu Chuang in an instant. His body was huge and seemed bulky, but his movements were extremely fast, waving his sharp claws at extremely fast speed. He was about to tear Lu Chuang into pieces. Lu Chuang bent down to avoid the sharp claws and continued to hammer Fight with his fist. However, Fight's gray hair was unexpectedly thick, directly reducing part of the power of the fist, and only the remaining power fell on Fight. But it was difficult to hinder Fight's movements. "Your attack is useless to me." Fight shook his head, only to see flesh and blood surging all over his body. All injuries healed. No damage could be seen at all. That ugly face became more and more distorted, eyes filled with tyrannical malice. "And you? Die deal." Regardless of Lu Chuang's attack, Fight suddenly opened his arms and hugged Lu Chuang in his arms. His arm muscles tensed suddenly. "I've caught you." Fight laughed cruelly, with an unpleasant stench coming from his mouth. Lu Chuang was imprisoned by Feth's strongman. His 2 rough, long arms locked his body tightly, and he couldn't break free for a while. There was a sound of unbearable weight coming from the arms on both sides. It was obvious that Feth was going to kill a man in his arms. "Don't worry, I will send you to heaven in advance." Fight grinned grimly. He wanted to smash all the joints and bones of Lu Chuang's body. Even if Lu Chuang could self-heal, he could only become his plaything in the end. Facing Fight's strong malice, Lu Chuang said calmly, "Didn't I say Wei Zhang won't take me in?" After the words fell, Lu Chuang directly started the bullet time. Lu Chuang only felt his blood pressure rise suddenly, his heart beating rapidly, and his pupils dilated and contracted at the same frequency. Time began to slow down. Every hair of Fight became clearly visible, and the details of the changes in expression seemed to come into view as frames of animation. Lu Chuang's emotions became high. Adrenaline flooded his whole body. The pain of broken bones also eased, and his muscles and bones made a crackling sound like popping beans. The muscles of the body became stronger. Under Feth's horrified gaze, Lu Chuang forcibly stretched his arms. The broken arm had recovered, and he clasped Fight's wrist in reverse, making it impossible for him to break free. However, hell should take you in. Lu Chuang grinned, and then poured a lot of mana into his right leg, kicking Fight's heel. Mask blessing plus bullet time. With the double buff superimposed, Lu Chuang's strength skyrocketed again. Even if Fespi was rough and thick, he couldn't resist the huge amounts of Li Huan. Although the vampire's weaknesses are ultraviolet rays, garlic, silver, etc., Fight is a man first, and the fatal injury of a man is still inevitable. When the vitals were hit hard, Fight curled up his legs and fell to the ground. His eyes gradually became hollow. I don't know whether it is the burning of the mana that hurts more, or the position of the male 277 people. After seeing Fight kneeling down, Lu Chuang immediately triggered the passive of beating the dog in the water, and his fists turned into afterimages and blasted out rapidly. Ola, ola, ola. Under the shadow of fists all over the sky, Fight's body twisted crazily, and the ground beneath him spread in all directions like a spider web. Fight was terrified and wanted to fight back, but under Lu Chuang's inhuman dynamic vision, all his movements became traceable, and before he got up, he was hammered back to the ground by Lu Chuang. The pair of fists that condensed the holy aura kept beating on Fight's body one after another. Each punch could break Fight's flesh. At first, Fight was still able to struggle and resist, but after a few minutes, Fight's body's recovery speed could not keep up with the damage speed. His physical function declined rapidly, and Lu Chuang beat him to a bloody mess. At this moment, Lu Chuang's skin became red, and white smoke visible to the naked eye emitted from his body, which was a symptom of the time load of the bullet. But Lu Chuang didn't stop and continued to beat faith, saying, "My mission is to destroy the patients who resist our Lord, even if they have only the last piece of flesh left. Amen." The Blade Warrior, who had just recovered his sight, saw a white-haired man in a black robe and a strange and eerie black mask, with white smoke all over his body, beating a weak and pitiful bat with both fists flying in the flesh and blood. In the scene, there are some evil lines on the lips. Warrior Blade fell into deep thought. Is this sure to be the priest of the church, not an undercover agent sent by hell? Boom, boom, boom. A series of beating sounds like a violent storm echoed in the palace of eternal night. At the moment, Feth had already been hammered into an inhuman form, but from his painfully distorted face and the frenzied resentment flashing in those blood-red pupils, one could see how unwilling he was. Feeling the rapidly diminishing blood energy, Feth wanted to struggle crazily. As a blood god, he was about to reach the pinnacle of vampires. He didn't want to die aggrieved before stepping out of the starting point. Moreover, he has only lived for less than 100 years, and he has not enjoyed enough prosperous modern life yet. But Feth's struggle is doomed to be in vain. The bloody and brutal wound makes it difficult for him to stand up now. Not to mention that Lu Chuang didn't give him a chance at all. Just like a pile driver, his fists crazily kicked Feth's body. Little by little, the blood energy in Feth's body was wiped out. Lu Chuang spit out hot white mist from his mouth. The scorching temperature distorted the surrounding air. The blood vessels in his body contracted and expanded irregularly, and his heart frequency soared to nearly 500. If it were the previous Lu Chuang, no matter how strong his self-healing ability was, his body would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity load, so he just belched on the spot. But now, Lu Chuang's physical fitness is far from the peak of the Superman class. His strong body allows him to resist the side effects of bullet time and maintain the effect of bullet time for a long time. As time went by, the blood pool of Feth's soul was almost low. Lu Chuang was about to strike a fatal blow. Huge mana poured into his fist, forming a layer of faint white light on the outside. Even the Blade Warrior could feel that holy energy. Immediately, the fist slammed down. "No!" Feth roared unwillingly and tried his best to squeeze out the remaining bloody energy. His two arms instantly recovered and resisted Lu Chuang's fist. The holy energy wantonly melted the flesh and blood. Wrestling generally stagnates. Seeing this scene, the Blade Warrior rushed toward the two of them decisively, swung the silver dagger, and slashed at Feth's arm. Although his strength was far inferior to Feth's, it was enough to be the straw that crushed Feth. Finally, the fist condensed with strong magic power landed on Feth's head. Amidst howling at the bottom of his lungs, Feth's body erupted with dazzling brilliance, like shattered and reassembled glass. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the body, rapidly drying up and decaying. In an instant, Feth turned into a dry skin and bones with ferocious features, slowly weathered and corroded, turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind under the wind blowing from who knows where. Bah, bah, bah. The Blade Warrior spat wildly. He happened to be standing downwind and accidentally licked some ashes. At the moment when Feth was killed, Lu Chuang could feel that the mana in his body that was about to be exhausted suddenly surged, and the surging and inexhaustible mana flowed through his whole body, as refreshing as soaking in cold water. And the increased mana is almost 5 times that of his peak state, much more than he killed hundreds of vampires. Cool. Lu Chuang was overjoyed. With the mana in his body now, it is not a problem to produce 100 bottles of Universal Potion a day. Fighter Blade suppressed his nausea and asked Lu Chuang, "Is that guy dead?" Due to the self-healing ability that Feth displayed was a bit abnormal, the Blade Warrior was not sure whether Feth was really dead. Dead. Utterly dead. There was a hint of regret in Lu Chuang's words. It is estimated that it will be difficult to encounter such an experienced gift package like Feth again. I don't know if there will be opportunities to obtain such a large amount of mana in the future. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Warrior Blade heaved a sigh of relief. It's good to die. This kind of guy should go to hell. Lu Chuang glanced at Warrior Blade. He remembered that Warrior Blade's biological mother was Faith's concubine. That is to say, Faith should actually be regarded as Warrior Blade's stepfather. Congratulations to the Blade fighters for achieving their personal achievement. Mia Dad. I feel like you're thinking something very bad. Warrior Blade's eyelids twitched, and he seemed to sense Lu Chuang's full of malice. Lu Chuang decisively denied. No, I was just thinking about a problem. If we keep this altar, those vampires may continue to cultivate new blood gods. Hearing this, the Blade fighter was immediately diverted and said with a serious expression, I understand what you mean. In order to prevent a situation like Feth from happening again, we must destroy this place. Lu Chuang shook his head. I mean, why don't we leave this place and wait until the next time the vampires are ready to cultivate new blood gods? Then we'll come and harvest another wave of vampires and blood gods. You really are an undercover agent sent by hell. Warrior Blade thought it was wrong after thinking about it. He couldn't just misunderstand a righteous priest. Maybe the other party was just trying to brush up his performance? This seems to be even worse. If churches are like this church will be finished sooner or later. Warrior Blade disagrees with Lu Chuang's plan. After all, leaving this altar is a big problem after all. Who knows if there are other trigger conditions for the altar? If the vampires suddenly cultivated a large group of blood gods, what kind of vampires did he hunt at that time? The streets were full of blood gods. Could he go up there with a silver long sword and scrape them? Warrior Blade directly expressed his objection, but soon, after some tear-jerking persuasion by Lu Chuang, Warrior Blade felt that his vision was still too short-sighted and finally agreed to keep the altar. Warrior Blade covered his two bruised panda eyes, squeezed out a smile, and asked, Father, where is your church? Lu Chuang said lightly, Why are you asking this? What to do? Definitely go to Lee Chapel and expose you undercover. Warrior Blade remained calm. It's nothing. I want to visit your church and thank them for cultivating you, an outstanding elite. Lu Chuang said cheerfully, So if that's the case, I thought you were going to church to expose me. Haha. We are friends who have experienced battles. How could I expose you? A few drops of cold sweat broke out on the Blade soldier's forehead. If Lu Chuang knew what he was thinking, with Lu Chuang's fighting power, he would probably hang him up beat. Didn't you see Faith's self-healing ability being hammered into meatballs? Lu Chuang nodded. My church is in room 1001, building 2, Tuna Garden, Tuna Street. You are welcome to come anytime. Okay. Blade fighters remember this address. I believe that soon, an anonymous letter will be sent to the church, signed by Mr. Blade, who is unwilling to disclose. America, Westchester. In the wilderness area, a purple light curtain appeared out of thin air, and 5 figures walked out from it. Lu Chuang looked at the coordinates of the phone, nodded, and said, The coordinates are accurate. It should be here. Looking up, you can see a large rusty iron gate. From the wanton growth of weeds around it, it can be seen that there has been no one to take care of it for a long time. Hearing his words, Clarice behind her immediately closed the portal. Marcus looked at this desolate land and said with some doubts, Are you sure this is the X-Men's base? It used to be the base. Lu Chuang emphasized. Lu Chuang recruited several temporary workers from the Mutant underground organization, including Clarice and Marcus, 2 important members of the Mutant underground organization. Seeing that Lu Chuang needed help, John agreed without thinking too much. After all, Lu Chuang had helped them so much, and it wasn't that Lu Chuang didn't pay remuneration and the money for hiring members was deducted from his arrears. According to the address provided by Ivan, Lu Chuang asked Clarice to open the portal and take everyone to teleport. After several times of teleportation and positioning, they finally found the location of the old base of the district police. Lu Chuang cleared away the weeds on the stone pillars, and soon he saw a dilapidated iron doorplate. The English on it had become blurred, but a few words could still be discerned. Xavier Academy for Gifted Boys. Seeing this, Lu Chuang knew he was in the right place. Lu Chuang snapped his fingers lightly, and Clarice immediately understood, pulling up a small purple light curtain with both hands. Chuang reached into it and groped a few times, and soon took out a glass of steaming happy fat house water. Clarice's portal is really convenient. It can be big or small. The big one can be used as a portal, and the small one can also be used as a portable space. Pull a portal directly into the refrigerator, and there are various drinks placed by Chuang inside. It can be taken out to drink anytime. You know, the protagonist in the novel has a personal space. Although Chuang doesn't have a portable space until now, he can create one by himself. So, Chuang spent a sum of money to hire Clarice. Chuang doesn't need Clarice to quit the Mutant underground organization. He just needs to open a teleportation door when he needs it. Anyway, Clarice can teleport at will within several cities, B to DF, and then Chuang will make a phone call. Letting Clarice pull the portal directly can be regarded as an alternative version of the portable space. After seeing Chuang's huge amount of employment money, Clarice agreed without hesitation and signed a long-term employment contract with Chuang. With this money, their mutant underground organization can last longer. However, what Clarice doesn't know is that their leader John still owes Chuang a huge sum of money, so the money will go back to Chuang's pocket after going around. Go in and have a look. Chuang happily drank the happy fat house water, pushed open the iron gate, and walked inside along the road. Soon, they saw a piece of ruins appearing in front of them. A dilapidated building stands in the middle of the garden. The upper part of the building has collapsed, and rubble and debris are scattered on the ground. Among them, some desks and chairs can be seen as if they were colleges that have experienced the devastation of war. Chuang turned to look at a long-haired man. "It's your job." The long-haired man nodded, and he squatted down, touching the abandoned building with his hands. After a while, the long-haired man said, "I can sense a huge space below at a depth of about 200 meters. The long-haired man is also a member of the Mutant Underground organization. He has the ability to explore the ground and is most suitable for excavation work." Chuang asked, "Is there a way down?" The long-haired man shook his head and said, "There is only one elevator that can go down, but it has completely collapsed there. It's not a problem. Leave it to me," Clarice said confidently. Immediately afterwards, Clarice closed her eyes, and half a minute later, she opened her arms and opened a new portal. Opposite the portal was a completely dark space without any light. Seeing this, Marcus walked forward consciously, his hands exuding dazzling light, instantly illuminating the internal environment. Chuang nodded in satisfaction. He had to give John a suggestion when he went back. Their organization should change its name. Instead of calling it the Mutant Underground Organization, it should be called the Mutant Underground Talent Market. There is hacker hypnotic ability on the top and brick-moving lighting on the bottom. Talents in any industry can be found here, and professional instruments and equipment are not required. On the Earth before Chuang, such capable employees would definitely be snapped up by various companies. Chuang walked into the portal skillfully. Under the light of Marcus, he found that his position was a long passage. With the help of a super university-level architect, Chuang can see that the walls, ceiling, and floor are all made of high-strength titanium alloy. It is not easy to complete such a project in such a deep underground. Not only does it require sufficient manpower and material resources, you also need a good architect. Definitely, there is also the possibility that the architect was able to manipulate metal. Seeing this spectacular underground base, Marcos sighed. "Well, I believe this is the X-Men's base. It's just amazing. Compare with our base is a slum." Chuang glanced at Marcus. "As long as you provide enough money and materials, I can build the same underground base. Even if you want to build a White House underground, there is no problem." Marcus smiled awkwardly. He forgot that the architect of his base was here, and the other party was his current boss. How could any employee dare to slander his boss face to face? Marcos tried to explain. "Actually, I took a closer look and found that this base is still a bit different from our base. At least it is not as comfortable as our base." "Marcos, the X-Men must be living in the building above. It doesn't seem to be used for living here." Clarice silently gave Marcus 10 strength. Marcus laughed awkwardly. "Really, maybe I made a mistake. Lu Chuang patted Marcos on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not a narrow-minded person, so I won't take this to heart." Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew you were a good person." Lu Chuang smiled and said nothing. He has never been a narrow-minded person, but he has a relatively good memory, and anyone who has said bad things about him will remember it in his mind. Unlike the buildings on the ground, this technologically sounding underground base has no obvious signs of being destroyed, but the ground is still covered with thick dust, and it is obvious that no one has visited it for a long time. Before Lu Chuang took a few steps, he saw a doorway. Lu Chuang reached out to touch the door, and under the effect of the master key, the door opened without hindrance, and there were various medical equipment and instruments in the room, which seemed to be a treatment room. Lu Chuang glanced inside and said, "Clarissa pulls the portal back and removes everything here." Clarice wondered, "Is there anything special about these things?" Lu Chuang said, "Everything here is clues that may involve the X-Men, and none of them should be missed. So that's how it is. These members of the Mutant Underground organization more or less know the purpose of coming here, and they're also full of curiosity about the legendary X-Men." After walking a few steps, Lu Chuang saw another room. He opened the door and looked at the equipment like a gym. "The things here move too," Lu Chuang said lightly, and continued to go deep along the passage. Whenever he encountered a room, he told Marcus and the others to turn around and remove all the things inside, even the bathroom. It's a bit difficult to dig out all the ground. The expressions of Marcus and the others became more and more strange. "Thieves are not as exaggerated as you. You're going to clear all the X-Men bases." After some searching, everyone finally came to the end of the passage. A straight corridor appeared on the left, and at the end was a thick round metal door with huge amounts of X symbol. "It feels like a vault in a bank," Clarice said. "Basically, it contains the most powerful weapon of the X-Men, although I don't know if it is still there." Lu Chuang walked over and hammered the metal door, and found that it was quite strong, and it was estimated that the missiles would not be able to blow it open. Then he checked the metal door and found that the metal door was locked inside, and the built-in system needed to be activated to open it. He could use the master key to open it forcibly, but if he wanted to push open such a heavy metal door, he had to at least turn on the bullet time and the power of the mask to do so. But Lu Chuang still didn't move. He had hired someone with money, and he didn't need to do such hard work at all. Lu Chuang leisurely drank the water from the Happy Fat House and directed the long-haired man and a short-haired girl. "You two go to the electric room and restart this underground base." The short-haired girl's code name is Electrical Appliances, and ability is to control various electrical equipment. This job is perfect for her. The two nodded to express their understanding, took out the flashlight from their arms, turned around with the light on, and left. 5 minutes later, with the sound of the lights turning on, the passage instantly became brighter, and even the originally slightly turbid air improved a lot. The metal door in front of them also lit up, and an electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded. Pupil recognition. The small hole in the center of the metal door emits a blue light, scanning Lu Chuang's eyes at the front. Authentication error. Is this an intelligent system? Marcus and Clarice were very surprised. X-Men is a legend of the last century. They had such a technological level in that era, which is enough to see how advanced the technological level of X-Men is. Even a mutant underground organization does not have such high technology. Thinking of this, Marcus and Clarice felt sad for a while. Why is there such a big gap between mutant and mutant? A gleam flashed in Lu Chuang's eyes. Apart from other things, this door looks very compelling. It must be good to take it back and use it as a door. It's the same with the metal door. Remember to remove it and take it back. Marcus was speechless. You don't mean to say that this door also has clues to X-Men? I'm keeping it for them. Look at this door. It's been damaged after being here for so long. Lu Chuang pointed to an inconspicuous white mark on the metal door and said righteously. The corner of Marcus's mouth twitched. The mark was obviously hammered out by you just now. He showed embarrassment. This is not good. This is something from X-Men, and we don't have the ability to take this metal door away. Asterisk. After learning that X-Men is a real existence, Marcus has a trace of admiration and yearning for X-Men, and he is not very willing to see the base of his idol destroyed. Chuang patted Marcos on the shoulder. I remember your ability can release solar energy, right? Use your ability to take out the metal door. Hearing Chuang's words, Marcus stared wide-eyed. What a vicious heart. Not only wanted to destroy his idol's base, but actually asked him to do it himself. Let me tell you, this is absolutely impossible. When it's done, you can sign the same contract as Clarice. Okay, boss, I promise to complete the task. Marcos showed a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. 0. Clarice's employment fee is 50 times that of his. Compared with the more realistic USD, putting idols aside is the basic survival skills of people in society. No, I just want this metal door. Chuang stopped the enthusiastic Marcos and walked to the metal door. Sensing Chuang, the electronic voice sounded again. No permission, no access. Chuang ignored the electronic sound and directly reached out to touch the metal door. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of an exhaust valve blowing air, the metal door opened automatically under the surprised eyes of Marcus and Clarice. What appeared in front of them was an extremely large spherical space, the walls of which were neatly lined with dense metal sheets. In the center of the space is a circular platform with a sophisticated operating table on it. But the cerebro that Chuang expected was not seen, which is the special instrument that Professor X in the movie connects the brainwaves of humans and mutants all over the world. That is Professor X's big killer, and with his powerful telepathy ability, if Professor X is willing, he can kill 99% of life on Earth with one thought. Even birds and beasts cannot escape. If it weren't for Professor X being a positive character, the game for humans would have been over long ago. I don't know what kind of trouble this big guy has encountered. He took all the X-Men to play and disappeared collectively. Target meets the conditions. When Chuang looked at the console, the game system suddenly popped up a prompt. Chuang was overjoyed, and even the prompt from the game system came out, which proved that this item was a mission-related item, and maybe it contained the truth about the disappearance of the X-Men. Seeing this, Chuang immediately walked over to check the console. Fortunately, Chuang found that this thing seems to be working, and it is full of modern touchscreen operation. No wonder the X-Men in the movie are never short of funds, and the manors outside have been bombed several times, rebuilding as soon as they are set because they are afraid of their technological level. You can buy several manors by putting some gadgets at random. After several attempts, Chuang opened and operated the 210 station. Sure enough, this console is the machine that controls Cerebro, but the most important Cerebro is missing now, so the console cannot be used normally, and many system functions are turned off. Chuang failed to find the clues he wanted. Does Cerebro need to be activated? Chuang thought about it, and decided that it was better to find a professional to come over to take a look, and turned to look at Clarice. You go back to the base and bring the sage over, and the employment fee will remain the same. Clarice shook her head quickly. Sage is the most important intelligence officer of our organization. She needs to monitor the movements of the Sentry Secret Service. John can't let her leave the base. I need the Sage's ability. Don't worry, it won't take too long. If John still doesn't want to let him go, you can say that I've already printed hundreds of photo books, so that the Mutant Underground organization will have one set. Clarice couldn't understand what Chuang meant, but the boss had spoken, so she could only follow through, opened the portal, and left. About 20 minutes later, the portal appeared again, and this time there was a sage beside Clarice. Marcus looked surprised. John really agreed? With a lollipop in her mouth, Clarice spread her hands and said, John didn't agree at first, but I followed the boss's instructions, and John suddenly agreed, but his face looked weird, and asked he didn't want to answer either. Chuang ignored their suspicions, and said to Xianjia, try to see if you can crack this system. Good. Xianjia is also a straightforward person. Without asking any questions, he directly stepped forward to operate the system, his hands fluttering on the screen. Not long after, Xianjia said, the cracking was successful. The person who developed this system is definitely an expert. Fortunately, the other party did not perform any special encryption. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to crack. Chuang looked at the operation screen, and sure enough, most of the functions of the system can be used. It is indeed the underground talent market of Mutant. I need more clues to check if there is any useful information hidden inside, Chuang said. Sage nodded, and then quickly operated the system. There are systematic use records here. The earliest time can be traced back to 30 years ago, and the last use record was 10 years ago, and the subsequent data has been emptied, or not used at all. With Shinja's operation, various data flashed on the screen continuously. Shinja told Chuang all the useful information he found, but Chuang still failed to hear the key clue. At this moment, a word from the sage suddenly aroused Chuang's interest. Wait, I found a hidden file and almost missed it. Chuang's eyes lit up. Click to see. Shinja opened the hidden file and found that it was actually a video file. As the sage clicked in, a video screen popped up on the screen instantly, but the image on the screen was a little blurry, which was very in line with the pixels of that era. Through the screen, Chuang could see that the background was in the interior corridor. He carefully identified it, and soon recognized that the scene inside was the abandoned building above, Xavier Academy, for gifted youth. There is no sound in the video, and the corridor in the picture is also empty. It wasn't until 3 minutes into the video that there was a slight change in the screen, as if a figure flashed past quickly. Chuang narrowed his eyes. Go back and see what that is. Shinja pulled the video back and stopped at the clip where the figure flashed by. But the figure on the screen was running too fast, and it was not very clear. It could only be seen that it was a man with a burly figure and messy hair. However, the most striking thing was the pair of fists with 3 silver metal claws sandwiched between the fingers. Chuang instantly recognized the identity of the other party. These characteristics are too recognizable. The main character in X-Men, Wolverine Logan. Looking at the height ratio in the video, it should be the movie version of Wolverine, but the comic version of Wolverine is at most 1.6 meters tall. Wolverine should really thank Hugh Jackman for forcing him, a third-level disabled person, to 1.8 meters, 8 big man. Chuang looked at the picture very surprised. What is Wolverine going to do? It's a pity that the position of the screen didn't move. Wolverine just came out to show off her presence, and then completely disappeared from the screen. 5.5 Chuang looked at the duration of the video. There are a total of 72 hours, that is 3 days. Chuang took out an encrypted USB flash drive and threw it to Shinja. Download this video file and other data. No problem. Chuang glanced at the console. Although there is no Cerebro, the most important thing, it is still a good thing. He said seriously. Such an important thing must not fall into the hands of those who have malicious intentions. After the eclipse, the sages will download it. Remember to remove this instrument. Let me take it back and keep it well. Marcus, I found a malicious person, but I dare not speak out. 2 days later, Queens. Chuang sat in front of the computer with his legs crossed, his eyes fixed on the computer screen in front of him. At the moment, the computer was playing the video file, and the upper right corner showed 10 times speed. With Chuang's current dynamic vision, he is not afraid of missing any key clues at this speed, but it is a pity that the video time is too long. Otherwise, Chuang would directly turn on the bullet time, which would reduce the time spent watching the video several times. After 2 days of struggle, the progress bar of the video has played more than half, which is the 3rd day in the video. However, apart from the Wolverine Easter egg at the beginning, the picture of the video is basically unchanged. If it weren't for the clock time on the corridor wall that kept running, Chuang wondered if the content behind this video had been tampered with to make the screen play in a loop. After all, he had done this kind of thing several times. Just when Chuang was a little restless watching, the video screen suddenly changed. Chuang immediately turned back the progress bar and played it at normal speed, only to see a group of armed men with live ammunition appearing in the corridor, carefully observing the surroundings. These militants did not have clothing and equipment to identify their identity, so it was difficult for Chuang to tell what organization this armed team came from. Not long after, a man in a black suit appeared on the screen, carrying a black box in his hand, and was surrounded by the armed team. Looking at the appearance and treatment, needless to say, it must be the key NPC. Chuang pressed the spacebar to pause the video and zoomed in directly on the man in the suit in the video. After examining it, Chuang found that the black box in the man's hand was engraved with a string of English. Essex Company. It's actually them. Chuang raised his eyebrows. He is no stranger to this company. On the one hand, it comes from the information of film and television works, and on the other hand, it is what Francis once said. Before Francis died, the other party said that he was working for the Essex Company and was responsible for managing the operations of several research institute branches. That is to say, the manipulator behind the institute that tortured Chuang and Wade was actually the Essex Company. It's not that Chuang had searched for Essex before, but he found nothing. Not even Weasel could find any relevant information. Judging from a video, this Essex Company existed before the X-Men disappeared, and it has been hidden for 10 years, and it is really hidden. Chuang couldn't help guessing. Could it be that the disappearance of the X-Men is related to the Essex Company? Not so sure. After all, Chuang doesn't know much about the Essex Corporation. He only knows that it is the villain organization in Wolverine 3, and the Essex Corporation is not emphatically described in the movie. Chuang continued to play the video, this time at normal speed. The armed team and the men in suits in the picture had disappeared in the corridor until half an hour later. Their figures reappeared in the picture. Behind them, there were more than a dozen young children who looked younger. The children all wore a metal collar around their necks, which was exactly the flea collar Chuang had seen, a special instrument used to suppress the mutant gene. Apparently, these children are mutants. Under the threat of guns from the militants, these mutant children were forcibly taken away by the armed team in an escort-style posture. 5 minutes after the group left, a fire flashed in the corridor of the screen, and the screen suddenly turned into a snowflake. Chuang immediately turned on the bullet time, watched the rest of the content at 30 times the speed, and found that the content behind it was also a snowflake. So, this video is a surveillance video of the Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters before it was bombed. Chuang scratched his face. The amount of information in this video is not much, and there are only 2 key points at present. One is that Wolverine, who played at the beginning, is the Essex Company who played later. Judging from the direction of the Essex Company's appearance, Wolverine should have rushed out of the Xavier Academy for gifted boys at the beginning. In a fighting posture, there is a high probability that she encountered some enemy. The purpose of Wolverine's doing this should be to cover the mutant children hiding in the academy, deliberately rushing out to attract firepower. But, judging from the results, Wolverine obviously failed, otherwise the Essex Company would not have walked into the academy so easily, taken away the mutant children hidden inside, and then directly blew up Xavier Academy 557 for Genius Youth. After contemplating for a few minutes, Chuang turned off the video. It is already obvious that all the key points are on the Essex Company. If he wants to find more clues, he has to find more clues from the Essex Company. Start investigating. Chuang did not intend to seek information from Weasel. Judging from the fact that the Essex Company has been hiding for decades, it is difficult to find any useful information through general intelligence channels, unless through some special channels, such as the Official Intelligence Organization of America. Definitely, if Chuang wants to get in touch with that kind of intelligence organization, it is estimated that the difficulty is no less difficult than finding the Essex Company. It suddenly occurred to Chuang that there seemed to be a powerful intelligence organization, not inferior in scale to America's Official Intelligence Organization. That's SHIELD. However, SHIELD is not so easy to contact. When Chuang was thinking about how to get SHIELD's intelligence system, the phone next to the computer desk suddenly rang. Caller ID: Phil Coulson, mayor of Shinsho Village. A smile appeared on Chuang's face. Isn't it a coincidence? Mr. Wade, are you forgetting something? When Chuang answered the phone, he heard Phil Coulson's resentful voice. What's the matter? Phil Coulson was silent for a few seconds. It's about our transaction. I heard that Tony Stark got 100 bottles of elixir some time ago, so the 200 bottles of elixir we agreed on earlier. Are you ready? Lu Chuang remembered that there was still an unfinished deal between himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. No way, he was too busy during this period of time, investigating the X-Men and looking for vampires everywhere. How could he remember such things? You said this. I definitely haven't forgotten it. I have prepared it for you a long time ago. Where are you now? I will deliver the goods right away. Lu Chuang said cheerfully. That's good. After Phil Coulson told the address and time, Lu Chuang hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang walked into the kitchen and took out several boxes of mineral water and began to make the panacea one by one. With Lu Chuang's current mana value, it is not difficult to make 200 bottles of universal potion at one time, and there is no need to worry about his spirit being drained. 2 hours later, Lu Chuang drove to an open lot according to the address given by Phil Coulson. Seeing Principal Gu in Lu Chuang's disguise, Phil Coulson smiled and said, "Mr. Wade, how are you doing recently?" Lu Chuang shook his head. "It's a bit boring. Dull. Well, I got 20 million US dollars, and I can't spend it all. I can only look at the Rolex in my hand every day, feel the time passing by little, and waste time." Phil Coulson, thinking of his meager salary, Phil Coulson couldn't help feeling a little sad. His hair was almost dry to the point of baldness, and the money was not even in the arms of the other party. This is the tragedy of beating workers. In the wave of Versailles, Lu Chuang turned around and moved several boxes of mineral water on the back seat of the motorcycle to the ground. "The panacea you want, cash or transfer? Transfer." Phil Coulson pulled out his phone and texted a number. Soon, Lu Chuang's secret account received 40 million US dollars. Lu Chuang glanced at the account balance of the mobile phone and sighed. "Oh, there's another 40 million US dollars. How can this money be spent more and more? And when will it be spent?" Phil Coulson's expression was stiff. He was so envious. Oh no, he really wanted to hit someone. Lu Chuang sighed. "Phil Coulson, you are really my lucky star. Every time I see you, there are good things." Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Phil Coulson recalled his meeting with Lu Chuang. When they met for the first time, he was stunned by Lu Chuang, who took away the blueprint and data of the steel armor. During the second meeting, he, Black Widow, and other SHIELD agents were knocked out, and Lu Chuang left unscathed, surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. The third time they met, he was not knocked out. Lu Chuang just finished a 20 million US dollars deal with Tony Stark. And now, he helped Lu Chuang get another 40 million US dollars. Thinking about it this way, why does it feel like he is suffering every time? Phil Coulson suddenly felt a bit of a toothache. Could this guy be his own disaster? Otherwise, try to stay away from this guy in the future. Who knows? Lu Chuang hugged Phil Coulson's shoulders, looking like a good brother. "I have decided that you must be responsible for the transaction between me and SHIELD in the future. I will not sell the panacea to anyone else. How about it? Be righteous." Phil Coulson. He suddenly had a premonition that his hair would fall out completely. "Our deal will be discussed later." Phil Coulson avoided Lu Chuang's words and suddenly reminded, "You'd better pay attention. You caused a lot of trouble some time ago, and General Ross has been looking for your whereabouts." It seems to be a reminder, but it is actually testing Lu Chuang. See if Lu Chuang is the mysterious man who disguised himself as General Ross's soldier and took Bruce Banner away. The agent information inside SHIELD is different from each other. Phil Coulson did not participate in the secret operation that night. The reason why he knew about it was obviously that some black corn egg was behind the scenes. When things came to light, Lu Chuang didn't show panic but said calmly, "General Ross doesn't know who I am, unless you, SHIELD, take the initiative to reveal my identity to him." Phil Coulson was a little surprised. Lu Chuang's words were equivalent to directly admitting that he was the mysterious person that night. He thought that Lu Chuang would deny it, but he didn't expect that Lu Chuang would admit it directly, without even a trace of hesitation, as if he didn't care about his identity being known by General Ross, and he had to know that the military was behind General Ross. After being surprised, Phil Coulson quickly figured out why. After all, Lu Chuang possesses that kind of magical ability to disguise. His appearance and name must be fake now. Even the intelligence department of their S.H.I.E.L.D. has not investigated Lu Chuang's true identity, and it is even more impossible for General Ross to investigate Lu Chuang's true identity. Even if he knows Lu Chuang's current identity, Lu Chuang can change to another identity and reappear. Phil Coulson maintained a gentle smile. Don't worry about this. To tell you the truth, General Ross knew the whereabouts of Bruce Banner that day. In fact, because he invaded our intelligence system and stole our information about Bruce Banner. We still have some unresolved matters with General Ross. Naturally, we will not disclose any information to him, and he has no right to command us. Besides, you are a long-term partner, so we cannot disclose your identity. Qian Li Zhao. The best way to get in touch with a person is to speak ill or talk about the other person. At the end, Phil Coulson emphasized the relationship between SHIELD and Lu Chuang, by the way, which means that we are two close partners who are a pair of pants. Look at this eloquence. He is indeed a true social butterfly of SHIELD, a public friend of the Xia Enemies Alliance. However, Lu Chuang's point of attention is not here, but the paragraph before Phil Coulson. SHIELD's intelligence system is weak. Even General Ross can invade. Lu Chuang recalled the movie. Indeed, SHIELD's system has been hacked countless times, and Tony Stark accounted for more than half of them. Just like the toilet in his home, he came in and out casually. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up, and he patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder. Thank you, Phil Coulson. You are really my lucky star. Phil Coulson. After completing the transaction, Phil Coulson carried the elixir to a car and said to Lu Chuang, Mr. Wade, if there is no accident, I will continue to buy more elixir from you. I hope you can help me reserve a batch of Panacea. No problem. As long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about. Lu Chuang agreed immediately, and now it is not a problem for him to produce hundreds of bottles of Universal Potion a day with his mana, and he can eat no matter how much the order is. For the sake of helping me a lot, if you have time, I will treat you to dinner. Phil Coulson thought that what Lu Chuang said was $40 million and smiled. Thank you for your invitation, but unfortunately, I was transferred not long ago, and I will go to New Mexico later. New Mexico? Lu Chuang's heart moved. Isn't this the plot in Thor? The reason is that Thor is too naughty, so angry that his father Odin directly kicks Thor out of the house and deprives Thor of all his property. He wants Thor to experience the suffering in the world and learn to be a prince with qualified ideology and moral character. In short, it is the shape-shifting note of the Asgard version. At the same time, Thor's Mjolnir also fell in a small town in New Mexico, and SHIELD noticed the celestial change caused by Thor's passage through 590 through Bifrost. As Phil Coulson, a laborer who often plays guest roles in various theaters, he was assigned by Nick Fury to New Mexico to investigate the reasons. He is a model worker in SHIELD. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Lu Chuang's face. Coincidentally, I also want to travel to New Mexico recently. Why don't we go together? He will not always passively trigger achievement tasks. Since Bruce Banner and Hulk can trigger super high school level wrestlers, it must be possible to trigger new super high school level talents on Thor. Naturally, Lu Chuang would not miss this opportunity. It's just that Lu Chuang doesn't know which town in New Mexico that Thor fell into. Who will pay attention to this detail when watching a movie? He needs Phil Coulson, an insider, to lead the way. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Phil Coulson was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Chuang to propose such an invitation suddenly. Phil Coulson came back to his senses and politely refused. Sorry, I didn't go to New Mexico for tourism, and the place I'm going to is relatively remote. It's not a place for tourism. If you want to travel to New Mexico, I could suggest a few good places. Lu Chuang was not surprised by Phil Coulson's response. Phil Coulson was going to carry out a secret mission, and it was definitely impossible for him to bring an outsider with him. He patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder, pretending to be regretful. That's a pity. Phil Coulson's time seems to be very tight. After chatting with Lu Chuang for a few words, he said that he still has something to do. Lu Chuang expressed his understanding and watched Phil Coulson drive away. After Phil Coulson's car disappeared from sight, Lu Chuang dialed Lorna's phone, and before Lorna could speak, he said immediately, I'm going to meet the aliens. I won't be going back for now. Remember to take care of my home. After speaking, Chuang hung up the phone, got on a motorcycle, and drove towards the direction Phil Coulson left. Puente Antigua, Old Bridge, New Mexico. As Phil Coulson said, this is really not a place for tourists. The surrounding area of the town is covered by desert, and there is sandy soil and wild grass as far as the eye can see. I believe that no one would be willing to travel to such a remote town. Accompanied by the sound of rumbling engines, a remodeled motorcycle stopped in front of the restaurant in the small town. It's really remote. If Phil Coulson didn't lead the way, I probably wouldn't have been able to find this place. Chuang looked at the tracking punctuation on the phone screen and stopped in this small town. Before Phil Coulson left, Chuang secretly placed a micro-tracker on the other party. Chuang has the talent of a super high school spy and is extremely skilled in tracking and anti-tracking bets, even for a high-ranking person like Phil Coulson. The level agent will not be aware of his trailing. Chuang followed Phil Coulson from New York all the way to New Mexico, during which he saw Phil Coulson take out a robber in a convenience store and then left handsomely under the watchful eyes of the female shop assistant, leaving no clouds, only a few strands falling hair. I didn't expect this guy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be quite pretending. After a long time, Chuang finally followed Phil Coulson to find this town. After arriving in the town, Chuang did not continue to follow Phil Coulson, but found the restaurant immediately. After following Phil Coulson for such a long time, he never got a drop of water or food into his stomach. Pushing open the door of the restaurant, Chuang walked to the front desk and glanced at the Easter eggs hanging on the wall. I want 2 chicken burgers, 2 glasses of Coke, 2 orders of French fries, and 2 buckets of chicken wings. And I want more ketchup, thank you. The waiter looked at Chuang strangely. Asians are not often seen in this remote town. Judging by Chuang's attire, he should have come from a city. Sir, according to the things you ordered, I recommend you to order a couple set meal. The items are similar, but the price is slightly cheaper. The service attitude in the remote town is quite good, and there are no old-fashioned face-slapping plots. Couple package. Chuang looked disgusted. No, I will order 2 of each item, and the price will be calculated as 2. Eating double portions alone is double happiness, and eating a couple set meal alone is double critical strike. Okay. Seeing that Chuang said so, the waiter couldn't persuade him, thinking that the people in the city were really unpredictable. Chuang found a seat by the window and sat down. After the waiter brought the food, Chuang couldn't wait to eat it. I have to admit that junk food is the source of human happiness. After 2 chicken burgers and a cup of Coke, Chuang recovered from his sluggish spirit after running around for a long time and began to think about his next move. According to known plots, Thor only appeared in a few scenes. Even though the town of Puente Antigua is small, it is not easy to find Thor. In Air's words, Chuang can only try to go to the place where Mjolnir fell and wait for a while. Just when Chuang was making up his mind, several figures walked into the restaurant. Title trigger: Explore the universe. Achievable. Unlock condition: 10 million kilometers away from the Earth. 0/1000 W. Title: Super High School Astronaut. Chuang looked at the people at the door. They were a blonde girl, a very smart old man, and a curly-haired girl with big eyes. Behind them was a tall and rough man, with a golden beard and hair like a lion, and that vaguely familiar face, which reminded Chuang of famous characters such as Oh Boy, the Golden Retriever Lion King, and the Moon Worshipper. Needless to say, this must be the great prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson. Chuang was a little surprised. Before he could look for it, the right owner actually delivered it to his door. The blonde girl walked to the front desk and said skillfully, I want 2 couples set B, plus a tomato pizza. Okay. The waitress breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that this is a normal person. The one just now almost she really can't. After ordering, the 3 found a seat next to Chuang, and Thor was forced to sit down by the blonde girl. The proud prince of Asgard did not resist, and his eyes were fixed on the blonde girl. For thousands of years, only Thor's mother, Queen of Asgard, dared to treat him like this. As for the other Asgard women, they all wanted to be Thor's princess. Naturally, it was impossible to take a tough attitude towards him. Even a mighty Asgard female warrior Sif was respectful to Thor. This blonde woman named Jane was the first to be treated with such a tough attitude, which made Thor feel uncomfortable. Thor showed a domineering smile. "Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention." But in the eyes of others, for some reason, Thor suddenly showed a silly smile, just like the silly son of a landlord's family. Jane immediately winked with the other two companions. "What to do? We seem to have picked up a fool." The two companions expressed their helplessness with their eyes, so Jane had no choice but to ask, "You said your name is Thor Odinson?" Thor, who was immersed in beauty, was awakened and said loudly, "Yes, people of Midgard, it is Thor Odinson, son of Odin, who sits before you." The old man explained in a low voice, "I know Midgard, that is one of the 9 kingdoms of the world tree in mythology, which is our Earth." The three looked at Thor strangely. "Sure, this guy is indeed mentally ill. This face is amazing." At this time, a strange voice came. The 4 of them followed the sound and saw Chuang walking from the next door with a glass of Coke. Chuang looked at Thor unscrupulously, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes. There's a brow on the forehead, there is aura in the eyes, and there's a faint flash of thunder in the depths of the eyes. "I think this brother is a god who came down to earth, and he is the god who controls thunder." "Bar!" Thor was quite surprised. "It's amazing you've seen it all," Jane said helplessly. "He is sitting next door. He must have heard what you just said." This lady misunderstood, and I can see it all. Chuang put down the Coke in his hand and said with a dignified expression, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wade, and my profession is a fortune teller, similar to your Western fortune teller." The girl with glasses asked curiously, "Are you a fortune teller? Does that mean you can predict the future?" Chuang waved his hand modestly. "I'm not so powerful. I can only see some fragments of the future." "Are you a magician from Midgard?" Thor doesn't know about reading or fortune-telling, but he knows that the ability to predict the future is definitely not something that ordinary people on Earth can possess. In Thor's cognition, only a magician like his mother will have this magical ability. Asking for flowers, Thor said in surprise. "Great magician, help me find something." Don't look at Thor's easy-to-get-together appearance. Thor, who has not been beaten by the society, is still the mighty prince of Asgard. He doesn't look down on anyone, although he seems to be begging Chuang, but there was a commanding tone in the words. Chuang didn't want to be as knowledgeable as this idiot, so he said indifferently, "Let me figure it out. Is the thing you want to find a hammer?" 00. Thor was very shocked, secretly thinking that Midgard's magician is not simple, and nodded quickly. "Yes, I want you to help me find Mjolnir." Mjolnir, also known as Mjolnir. After Odin expelled Thor from Asgard, he deprived Thor of his divine power and hammer, by the way. Thor was completely reduced to a mortal without divine power, but Thor didn't understand Odin's painstaking efforts at all. "You will be able to regain your divine power and return to Asgard." Chuang smiled and nodded, rubbing his index finger and thumb. Thor, who had just landed on the earth, couldn't understand, doubtful. "What does this mean?" Jane rubbed her forehead. "He meant to give money," Thor said blankly. "But I don't have any money." "No money." Hearing Thor's words, Chuang immediately put away his smile, turned his head to look at Jane next to him, and his eyes flashed brightly. This face is amazing, with an upturned forehead, a spiritual light in his eyes, and a faint flash of thunder in the depths of his eyes. However, this lady must have descended from a fairy, and she is the god who controls thunder. "Thor, Jane, T." The girl with eyes is straightforward and blurted out, "So she's a liar." Chuang was not happy at the time. "Who are you calling a liar? You can doubt my ability, but you cannot doubt my profession." Facing the mighty Chuang, the girl with glasses was a little bit embarrassed, but she took a look and found that there were more people on her side, and there was a strong man like Thor, so she straightened her back instantly. "Then how do you prove that you are not a liar?" Chuang snorted coldly, pretending to be unhappy. "Okay, I'll prove it to you." Then Chuang looked at Thor and said pretendingly, "From your appearance, is it because you made a mistake that your relatives kicked you out of the house, and now you are wandering in a strange place?" Thor nodded again and again. Yes. That's right. You are doomed to have a catastrophe, and this 097 is something you can't escape. If you don't get through this catastrophe, even if you find the hammer again, you won't be able to return home. Chuang shook his head and said, How so? Thor couldn't accept this reality and said unwillingly, Magician, help me find Mjolnir, and when I return to Asgard, I will pay you back 100-fold. If Chuang hadn't known Thor's real identity, he might think that Thor was the kind of text message scam that Qin Wang sent money for. Chuang pondered for a moment, then sighed. Okay, because of our fate, I will help you. According to my guess, the location of the hammer should be about 5,000 miles west of the town. Hearing Chuang's words, Thor immediately got up and left the restaurant, looking for Mjolnir impatiently. Seeing this, Jane quickly chased after him, for fear that Thor, who didn't seem to be in a good mind, would make trouble again. Looking at the two people leaving, Chuang picked up the tomato pizza that the waiter had just brought up and ate it, shouting food in his mouth, and said inarticulately, What do you two call? After Thor left, the girl with glasses started to give up. If Chuang suddenly made an attack, the old man next to her will be no match for the young and strong Chuang. The girl with glasses reached into her pocket for an artifact, a stun gun capable of stunning Thor. The girl with eyes didn't speak, so the old man had no choice but to say, My name is Eric, and this is Daisy. Let me guess, are you guys majoring in astrophysics? Are you here to study the strange astronomical phenomena that have appeared recently? Eric was surprised. How do you know? I've said that I'm a physiognomy, so I can tell. Chuang took a sip of Coke and said, You've read Norse mythology, right? Then you should know what Bifrost is. I know, Bifrost in the myth is the bridge connecting Asgard and Midgard. Eric didn't react slowly and said with an absurd expression, You don't mean that astronomical phenomenon is caused by the Bifrost in the myth bar? Clever. Chuang gave a thumbs up. However, this Bifrost is somewhat different from the mythology. Asgard's Bifrost can be teleported to any corner of the universe at will, which is very convenient. For the new achievement task, Chuang has long planned. There are many ways to leave the Earth, but the goal of the mission is 10 million kilometers, and the Earth is only more than 300,000 kilometers away from the Moon, even if Chuang can take a rocket. It is also difficult to leave the range of 10 million kilometers from the Earth. After all, the Earth's technology is not so developed. Therefore, Chuang set his target on Asgard's Bifrost. According to the setting of the movie, Bifrost can freely travel through the 9 major countries. For the entire vast universe, the range of 10 million kilometers is sprinkled with water. There is no scientific basis for this at all. Eric is a little speechless. This liar can really make up, and he is the god of thunder and Bifrost. Will Loki, the god of tricks, appear later? As an astrophysicist, Eric naturally does not believe this kind of rhetoric. As for Thor, who claims to be the son of Odin, in his opinion, he is more like a delusional psychopath. They are scientists, and they pay attention to science. It may be absurd to believe in stories and characters in myths and legends. Lien Leishindu came out. What scientific basis is needed? Chuang shook his head. While the two were talking, Daisy noticed that the pizza on the table had been eaten up by Chuang, and now Chuang was messing around with two couples' set meals, exclaimed, My fried chicken. Eric looked at the messy desktop. His expression froze. Are you so rude? If they continue to eat like this, they will all have nothing to eat. Eric hesitated for a while and said tactfully, This is the meal we ordered. Chuang looked at the fried chicken leg in his hand, pondered for 2 seconds. Thank you. God, thank you so much. Who said to treat you to eat? Do you need to thank me? At night, on the outskirts of 50 miles from the town, Chuang lay on the back of the mound, watching the distant base from afar. At the fall site of Mjolnir, there's a crater with a range of 100 meters, and SHIELD has established a temporary base on it. A large number of anti-radiation tents are surrounded by Mjolnir in a circle, and the periphery is a barbed wire grid that is more than 2 meters high. From time to time, SHIELD agents can be seen patrolling. Under Chuang, A couple of dogs and men were also lying on the back of the mound. The magician is right. Mjolnir is indeed here, and I can sense its existence, Thor said excitedly, as if seeing the dawn of his return to Asgard. Unlike Thor, Jane looked at the fully armed SHIELD agent and said nervously, "Let's go in 4.2. This place has been blocked by SHIELD. We can't get in at all." Thor put on a confident smile and said to Jane, "You wait here, and when I get Mjolnir, I will let them return your research results to you." Jane stared at Thor and said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Look at the situation below. Do you really think you can break in, get things back, and then come out swaggeringly?" Thor grinned. "No, I will fly out directly. Listen, textbook-level flag." Chuang looked up at the sky. For some reason, the originally clear sky suddenly gathered dark clouds, and the sky gradually became gloomy. There were faint flashes of thunder among the dark clouds. "It's going to rain." Jane wanted to continue to dissuade Thor from sending her to death, but before she could speak, Thor suddenly got up and slid down from behind the mound, approaching the base continuously under the cover of night. Seeing Thor's clumsy stealth action, Chuang was a little speechless. If SHIELD didn't find out, those agents should be laid off collectively. Sure enough, after Thor passed through the barbed wire, SHIELD quickly noticed the abnormal situation on Thor's side. Seeing that his stealth was about to be discovered, Thor simply jumped out from the corner and knocked down several patrolling guards on the ground, rushed to the inside of the base in front of all agents. As a warrior of Asgard, Thor has participated in countless battles for thousands of years. Logically speaking, Thor can also be said to be experienced in hundreds of battles and has full combat experience. But Thor, a reckless man, just doesn't like to use his brain. No matter what kind of difficulties he faces, he can't just be reckless and finish the job. Thor ran at full speed and laughed loudly. The people of Asgard never backed down. It was the first time for the SHIELD agents to see such arrogant intruders, and they simply ignored them. They were furious and ran over to intercept the unarmed Thor. However, Thor's power is astonishing. Although Odin sealed Thor's divine power, the physique of Asgard people is not something ordinary humans can resist. SHIELD agent can't stop Thor, a bull, and can only watch Thor rushed into the interior of the base. Immediately afterwards, there was a fierce fighting sound inside the base, which was also mixed with Thor's laughter, and the whole base fell into chaos. Seeing that most of the SHIELD agents in the base were attracted by Thor's movement, Chuang jumped off the mound decisively, quickly came to the periphery of the base, jumped up immediately, and jumped over the 2-meter barbed wire fence. A SHIELD agent passing by on patrol was stunned. Before he could react, Chuang kicked him unconscious with the inertia of the fall. The stealth was very successful. No one found me. Chuang ignored the SHIELD agent, who fell under his feet, and used the camouflage technique to change into the same uniform of the SHIELD agent. The hat covered most of his face and swaggered towards the base. At the moment, SHIELD was busy chasing Thor, and there were not many SHIELD agents guarding the periphery. Coupled with the superficial disguised identity, Chuang walked into the base unimpeded. His goal is different from Thor, not the Mjolnir in the center of the base, but the research room of the base. After spending a little time, Chuang found the research room of the base, which was filled with various high-tech instruments and equipment, surrounded by several researchers in white coats who were busy in front of rows of instruments. As if while recording some data, the intruder Chuang was not found. Chuang didn't disturb their work, quietly walked to a computer and inserted the prepared USB into the computer. Soon, the computer screen displayed the prompt of implantation successful. Chuang smiled with satisfaction. This is a Trojan horse implanted by Sage. As long as someone copies the data of this computer, it will be copied together with the Trojan horse inside. After the data is stored in the SHIELD database, the Sage can follow the clues to find the SHIELD system. After finishing all this, Chuang put away the USB flash drive, turned and left the research room. A mournful howl suddenly came from the base. Chuang knew that Thor found that he couldn't lift Mjolnir, and he wailed like an abandoned child of 200 caddies. But soon, Thor's screaming stopped abruptly because he was stunned by the Asgardian agent who arrived, and he was dragged to the interrogation room and locked up like a dead dog. Chuang was amazed. He has been wondering why Thor, who is Thor, is always stunned. Is this reasonable? After watching Thor being dragged away, Chuang turned and left the base. He knew that Thor would be released by Asgardian after a while, so he didn't need to worry about it. Small town of Puente Antigua. After last night's storm, the morning sun was exceptionally bright. Chuang came to the restaurant refreshed and said to the waiter, "Same as yesterday, 2 servings of each item." Ignoring the weird-looking waiter, Chuang found an empty seat and sat down. After the waiter delivered the food, Chuang ate without haste. At this time, a tall figure recklessly broke into the restaurant and sat down in front of Chuang. Chuang gnawed on the hamburger and looked up. "Yo, isn't this Thor? I haven't seen it for a long time." Different from yesterday's high-spirited appearance, now Thor's face is full of decadence. His eyes are gloomy, and his long golden hair is messy and scattered like seaweed. Those who don't know it think he is a tramp. Thor bowed his head and begged, "Magician, please help me." Chuang was a little surprised. Thor's appearance obviously received a lot of blows, and it changed so quickly in just half a day. It's just that he can't lift Mjolnir. Thor shouldn't be so decadent. Without Chuang asking, Thor took the initiative to speak. "Last night, my younger brother told me that because of my recklessness and impulsiveness, the Frost Titan went to war with Asgard in 693 ahead of schedule. Gao, unable to bear such pressure, passed away." Thor clenched his fists, expression and remorse on his face. Hearing this, Chuang suddenly realized no wonder Thor grew up overnight, because he knew that his own father sacrificed to heaven. Whether it's a novel or a movie, relative sacrifice to heaven is often a shortcut to growth. Whenever a relative sacrifices to heaven, the protagonist's mentality will change dramatically, and his strength will also increase greatly. Thor in front of Chuang is a very typical example. If you count the movies in the Thor series, you will find that in each movie, there will be one of Thor's relatives offering sacrifices to heaven, his mother offering sacrifices to heaven, younger brother offering sacrifices to heaven, and father offering sacrifices to heaven. Whenever a relative sacrifices to the sky, Thor's strength will rise accordingly. Looking at all the Marvel movies, there is basically no hero who grows faster than Thor. Air even broke out into a small universe, and the axe almost killed Thanos, who was holding 6 infinite gems. If it weren't for Thor's normal pupil color, Chuang seriously suspected that this guy's surname was not Odinson, but Uchiha Thor. After all, there seems to be nothing wrong with having a 50-50 as the captain. "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, my father wouldn't have died." Thor was heartbroken and said in a trembling voice, "Fortunately, my younger brother Loki stepped forward to inherit his father's throne and led the Asgard army to fight against the Frost Titan." Finally, at the critical moment, Loki led 300 Asgard's elite fighters into the Frost Titan, killed more than 20,000 Frost Titans, and successfully repelled the Frost Titans who came to attack Asgard. "Stop it." Chuang interrupted Thor's words, and he felt more and more strange the more he listened. "Your brother told you that too?" "Yes." Chuang called a good guy. The story Loki made up is comparable to him. The level of shame is comparable to Wade. He also led 300 Asgard warriors to kill 20,000 enemies. Do you think you are the king of Sparta? The funniest thing is that Thor actually believed Loki's outrageous story. Thor continued, "Loki has reached a truce agreement with the Frost Titan, but the condition is that I, the chief culprit who caused the war, will be exiled to the earth forever. My father died, but I could never go home, and I couldn't even see my father for the last time." Under the multiple blows, even Thor, a tough guy, couldn't bear it anymore, and his eyes were full of sadness. Seeing that Thor is so stupid and still kept in the dark by Loki, Chuang couldn't help reminding, "Don't you think there is something strange?" Fortunately, Thor is not so stupid as to be irretrievable. Thor suppressed the sadness in his heart. It's a bit strange. When did Loki become so strong? I still remember that in the last combat practice, I smashed him into the ground with one punch, grabbed his leg, and threw him off the cliff easily. At that time, he was crying. Chuang. No wonder Loki stabs you in the back every time you two brothers meet. It turns out there's a reason for this. Chuang drank his coke and said slowly, there are only two possibilities. Either Loki has become bald and stronger, or he is lying. What? Thor looked shocked and said in disbelief, you mean Loki has become bald? Chuang was speechless, so he didn't even need to think about it. Should he just rule out Loki's option of lying? This guy is really hopeless. Chuang didn't bother to continue explaining. Tell me, what do you want from me? Thor remembered his business and said anxiously, Magician, Asgard needs my help now. You are right. I found Mjolnir according to the location you said, but I can't lift Mjolnir again, Neil. Why on earth is this? Although there is a truce agreement, Thor still retains a glimmer of hope to return to Asgard. He believes that as long as he lifts Mjolnir, all the difficulties he is facing now will be solved, including the attack on Asgard's Frost Titan. Chuang said leisurely, because you're not qualified to lift a hammer now. Hearing Chuang's words, Torben wanted to refute. How could the owner of the hammer not be qualified to lift the hammer? But the fact is right in front of his eyes. No matter how hard he tried last night, the hammer still didn't respond at all. Just like his girlfriend in the Cold War, he just ignored him. After half a minute of silence, Thor asked, Magician, what should I do to lift the hammer? Let it be. Go with the flow. Yes, when the time comes, you can lift the hammer again. Chuang pretended to be shaking his head, and he almost had a feather fan in his hand to pretend to be a magic stick. But Thor wanted to say something else, but Chuang interrupted. Did you eat? Hearing Chuang's words, Thor's stomach could not help but growl. Since Thor was exiled to the earth, he hasn't eaten anything. Jane and the others brought Thor to the restaurant for dinner yesterday. But after Thor heard the news about the hammer, he couldn't wait to leave without even eating. Not to mention SHIELD, Thor was able to break into their base with only one person, and he was undoubtedly slapping them in the face. No, Thor said honestly. Then eat first, we'll talk about it later. Chuang pushed the hamburger in front of him to Thor. Chuang doesn't really know how to look at pictures. He gets all the information from the movies. He can barely fool Thor, who is as stupid as he is, but he can't stand Thor's constant questioning. He could block Thor with food. In the face of appetite, one of the two instincts of human beings, curiosity, is not worth mentioning at all. Thor was successfully distracted by Chuang. Looking at the steaming hamburger, he licked the chapped corners of his mouth. Regardless of his muddy hands, he grabbed the hamburger and devoured it. Chuang was afraid that Thor would swallow, so he kindly handed over a glass of Coke. Thor gulped down the Coke in one gulp and said pleasantly, What is this? It tastes really good. As he said that, Thor raised his glass and smashed it to the ground. This is an Asgard tradition, throwing a glass to express their love for wine. Although Coke and wine are far different, they are similar in Thor's eyes. Fortunately, the Coke was served in a paper cup instead of glass. If Thor smashed it casually, the male waiter who was mopping the floor had a bit of resentment in his eyes. Happy Fat House water is one of the sources of happiness for human beings. Chuang explained. Thor said unsatisfactorily, I am really happy after drinking it. Okay, Zhao, but it is a little bit less. Hearing this, Chuang asked the waiter for 3 couples set meals and said that he would treat Thor to eat. Thor was quite moved, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. I have to say that the taste of hamburger and Coke is really good, and Thor is already addicted to it. It may be that Asgard people have a relatively large appetite. In less than 10 minutes, all 3 couples' meals went into Thor's stomach. Seeing that Thor didn't seem to be full, Chuang waved his hand. If it's not enough, you can order more. Don't be polite to me. Thor wiped his greasy mouth. Magician, you are really my good friend. Next time I will invite you to be our guest in Asgard and enjoy the biggest banquet in Asgard. Then it's a deal, Chuang said cheerfully. A few fast meals in exchange for the friendship of the Prince of Asgard. This business is simply profitable. After Thor had eaten and drank enough, Chuang directly drove Thor back to Jane's side without giving the other party a chance to ask. Chuang left the restaurant and was walking back to the hotel when a figure stopped him. Seeing the visitor, Chuang pretended to be surprised and said, "Phil Coulson, what a coincidence, so you also travel here." Without nonsense, Phil Coulson took out a tiny tracker from his pocket and said, "Mr. Wade, are you following me?" "Who is following you?" "I'm here to travel," Chuang said confidently. "Tourism." Phil Coulson laughed angrily. "Were the places worth visiting in this small town?" Chuang pondered for 2 seconds. "The sun here is rounder." "God, the sun is rounder. Tell me, where's the sun not round?" Phil Coulson naturally didn't believe Chuang's nonsense and said bluntly, "Someone broke into our base last night and attacked several agents, but we found out that there was another intruder that night, right? Why do you smear people's innocence out of thin air? What evidence do you have?" Speaking of this, Phil Coulson became angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, most of the surveillance videos that night were played in a loop, and we are investigating the reason." Chuang spread his hands. "There is no evidence, Phil Coulson. Although we are very close, you can't just slander me." Seeing Chuang's expression of a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, Phil Coulson felt very uncomfortable. If it were someone else, he would send agents to arrest him regardless of the evidence, and some would pry his mouth open. But facing Chuang in front of him, Phil Coulson can't do this. First of all, Chuang is currently an important partner of SHIELD, and Chuang's strength should not be underestimated. Maybe they will be wiped out by Chuang alone. Phil Coulson knew that Chuang had the strength and courage. There was nothing Chuang couldn't do. Phil Coulson was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, "I don't need to pursue your question, but you must tell me what is your relationship with that blonde man. Who is he?" This is the real purpose of Phil Coulson's visit this time. The reason why SHIELD releases Thor is because Phil Coulson is going to put a long line to catch big fish. Phil Coulson can see Thor's extraordinary skill, which reminds him of his idol, Captain America, who also has a 927 physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. So Phil Coulson wants to see Thor's identity or what organization he is a member. Phil Coulson had already arranged a SHIELD agent monitoring beside Thor. When Thor contacted Chuang, the agent in charge of monitoring, Thor immediately reported to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson didn't expect Thor to have a relationship with Chuang, a mysterious guy, and things suddenly became complicated. Prior to this, Phil Coulson had thought of countless possibilities in his mind and lost a few of the few remaining hairs. "His name is Thor Odinson. We just met, and we are not very familiar with each other," Chuang said indifferently. "There is really no need to hide this kind of thing. Sooner or later, the whole world will know about Thor's existence." Phil Coulson frowned. "Thor Odinson? That name sounds familiar." Chuang nodded and said, "Yes, it is the one you think of, the Thor in the mythology, the son of Odin." Hearing Chuang's words, Phil Coulson couldn't believe it. "Mr. Wade, I'm serious. Please don't make fun of me like this." "I'm serious too." Chuang shook his head, as if feeling helpless at Phil Coulson's ignorance. "He is the legendary Thor. The hammer that you SHIELD are researching now is actually Thor's weapon, named Mjolnir, also known as Mjolnir." The corner of Phil Coulson's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he said that it has nothing to do with you, since we all know that we are working on a hammer. However, Phil Coulson was attracted by the words behind Chuang. "Mjolnir? Well, have you tried all kinds of methods, but you can't lift that hammer?" Phil Coulson nodded. Their research on the hammer has not made any progress. They don't even understand why the soft sand at the bottom can easily support the hammer, even if it cannot be lifted by a crane. During this period of time, the researchers of SHIELD were almost driven crazy. Every day, they talked about unreasonable or unscientific. It is estimated that after the end of the research, a doctor should be arranged for a group psychological counseling. Chuang snapped his fingers. "That's right, BBB. That hammer was enchanted by Odin. Only those with justice, innocence, and kindness in heart are qualified to lift the hammer. None of you SHIELD can lift it very well normal. Phil Coulson was expressionless. He suspected that Chuang was beating around the bush and scolding them, but there was no evidence. You mean there's a mythical god on our planet? Phil Coulson frowned and said, "Sorry, your statement is too absurd, and I can't accept it." Chuang shrugged. "Let's put it another way. Thor is an alien from a planet named Asgard. His father is the leader of that planet, and he has an interstellar cannon under his hand, which can easily smash a planet. Is it easier to understand this way?" In this way, Phil Coulson does understand better. Working with Nick Fury for many years, he has long known that there are creatures on other planets beyond the Earth. Thor is an alien, which sounds much more scientific. But the interstellar cannon that smashed the planet is a bit scary. If he's Thor, why can't he lift the hammer? Phil Coulson found a loophole in Chuang's words, trying to deny this terrible fact. That's because Thor was deprived of his divine power by Odin, and now he is just a mortal. But I advise you not to hit Thor's attention, and be careful when a lightning bolt softly bends and lands on you. Chuang reminded Phil Coulson, "Don't look at Odin banishing Thor to the earth, looking like he doesn't care. But Thor is Odin's own son after all, ignoring the big sister who was locked up, and the third son picked up from the garbage dump. Thor is basically the sole heir of Asgard. If SHIELD really dares to touch Thor, the first it is Odin who does not spare them." Hearing Chuang's words, Phil Coulson couldn't tell whether Chuang was telling the truth or a lie for a moment. After all, the strange phenomenon of Mjolnir was right in front of his eyes. "I've finished my words. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Chuang ignored Phil Coulson, who was in deep thought, and left while humming a ditty. After Chuang left, a vigorous figure landed in front of Phil Coulson, put away the compound bow in his hand, and whispered, "Phil Coulson, do you need me to intercept him? Black Mask is our current cooperation partner. Before we figure out the matter, try not to conflict with him, but he is indeed a big trouble here. I will send someone to monitor his actions later." Phil Coulson said with a serious face, "Barton, you have a new task. I need you to monitor the blonde man. Let me know if there is anything." "No problem." In the next few days, Chuang wandered around the small town of Pointe Antique, feeling the simple local customs and tasting the unique local specialties as if he was really traveling. Since experiencing the ups and downs of his life that day, Thor has become much calmer, and the domineering feeling on his body has gradually faded away. However, Thor's good appetite has never changed. The 3 meals a day are basically all kinds of calorie-exploding junk food, and his stomach is getting bigger and bigger every day. Facts have proved that everyone is equal in front of fat. Even Shindu is no exception. On this day, Chuang was walking on the street, and suddenly a slight thunder sounded in his ears. Chuang looked in the direction, and at the end of his line of sight, dark clouds condensed in the sky, and a colorful beam of light suddenly fell, flashing away in the sky, and then the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Finally come. Chuang showed an excited look. He knew that this was the arrival of Asgard, which meant that the plot was about to officially begin. Chuang walked towards the alley of the street and pulled out the sneaky figure hidden behind the building. "Tell me, where is Thor now?" This is the SHIELD agent in charge of monitoring Chuang. He thought he was hiding well, but he never thought that Chuang had discovered him long ago. The agent was a little confused and didn't know whether to answer or not. Seeing that the agent didn't speak, Chuang said dissatisfiedly, "I'm asking you something." The agent struggled for a while, but he found that Chuang's strength was terrifying. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Chuang's palm. After confirming the eyes, "It is a person who cannot be beaten," the agent said honestly. "His house is 2 kilometers away to the east." "Thank you. Go back and hide. I can't see anything." After confirming Thor's location, Chuang turned and left, leaving the agent alone in the wind. When Chuang arrived at the location, he saw Thor and Jane and his party, and there were 4 strange figures standing beside them. wearing gorgeous silver armor, like ancient warriors, which was very eye-catching. Thor noticed Lu Chuang's arrival and shouted in surprise, "Lu, you came just in time. Let me introduce you. These are my good friends in Asgard, Hogun, Fandral, Verstag, and Shishao. The three warriors of Asgard and the female warrior Sif. I know, and I am honored to meet you." Lu Chuang was in a good mood and greeted him warmly. "Ha ha ha, this Midgard man actually knows us. It turns out that our reputation has already spread to Midgard." Vostager laughed heartily, and his favorability for Lu Chuang soared instantly. The other three people from Asgard also smiled kindly at Lu Chuang, and Lu Chuang's words really made them face. "This is Lu, the magician of Midgard." They did not forget to introduce Lu Chuang's identity. Sif looked at Lu Chuang in surprise and asked, "Are you a magician?" In Asgard, magician is generally synonymous with strong. For example, the Queen of Asgard, that is, Thor's mother Frigg, she is the top magician in Asgard, proficient in all kinds of magic. Even the second prince of Asgard, Loki's magic, is inherited from Frigg. Magic attainments can be said to be unfathomable measurement. It's an intern magician who knows a little bit of magic. This time Lu Chuang is not modest. He really only understands a little bit. But Thor didn't think so. He said in a loud voice, "Don't underestimate Lu. He can see the future of a person from his face." "Really?" Vostag looked at Lu Chuang excitedly after hearing Thor's words. "Magician, look at my face. What is my future like?" "Forehead." Lu Chuang hesitated to speak. He couldn't say that your face was engraved with the word death in capital letters. In the third part of Thor, as Thor's closest comrades in arms, the three warriors of Asgard received a collective lunchbox and were immediately killed by Hela. Thor's sacrificing buff is really terrifying. Lu Chuang said euphemistically, "I can only tell you that it is best to stay away from green as far as possible in the future, as far away as possible." Vostag, whose IQ is no higher than Thor, looks confused. What does this mean? The shrewd Fandral seems to have sensed what Lu Chuang meant, and he frowned. It seems that something very bad happened, and it has something to do with green. Hogun said in a deep voice, "Dear Mr. Magician, can you also take a look at the future for us?" Anyway, at the beginning, Lu Chuang simply said, "Send you 3 words, cherish life, stay away from green." The expressions of Fandral and Hogun suddenly became serious, and even Vostag could hear what Lu Chuang meant, which clearly meant that their future was in danger. Involuntarily, the 3 of them became wary of green. Fandral even tore off his green shawl directly. After all, it was related to his own life, and it hurt to wear it. It's too exaggerated. Seeing Fandral's actions, Daisy poked Lu Chuang. "Hey, do you really know divination?" Lu Chuang corrected, "It's reading, not divination." "Almost, why don't you help me see my future, whether I will become a rich man in the future?" Daisy looked at Lu Chuang expectantly. Her dream is to become a rich woman. Lu Chuang glanced at Daisy's slightly familiar face and said casually, "In the future, you will work as a waiter in a small restaurant in Brooklyn, New York, and you will meet a rich girl named Caroline Channing, and then you will curse by money, either broke or on the way." After learning about Lu Chuang's identity as a magician, the attitudes of the Asgardians changed a lot. As an elite warrior of Asgard, Fandral and others have seen the vastness of the universe. In their eyes, the Earth is an undeveloped primitive planet. Facing the local residents of the Earth, they're just like Thor back then, with some sense of superiority. It's just that Thor didn't show it obviously. After introducing each other, Thor took a few friends and sat down. It was just about mealtime, and there were all kinds of fast food on the table, all of which were bought by Jane. In the past few days, Thor's food, clothing, housing, and transportation basically depended on Jane's bag. Oh no, it was rescue. Definitely, not everyone can do this kind of thing. First of all, you have to have Thor's appearance and figure. If you look like Wade, you will probably have to be sent to a mental hospital the next day, and you can only show off to your patients in the future. I am a god of thunder, but I found out that the god King Zeus, the sea god Poseidon, and the army god Ares lived next door. Thor may happily gnawed on the fried chicken leg, licked his oily fingers, and asked vaguely with the food in his mouth. "My friends, why did you come here?" Looking at the oily, slightly fat man in front of them, Fandral and the others could hardly believe that this was their Asgard male god in the past. This feeling was like Shao Lizi suddenly becoming a fat man who likes to play with water guns. Kind of hard to look straight at. Only the big fat Vostich had a good time. These junk foods are the favorite of foodies. Nothing can make you happier than eating fried chicken legs and drinking Coca-Cola. Chuang agreed very much, sat down with him very familiarly, took out a chopstick, and picked up a chicken leg. Daisy was dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw someone carrying chopsticks with him. "Thor, we are here to pick you up," Tiff said seriously. Thor was taken aback for a moment and said with dark eyes, "I appreciate your kindness, but I can't go back now. I made an unforgivable mistake. I caused the war between Asgard and Frost Titan. Father, also because of me and Dai. This is my due punishment." Thor took another bite of fried chicken with tears in his eyes. Hearing Thor's words, Sif showed a surprised look. "Thor, what are you talking about? The King of God has fallen into a deep sleep and is currently guarded by the Queen of Heaven. No one is allowed to come near. Who told you that the King of God is dead?" "My father is not dead." Thor was shocked and even stopped eating the chicken leg. "But obviously Loki told me that my father is dead." "Obviously, Loki lied to you." Sif's face was not very good. Fandral gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I knew there was something wrong with Loki. No wonder he keeps preventing us from looking for Thor. There really is a conspiracy." Immediately afterwards, several people generally talked about what happened after Thor was expelled from Asgard. Listening to the stories of his friends, Thor finally found out that he was deceived by Loki. Thor was stunned. "So Loki is not bald?" Chuang. "So you're still thinking about it?" 15 miles away in the countryside. Located at the crash site of Sif et al., it is already full of SHIELD agents, and several scientific researchers are scanning with energy detectors. Coulson looked at the pattern on the ground, which was the trace left by Bifrost, with mysterious officials who couldn't understand printed on it. "Get a language expert over here and find out what language this is. The SHIELD agents are investigating in an orderly manner." Beep beep. All of a sudden, the energy detecting instrument blared loudly, and the light dimmed visibly with the naked eye. Coulson looked up and saw that the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy, and the clouds were like scorched cotton wool. Is it coming to the ant today? How has it changed these days? The strong wind was raging, and a hurricane was rolled up among the clouds, gradually forming a tornado, as if something was brewing. Boom! A dazzling rainbow light suddenly appeared from the tornado, which fell from the sky and precisely landed on the mysterious pattern on the ground. The powerful impact force spread around with the billowing yellow sand, directly overturning the unsuspecting SHIELD agent to the ground. Regardless of the fallen agent, Coulson stared intently at the huge figure inside the tornado. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a silver figure faintly appeared in the scattered yellow sand. The tall body stomped on the ground fiercely, and anyone who was closer could feel the slight vibration of the ground. After the silver figure got close to it, everyone finally saw its true face clearly. This is a pair of metal armor, which is composed of several metal horizontal bars. It exudes a cold metallic luster. It is 3 meters high and has a sense of oppression, which makes everyone present nervous. The bald agent Sitwell stepped forward and asked Coulson softly, "What is this?" "Stark's latest armor." When it comes to steel armor, the first thing that comes to mind is Tony Stark. He didn't tell me that. Coulson frowned, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted to the approaching silver armor, "Hello, you have used unregistered weapons and equipment. Please identify yourself immediately." The silver armor saw that Coulson's forehead was brighter than his own metal scales, and he was very upset. The horizontal stripes on his face squirmed and quickly spread to both sides like a furnace, and a terrifying golden energy quickly flowed from its head. Everyone can feel that the surrounding air has become extremely dry, and the temperature has risen rapidly. The surrounding instruments were directly blown up under such high temperature, and sparks were emitted. Feeling bad, Phil Coulson yelled, "Get out of the way!" Boom! The golden energy that had been brewing for a long time erupted suddenly, and an energy ray more than 1 meter wide burst out from the head of the silver armor, sweeping straight towards the SHIELD agent. Whether it's a car or a gravel, they're as fragile as paper in front of this destructive energy. The objects swept by the energy are instantly annihilated, and the terrifying impact sweeps across the surrounding area, blasting away the SHIELD within the range. Agent Phil Coulson stood on the periphery of the energy and was also involved in it. The whole person fell heavily on the ground. His palms covered his head, blood flowed from between his fingers, and his consciousness almost fainted. With his current state, he couldn't dodge the next attack at all. Faced with such unrivaled power, Phil Coulson felt a wave of despair. Last time he almost died in the hands of the Iron King armor. This time he's going to die in the hands of this pair of silver armor. Did he have a chance to collide with the armor? At this moment, the silver armor suddenly returned to its original posture. It seemed that it had no intention of making up the knife. It took a heavy but quick pace and walked to the distance, ignoring the defeated SHIELD agents. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief as the silver armor disappeared from sight. Relying on the last bit of vague consciousness, Phil Coulson took out a sealed bottle from his arms and poured the transparent liquid inside into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a holy energy spread from his body, and his consciousness gradually after regaining consciousness, the wounds all over his body were recovering at a slow speed. Although not fully recovered from the injury, Phil Coulson has been able to get back on his feet. What a magical potion. Phil Coulson couldn't help sighing. This is the first time he has used the panacea, and he did not expect the effect to be so significant, and injuries like his can be quickly relieved. It's a pity that SHIELD's elixir is limited. Even as a high-level agent, he is only allocated 2 bottles of elixir, one of which is privately given to him by Nick Fury as an old employee benefit. Phil Coulson stood up and looked around. The agents suffered heavy losses. Some died on the spot, and some were directly wiped out by the energy, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. For this, Phil Coulson can only mourn for him. Even the panacea can't save this kind of injury. After all, the panacea is not the magic medicine for dead man, but can treat some traumatic and internal injuries that are not fatal. Similar to no amount of panacea can repair the injury of severed limbs and missing internal organs. Phil Coulson, that thing went to town. Sitwell ran over with his face covered in blood. It could be seen from the empty bottle in his hand that he also used the panacea. Phil Coulson wiped the blood from his head. Let the town's personnel evacuate all residents immediately, call for support troops, and rush to the town to assemble, asking for flowers. At the same time, Sif suddenly turned his head to look northwest. Someone turned on Bifrost. Wait, this terrifying energy fluctuation is unbelievable. Sif's eyes were horrified. She was the person with the strongest perception ability in the group of 4, and she could clearly perceive that extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Hearing this, the faces of the Asgard trio changed suddenly. They all knew that no one would come over except the 4 of them. Unless it is the enemy. The 4 were well trained and immediately got up and rushed out of the house with weapons in hand. The others quickly followed after seeing this, and Thor still had the unfinished fried chicken leg in his hand. Emergency! Emergency! Attention! This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Everyone evacuates out of the town immediately. An air defense siren came from the radio in the small town of Puente Antique, and the streets were filled with dazed residents who didn't know what was going on. Thor seemed to notice something and shouted in disbelief. "This is the breath of the destroyer." "What's that?" Sif looked at Thor suspiciously, but he had never heard of this name. Thor said solemnly, "The destroyer, that is my father's battle armor, and the guardian of Asgard's treasure house, only obeys the king's orders." 0. After hearing Thor's words, Sif and the 3 warriors took a deep breath. Although they didn't know the strength of the destroyer, as the battle armor of the father of God Odin, the guardian of Asgard's treasure house, one can imagine how powerful it is. But when you talk about such a serious topic, can you put away the fried chicken legs in your hand? Then what should we do? Jane asked worriedly. Sif and the three warriors also looked at Thor, as if they regarded Thor as the backbone. Thor was a little hesitant. Although he is rather reckless, it doesn't mean he has no brains. Well, this conclusion has yet to be studied. In short, to fight against the destroyer with his weak body is undoubtedly to die. Thor really couldn't think of any good solution. He was relatively unfamiliar with the skill of using his brain, so he looked at Chuang. Magician, what do you think? See, I stand and watch. Chuang was the only one present who knew how powerful the destroyer was. In the Marvel comics, Odin wearing the destroyer armor could even directly single out the Celestials, which was many times stronger than Tony Stark's steel armor. Chuang carefully analyzed. First of all, we need to figure out why the destroyer appeared. It must be Loki's fault. Now that he is the acting king of Asgard, he alone has the authority to command the destroyer. Fandral resolutely targeted Loki as the murderer, and he was sure to find Loki for any bad things. So, what is his purpose in sending the destroyer? Sif thought for a while. Could it be that he wants to kill Thor and prevent Thor from returning to Asgard? In fact, Sif still has half a word to say. That is, after Loki kills Thor, he could become the heir of Asgard. But she is a warrior of Asgard, and some words cannot. Just talk nonsense. Impossible. Before anyone else could speak, Thor took the initiative to defend Loki. Although Loki has been playing tricks since he was a child, he often stabbed me in the kidney with a knife, and sometimes he used magic to pretend to be. Women seduce me, but I know Loki is a good boy. My dear brother, he will never do that. 21. Chuang, 17. Everyone, they seem to have heard something extraordinary. Also, do you have any misunderstandings about good children and close relatives? Chuang pondered for a moment. Now that's the case, it's simple. We hand over Thor and then beg Loki to let us go. Don't worry, Thor's life will not be in danger in Loki's hands. No, they're close brothers. Thor's expression changed slightly, and he said with a sad face, Loki has changed. He is no longer the good brother in my impression. We must stop him together. 17. Sif and the three warriors. They don't know if Loki has changed. You've changed pretty quickly. Thor is so stupid. He says he believes in Loki, but his body is quite honest. If he falls into Loki's hands, he will be unable to resist with his current strength, and he will not be able to be put into 18 postures by Loki and kneaded at will. Before everyone discussed and reached a result, a huge amount of figures slowly appeared on the street. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, they saw the majestic destroyer armor standing in the distance. As if watching them, definitely, the destroyer was originally lifeless. Needless to say, the person who is watching them is Thor's little brother Loki. Seeing Thor in the crowd, the destroyer has no hesitation. The silver-white horizontal stripes on his cheeks automatically flip open. A dazzling golden light shines from the inside of his head, and a surge of energy is gathering. Run! Chuang yelled at the top of his voice, grabbed the old men Eric and Daisy beside him, and quickly left the place. Asgard's fighters also reacted quickly. Sif hugged Jane, Fandral and Hogan pulled Thor and jumped away immediately. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying sonic boom sounded, and the golden energy turned into a beam of light and blasted out. The momentum is mighty. A golden energy beam hit the position where Chuang and the others were originally standing. Fortunately, Chuang and the others dodged in time, and the hard, oily road surface was instantly shattered into countless pieces under the damage of this energy, and the surrounding residents could feel that the 930 ground was turbulently, as if an earthquake was coming in general. They were so frightened that they fled outside the town one after another. Looking at the huge, deep hole left on the ground, Chuang swallowed and thought to himself, this power is definitely not the destroyer of the movie version. You know, the destroyer in the movie has been greatly weakened. Even blowing up a car is difficult. It is weaker than Tony Stark's steel armor. It can't be seen that it is Odin's battle armor. Compared with the destroyer in front of him, It is simply a sky and an earth. Chuang estimated the destructive power of the destroyer. If he was shot, his whole body would be wiped out, and it would take a lot of time to recover. Let's see and talk. Chuang threw Eric and Daisy aside and decided to stand still for the time being so as not to become the target of the destroyer. Sure enough, that guy Loki intends to kill Thor. Fandral said with an ugly face, the energy beam just now obviously want to kill them. Sif put down the panicked Jane and gritted his teeth. We can't let Loki's plot succeed. Cover me and organize a counterattack. 17. After fighting for many years, several friends had a tacit understanding and immediately understood the meaning of Sif and spread out to the surroundings. Seeing this, Thor hurriedly dragged Jane to hide with Chuang. After these days of beatings from the society, Thor is now very confident with himself, knowing that the next battle does not belong to him, and with his strength, he will only drag his friends. Their hind legs. For Asgard, Vostag let out a loud cry and stepped forward towards the destroyer. His fat body and huge amounts of body size did not become a burden to him. Instead, he slammed into the destroyer like a wild beast with a fierce roar. Seeing Vostag actively attracting attention, Chuang acted immediately, raised his two guns and fired bursts at the destroyer, and the bullets splashed a small spark on the destroyer. Unsurprisingly, normal weapons do nothing against the destroyer. Chuang was very helpless. It wasn't that his technology was bad, it was that the accessories were bad. Limited by the materials of the earth, the limit that ordinary firearms could transform was at most that, unless better materials or technology could be obtained. Chuang looked at the destroyer armor in front of him. He remembered that in Avengers, the high-tech gun that Coulson used to attack Loki seemed to be made of destroyer armor. Thinking of this, Chuang's eyes towards the destroyer suddenly became hot. Vostag swung the battle axe in his hand and slammed heavily at the destroyer's armor. The battle axe collided with the metal shell of the destroyer, making an eardrum-sharp collision sound. The physique of the Asgardians is far superior to that of Earthlings, and Vostag is an elite among Asgards, stronger than the normal Chuang in terms of strength. However, in the face of Vostag's huge amounts of power, the destroyer still stood firmly in place, not even shaking his body. The destroyer waved his arms as if driving away flies and slapped Vostag's thick body. Vorstag's bulky body suddenly looked like a kite with a broken string, and it flew backwards at a faster speed and fell firmly to the ground, leaving cracked potholes on the ground. Vostage vomited blood and lay on the ground covered in blood. After receiving the powerful slap of the destroyer, he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken, and he had no extra strength to stand up again. Regardless of the seriously injured Vostag, Fandral and Hogan appeared on the left and right sides of the destroyer at the same time, using their weapons to forcefully output the destroyer. However, their attacks really didn't have much destructive power on the destroyer's body. Only sparks popped out on the silver body, leaving no shallow white marks. The furnace-like face of the destroyer quickly unfolded, and the terrifying golden energy gathered inside again. Seeing that the two scraping masters were about to be sent away by the destroyer, Sif descended from the sky, holding a dark spear in both hands. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the destroyer opened his face protection, the spear directly penetrated the destroyer's head, stabbing with undiminished strength. Entering the oily road, firmly fixed the destroyer to the ground. If the destroyer is a normal enemy, such an offensive can bring a little hindrance. Unfortunately, it doesn't have much impact on the destroyer. Before Sif and the others cheered, the metal horizontal bars on the surface of the destroyer flowed in an orderly order, and they were constantly combined and pieced together. In the blink of an eye, the front became the reverse. The head that was originally facing the ground was aligned with Sif above, and the surging golden energy is gathering. Feeling the energy fluctuations rushing towards his face, Sif turned pale with fright, jumped off the destroyer's body in a hurry, and dodged the destroyer's Nunghuang beam just at the nick of time. As expected of the King of God's armor, it's too strong. The duo of Sif and Guasha were pale, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. The strength shown by the destroyer makes people despair, and they have no confidence in victory at all in their hearts. Not to mention whether they could withstand the destroyer's attack. Even if the destroyer stood there and let them attack, their strength might not be able to damage the destroyer's indestructible outer armor. Today our deeds will be passed down, and our souls will also lead to Soul Castle. Sif showed a death-defying expression. As an Asgard warrior, it is a supreme honor to go to the battlefield of death, and they are never afraid of death. Hearing Sif's words, Fandral and Hogan took a step forward, facing the destroyer, obviously intending to fight side by side with their comrades and die bravely together. Seeing the crisis faced by his friends, Thor clenched his fists and looked anxiously at Lu Chuang. Magician, think of a solution. Lu Chuang glanced at Thor, and he felt that Thor was treating him like a jing-dong cat and asking him for help with any problem. However, Thor needs to defeat the destroyer to unlock the Bifrost, and he has to help Thor re-raise Mjolnir. There is a way. Lu Chuang rubbed his chin. Hearing this, Thor seemed to see hope. What way? Lu Chuang pointed at Thor. You go up to deliver. Oh no, go up to fight. Thor didn't expect that Lu Chuang's solution would be this, and he wanted to cry without tears. My power was taken away by my father. Even Mjolnir couldn't lift it up. I am no match for the destroyer. Lu Chuang patted him on the shoulder. Trust me, you'll be fine. You've been with me these days. In fact, you've absorbed some of my good qualities. Now you're fully qualified to lift the hammer. Become mighty Thor again. Hang the destroyer and return to Asgard. Magician, now is not the time to tell jokes. I'm not kidding. You do have the right to lift the hammer. No, I mean imbibe your good qualities. Lu Chuang was silent for a few seconds. He was not as sensible as a fool, and continued. Remember what I said. You are destined to have a catastrophe, which you cannot escape, and now is your catastrophe. Only by facing it bravely can you return to Asgard again. I see, is this my catastrophe? Thor suddenly realized, and the logic made sense all at once. No way. Who told Lu Chuang to prepare the groundwork so many days in advance? And Thor didn't believe it. Jane's insiders were also horrified, but Lu Chuang really hit it off. Thor is destined to have a disaster. Isn't the destroyer in front of him the biggest disaster? This is the benefit of knowing the plot. Lu Chuang was finally able to happily play the prophet's coercion. Although this kind of coercion may only be effective for people with rough nerves like Thor. Seeing that Thor's eyes became firm, Lu Chuang immediately added firewood and said solemnly, Go, face your catastrophe, complete metamorphosis. Your hammer is waiting for your call. I see. Hearing Lu Chuang's last words, Thor couldn't help feeling heroic, walking towards the destroyer with his head held high. Seemingly sensing Thor's breath, the destroyer's offensive stopped. Sif and the others were finally able to breathe, and turned to look at Thor, who was approaching, with a drastic change in expression. Thor, let's go. Thor smiled at his friends and came to the destroyer. The destroyer looked down at Thor from a height, and a palpitating golden energy was brewing in his head, as if 4.0 would erupt at any time. Thor secretly swallowed his saliva, but he remembered what Lu Chuang said, and shouted with force. Loki, I know you're watching. Stop now. Everyone here is innocent. Look at us for brother's sake. After all, I still have faith in Loki. After all, they're close brothers. How could Loki want to kill him? When Thor finished speaking, the destroyer was exactly as Thor thought. The golden energy in his skull gradually extinguished. As if obeying Thor's words, he turned and left. The next moment, the destroyer suddenly turned around and looked back. Thor slammed and hit. The whole person took off in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Thor! Everyone subconsciously exclaimed, and Jane rushed over desperately, hugging the limp Thor in her arms. Looking at Thor, who was unresponsive, Jane glared at Lu Chuang. Didn't you say that Thor would be fine? Lu Chuang showed an expression that everything was under control. Don't worry, the hammer is on its way. Lu Chuang raised his head confidently to the sky, waiting for the arrival of Mjolnir. Half a minute later, the sky was still calm. Blue sky and white clouds, but there is no hammer with thunder. Chuang pushed Jane away and rushed to Thor. Thor, cheer up. Hold on. And after some rescue by Chuang, under the effect of purification, Thor's injury gradually recovered. Chuang squeezed a cold sweat secretly, almost slipped off. If Thor dies here, then it will not be a matter of whether the mission can be completed, but how he will bear the anger of Odin, a top boss. Awakening to find that his stupid son is gone, Odin can't help but catch him and chop him up. In fact, Thor's injury is not very serious. It may be that the physique of Odin's blood is relatively strong, or it may be that the destroyer deliberately released the water. After Thor was treated by Chuang, he soon showed signs of awakening. You're awake. As soon as Thor opened his eyes, he saw Chuang's harmless, smiling face and couldn't help shivering. Magician, you lied to me, Thor said angrily. Chuang is innocent. I lied to you. You said that I am qualified to lift the hammer now, but I didn't sense Mjolnir at all. Thor's tone sounded a little aggrieved. Chuang is also helpless. It can't be his fault. That's how it was played in the movie. Who knows how things will develop like this? That's right. Thor in the movie sacrificed on his own initiative, and there is a certain difference from being fooled up to deliver him just now. 13 Chuang came at the mouth of the nonsense and said flickeringly, your determination is not firm enough. In the face of catastrophe, you can't have fear and luck, and you have also seen that Loki can't let you go unless your friends can let you go. Resist the destroyers, or they and you will die here. Finding that Thor was rescued by Chuang, the destroyer's offensive did not stop. Several scraping masters could only grit their teeth and struggle to keep the destroyer from getting close to Thor, but judging from their appearance, they probably couldn't last long. Thor looked at his friends who were desperate for him, and with Chuang's words, his eyes changed from hesitation to firmness, and he walked towards the destroyer without any hesitation. Enough, Thor yelled at the destroyer, as if returning to his old arrogance. No matter what the reason is, let you do such a thing, please stop, let others go. If you want to take my life, just take it bar. Hearing Thor's words, the destroyer waved his arms, knocking out the 3 Siths who were in the way, and came to Thor with heavy steps, just like before. But this time, Thor was no longer afraid, and said sincerely, Loki, I don't know why you hate me so much and even want to kill me, but in my heart, we will always be brothers. At the same time, in Asgard, tens of millions of kilometers away from the Earth, Loki sat silent in the palace. Thor's words touched him a little. For this brother who has been with him for thousands of years, it is definitely impossible to say that he has no feelings. He is hesitation whether he should really do it. At this time, Thor said with emotion, do you still remember that every time you were beaten and cried by me, you would hide in your mother's arms and cry for a whole night? How we were at that time happy. K Brotherhood. The others were speechless for a while. They finally knew why Loki wanted to kill Thor so much. In exchange for their dark history being exposed, they also wanted to kill this rough old man. Boom! The destroyer suddenly swung his arms and slammed heavily on Thor's chest. Even with the powerful physique of the Asgard people, Thor couldn't bear the strength of the destroyer, and his whole body flew upside down against the ground like a fired bullet, and finally rolled and hit the ground continuously, sliding tens of meters on the ground, leaving behind a deep ravine. Thor hit the street again. It can be seen that the destroyer definitely did not release water this time, and this punch was somewhat personal. Chuang squinted his eyes. He could see that Thor's soul was changing, and a mighty thunder force filled his whole body. Thor is finally starting to transform. At this moment, Chuang suddenly felt a hot breath and instinctively jumped to the side. Boom! A deep pit appeared where Chuang was originally standing. Chuang looked back with trepidation, and it turned out that the destroyer was attacking him. Loki had noticed this Midgard man a long time ago, and was quite surprised by Chuang's treatment of Thor's hand, Duan Yi. He never thought that in such a poor place like Midgard, there are still people who can use such a special ability. Loki snorted coldly. He would not let Lu Chuang save Thor again. The Gungnir in his hand fell heavily, and with Loki's control, the metal bars on the destroyer's face squirmed, once again gathering terrifying and mighty golden energy. Seeing that the destroyer regarded him as a target, Lu Chuang felt his scalp tingle and immediately shouted, "Do not kill medical soldiers on the battlefield." The destroyer ignored his words, and the surging golden energy burst out suddenly. The scorching high temperature made the surrounding air appear distorted, and turned into a beam of energy that shot straight at Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang's pupils contracted, and his figure retreated instantly to avoid the oncoming energy beam, but he was still sent flying by the aftermath of the energy, and after landing, he rolled twice and landed right next to Mostage. Being attacked twice in a row, Lu Chuang couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. He glanced down at the seriously injured Vostag and threw a purification in the past. "Thank you, magician. I feel much better." Volstager thanked. Lu Chuang looked at the axe in Vostag's hand and said, "As a reward, I will borrow your axe." Vostager sensed Lu Chuang's intentions and kindly reminded, "Magician, my axe is not light. Even I have to lift it with 2 hands. You should use other weapons." Before he finished speaking, Vostag saw Lu Chuang holding a nearly 2-meter-long axe with one hand and carrying it on his shoulder effortlessly. "Magician? No. Are you really a magician?" Vostag stared dumbfounded. In his perception, magicians should all be thin and weak like Loki. Why is Lu Chuang, a magician, stronger than him? Seeing that the destroyer was brewing energy again, Lu Chuang didn't have time to answer Vostag's question. So he took out the black mask from his pocket, put it on, and rushed to the destroyer's position with a stride. Lu Chuang's speed was extremely fast, and the heavy axe did not affect his speed at all. The scorching energy beam struck again, and Lu Chuang went head-on. Captured by the super dynamic 757 state vision, he turned around to avoid the engulfing of the energy beam, and with the inertia of sprinting, he swung his axe and drew a semicircle in the air, exerting an unparalleled, terrifying force. The axe blade slashed fiercely at the destroyer. Clang! The sound of the collision rang out in everyone's ears like thunder, and it made the eardrums itchy for a while. Just now, the destroyer, who Vostag couldn't move even half a step, was thrown by Lu Chuang with an axe at this moment, and the sky was filled with dust when he landed. An obvious scratch could be seen on the metal shell of his neck, but in the blink of an eye, it was restored to fullness. Lu Chuang was not surprised by this. After all, it was Odin's combat armor, so it was unreasonable to solve it so easily. Seeing the energy surge in the destroyer's brain, Lu Chuang didn't give a chance at all, raised the axe, and dropped it again, forcibly interrupting the destroyer's skills. Clang! 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 On the entire battlefield, there was only a series of beating sounds like a violent storm. Everyone was stunned, especially the 4 people from Asgard. They had personally experienced the power of the destroyer. They saw Lu Chuang stepping on the destroyer and slashing at the destroyer with an axe. Shocked. Is this how Midgard magicians fight? Also, it's really novel. I have to admit that the magicians of Midgard are more ferocious than their warriors of Asgard, and Sif and others feel ashamed of themselves. Not to mention the Sifs. Even Loki of Asgard was stunned. A mere Midgardian could stand against the destroyer. Definitely, Loki wouldn't just sit back and watch the destroyer take a passive beating. Under Loki's control, the destroyer raised his arms to block the axe. The metal bar on his head squirmed quickly, turned his face to the ground, and a surge of volcanic energy burst out of the destroyer. Lu Chuang, who was stepping on the destroyer, felt his soles were hot. Seeing the destroyer's posture, he immediately put away his axe and jumped to the distance. Boom! Dazzling golden light flickered, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Accompanied by violent tremors, with the destroyer as the center, a scorching air wave erupted, rolling up a large cloud of dust and smoke. Lu Chuang was almost overturned by the heat wave, and he stuck his axe into the ground to barely stabilize his shaking body. Why doesn't this thing obey the law of conservation of energy? Is that reasonable? Lu Chuang muttered. Tony Stark's steel armor at least has a small arc reactor as an energy source, but the destroyer is just an empty shell, and I don't know where so much energy comes from. Soon, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the destroyer walked out of the dust and smoke unscathed. His huge body shone with a cold metal texture, and his image like a killing machine made people feel desperate. The soldiers on the battlefield couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Not only is the destructive power ridiculously strong, but the defense is like a tortoise shell. How to fight this? But Chuang was fearless, picked up the axe, and said to the destroyer, "Give you one last chance. Leave the earth, otherwise I will leave." Everyone, speak the most embarrassing things in the strongest tone. In terms of momentum, Chuang has never been weaker than anyone else. The destroyer didn't push, the metal horizontal bar flipped, and energy began to brew. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sonic boom in the sky. Looking along the sound, I saw a silver afterimage roaring towards Thor, with a long blue electric current trailing from its tail, falling towards Thor's position like a meteorite falling. Thor, who was lying on the ground without knowing his life or death, suddenly opened his eyes like a corpse, stood up straight with his right hand, reached out and grabbed the afterimage of the high-speed movement. Violent lightning energy erupted from Thor's body in an instant. The dazzling white light makes it impossible to open your eyes. Ziz! Thunder lingered all over his body, and Thor floated uncontrollably in midair. Numerous scales were neatly arranged on his body. In the blink of an eye, a pair of gorgeous silver battle armor was formed, and the scarlet cloak fluttered with the wind behind him. After the white holy light mosaic disappeared, a brand new image of Thor appeared in front of everyone, wearing a majestic battle armor. The wounds all over his body had disappeared, and he took a bath and blow-dried his hair by the way. Thor! Several friends of Sif are full of joy. Their powerful Thor is back. At the moment, Thor is holding a hammer with mysterious runes. Countless tiny thunder snakes emerge from the surface of the hammer, and millions of special effects simply steal the show. Feeling the surging divine power in his body, Thor showed a confident smile. "My friends, leave it to me." Loki in Asgard saw Thor raising his hammer, and instinctively shook, as if recalling some bad memories, and ignored Chuang, who was in the way, and immediately controlled the destroyer to attack Thor. Boom! The energy beams struck through the air, and Thor was already prepared. The Mjolnir in his hand burst out with a strong thunder, roaring out of his hand, and the hammer turned into a brontosaurus, tore apart the golden energy in front of him, and went straight to hit the destroyer's head. The crisp metal and iron chimes sounded, and the destroyer slammed and hit hard, interrupting the energy output. Taking this opportunity, Thor recalled Mjolnir and raised his hammer towards the sky. The sky seemed to have received some kind of special traction. The clouds began to roll. The sky gradually dimmed. The dark clouds covered the entire sky, and the thunder raged and roared in the dark clouds. Thor turned the hammer quickly. The violent wind swayed violently, and a hurricane rolled up around it. Thor and the destroyer in the center of the hurricane rose with the wind, and their bodies slowly left the ground and flew to high places. The destroyer didn't catch it without a fight, and the converging energy roared towards Jinger. Relying on the advantage of the air unit, Thor easily avoided the attack of the destroyer. With his backhand, he summoned a thunderbolt with a hammer and blasted at the destroyer. Everyone watched the show with their heads up, feeling very uncomfortable, and felt that the cervical spondylosis was about to be cured. After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling flash erupted from the sky, and accompanied by a deafening explosion, the wreckage of the destroyer fell from the sky. Chuang looked at the torn body of the destroyer, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "I want to report, there is something shady here. It may not be visible in the movie." After Chuang personally experienced the power of the destroyer, he realized how outrageous Thor's process of defeating the destroyer was. The destroyer, who Chuang couldn't even hit with an axe, was blocked by Thor with a hammer, allowing the energy to flow back in the destroyer's head, and then the destroyer exploded. Yes, the destroyer committed suicide, just like a joke. Lu Chuang witnessed the whole battle process. He noticed that the destroyer didn't use his full strength. When attacking them, the destroyer's attack frequency was very fast. However, when attacking Thor, the destroyer was like urine, intermittently. Moreover, with Lu Chuang's dynamic vision, he can clearly see that the destroyer's attack was not aimed at Thor at all, as if he was afraid of hitting Thor. Wang Zhao's is all sunset red spears. If there is no shady inside, who will believe it? Although Loki is the controller of the destroyer, Lu Chuang thinks that it is unlikely that Loki will deliberately release water. After all, the previous 2 punches were aimed at killing Thor, and there is no reason for Loki to release water. Then there is only one possibility, that someone is secretly helping Thor cheat behind his back. The person who can do this, obviously, is probably only Thor's own father who can do it. It is said that he is sleeping, and with the ability of that boss, Lu Chuang does not believe that the other party will not know what happened to the 2 brothers. Maybe Loki's conspiracy is in his calculations, and the destroyer also got his permission, under Loki's control. In front of an old fox who has lived for an unknown number of years, the mere god of trickery is nothing. Looking at Thor who completed the metamorphosis, Lu Chuang sighed in his heart. Sure enough, picking it up is not as good as my own. Lu Chuang can understand Odin. After all, there is only one successor to Asgard, and the 2 sons are unreliable and weird. The eldest son, Thor, is a reckless fool. If the throne of Asgard is handed over to him, he may lead the Asgard army into the enemy's stronghold the next day. The second son, Loki, is smart, but that kind of cleverness it's all on his elder brother, and he basically doesn't care about others. No matter who Asgard is handed over to, it feels like it's over. In order to cultivate a qualified successor, Odin has taken great pains, and even spared no expense to send his battle armor as experienced treasure. Lu Chuang glanced at the wreckage of the destroyer, and in that case, then, he was not polite. While everyone was not paying attention, Lu Chuang took out his mobile phone and sent a message about the 3 cases. The sky gradually returned to calm. Thor returned triumphantly. The eyes of the 3 warriors, Sif and Asgard, were excited, and Jane looked at Thor in astonishment. Is this what you really look like? Yes. Thor was in high spirits, and thanked Lu Chuang. Magician, thank you for your advice. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Then it's settled. Lu Chuang agreed. He did need Thor's help on many things. Eric and Daisy were dumbfounded the whole time. Oh my god, they just picked up a god. Daisy's reaction was more intense, and it turned out that the liar hadn't lied. She suddenly thought of Lu Chuang's words, and her whole body became ill instantly, and she rushed to Lu Chuang in tears. Master, you must help me. I'm already very poor. I don't want to go bankrupt. Lu Chuang took a deep breath. Good guy. He hit someone with the ball. Lu Chuang is not a person who likes to take advantage, but the other party's chest muscles are too strong, and he can't push it away no matter how hard he tries, so he can only comfort him. It's okay. As long as you don't go to work in a restaurant, it shouldn't be a big problem. Really? Daisy's eyes widened in surprise. Then, Master, can you tell me what I need to do to earn 100 million? Sleep. There's everything in the dream. Lu Chuang sneered. You're thinking about shit. He didn't even make 100 million. Thor and Jane flirted with each other for a while, then looked at Sif and the others. We have to go to Bifrost's punctuation. Teleport back to Asgard. I have something to say to Loki. 17. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard nodded without hesitation. They have lived and died with Thor for many years, from Moose Bell guarded by Surti all the way to Jotunheim, the lair of Frost Titan. They're definitely the most steadfast Thor faction. Thor's return to Asgard is exactly what they hope. They don't want to see Loki become the speaker of Asgard. At this time, a black car drove towards them, and a disgraced Phil Coulson got off with several SHIELD agents. Phil Coulson glanced at everyone present, noticed Lu Chuang in the crowd, and his eyelids twitched. Why does this guy always appear on such occasions? Lu Chuang showed his white teeth and said hello. Phil Coulson, did you just come back from playing in the mud? Phil Coulson didn't care about Lu Chuang's joke and said helplessly, Mr. Wade, it seems that you are not lying What should I call this person, Thor or Thor Odinson? SHILDS eyeliner is all over the town. Phil Coulson already knows what happened here, and he also saw the battle between Thor and the Destroyer at high altitude. Finally, he believes that Thor is the Thor in mythology. Son of Cole, we meet again, you can call me Thor. Thor has met Phil Coulson and has a good impression of this good old man. Listen, we are all fighting to protect this world. From now on, you can treat me as an ally of the Earth, but you have to take you Jane things come back. It's not taking, it's stealing. Jane corrected. It's for borrowing. We will deliver the equipment and materials to your home intact. Phil Coulson emphasized that SHILD is a serious department, and the world's misunderstanding of them is too deep. Today is different from the past. Now Jane has Thor as a backer, and may even roll into Thor's bed. Such a powerful woman Phil Coulson does not want to offend. Thor looked at Jane. Do you want to see the bridge I told you about? Definitely. Thor hugged Jane, then swung his hammer and flew into the air with a whoosh. Wait, I still have something to ask. Phil Coulson yelled. Seeing that the figures of the two had disappeared from sight, he could only turn his head to look at the others, only to find that the Asgard foursome also ran away. No way, they can't fly, but they can only run on foot. Seeing their usual appearance, it is obvious that Thor has left them like this not once or twice. Phil Coulson knew that Sif and Thor came from the same place, so he didn't stop him. So he had to set his sights on the remaining 3 insiders. Seeing that Phil Coulson is a lucky star, Chuang kindly explained, Loki knows. The metal armor that attacked you was sent by Loki to kill his big brother, which is Thor. Phil Coulson wondered, you mean Loki, the god of trickery and mythology? Isn't he Odin's brother? After Chuang revealed about Thor's identity, Phil Coulson went back and looked up Norse mythology, and he still has some understanding of the relationship between the mythical characters. Asking for flowers, Chuang patted Phil Coulson on the shoulder. Myth and reality are different. Goddess of death Hela is still the sister of Thor and Loki. Well, this one is even more outrageous. In mythology, Hela is Loki's daughter, but in reality, it has become a sister. Phil Coulson decided to go back and burn the Book of Myths so as not to have inertial thinking after reading too much. If he had the opportunity to deal with Thor in the future, he blurted out that Loki was your uncle, and he was afraid he would be struck to death by lightning. As for the more detailed content, you can ask the 2 of them. I have other things to do, so I will make an appointment when I have time. Before Phil Coulson could continue to ask, Chuang ran towards the black car with the axe on his shoulders, threw the axe into the rear seat, jumped into the driver's seat, took out the car key to start the car, and stepped on the accelerator to chase after Toto. Phil Coulson fumbled for his pocket, but his car keys were gone. Tang dang, SHILD. Unexpectedly got his car stolen. Point 0. Phil Coulson's face turned black, and he turned his head to look at Eric and Daisy, and ran one more if he had the ability. Eric and Daisy smiled far-fetchedly. They didn't have the strength or backing to resist SHILD, so they could only be taken away by SHILD agent obediently for questioning. Phil Coulson looked to the left. Suddenly, Barton's hasty voice came from the communicator next to Phil Coulson's ear. Phil Coulson immediately turned his head to look, only to see a flash of purple light, and the wreckage of the destroyer on the ground disappeared in place. Got it. Looking at the text message sent by Clarice, Chuang showed a satisfied smile. He had already contacted Clarice and sent his location. With Clarice's ability, it was a breeze to snatch the destroyer from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chuang drove the car and quickly caught up with the Asgard foursome who were running wildly and gave them a ride by the way. It didn't take long for them to see Thor and Jane. Heimdall, turn on Bifrost, Thor shouted to the sky. The next moment, the sky glowed with colorful rainbow lights, and the mysterious patterns fell straight on the ground. Thor, take me one. I also want to travel to Asgard. Chuang said. No problem. Thor agreed to this simple request without even thinking about it, and walked into Bifrost with Chuang and Asgard's foursome. With a strong traction, several people quickly shuttled through the colorful space tunnel to the end of Bifrost, Asgard. As soon as he landed, Chuang received a notification from his system. Explore the universe. Completed. Unlock condition. 10 million kilometers away from the Earth. Title: Super High School Astronaut. Unlock. Chuang has no hesitation. Unlock successfully. Title: Super High School Astronaut. Explanation: one small step for you, one giant leap for mankind. Characteristic: Interstellar Shuttle. Interstellar Shuttle, the planet where the automatic punctuation is located, can be freely teleported to any punctuated planet. Cooling time: 1 hour. Punctuated planet: Earth, Asgard. Chuang was a little surprised to see the characteristics of a super high school level astronaut. Isn't this the shortened version of Bifrost? Although it is not as buggy as Bifrost and can be teleported to any corner of the universe at will, the effect of interstellar travel is still very good. With this ability, you will be able to teleport from the Earth to other planets in the future and have an instant interstellar journey. Walking out of Bifrost, Chuang came to a resplendent hall. Outside was the vast universe, dotted with stars like gravel, densely scattered in this vast and boundless cosmic Ganges. It's really spectacular. 783. Chuang couldn't help sighing. It was the first time for the two people to see such a shocking scenery, and they immediately took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Unlike Chuang, who came here for a tour, Thor and the others noticed that in the center of the teleportation hall, a black man in golden armor was half kneeling on the ground, which was the guardian hall of Tehim of Asgard. Thor hurriedly helped Heimdall up, and Heimdall grabbed Thor's arm and said weakly. Loki opened Bifrost privately and brought the Frost Titan to Asgard. Now Loki and Frost Titan are going to the King of God's bedroom. Bad for the sleeping King of God. Hurry, stop them. What? Hearing Heimdall's words, Thor's expression changed drastically. Regardless of asking Heimdall, Thor threw Heimdall to Sif's care, then rushed out of the teleportation hall, threw his hammer, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Sif checked Heimdall's body condition and found that Heimdall was already cold. Oh no, the body temperature was terribly low, as cold as ice. If it were an ordinary Asgard, they would have died from such a low temperature long ago. But Heimdall is an Asgardian from Asgard, and his body strength is extraordinary, barely able to resist the biting cold. Even so, Heimdall's breath of life was getting weaker and weaker, and he felt that he was about to die. Sif said urgently, "Send Heimdall to treatment quickly. He will die." After visiting the scenery, Chuang, a tourist, walked over and patted Sif on the shoulder. "I will treat you a little bit. Let me see." Sif remembered that Chuang cured Vostag's injury, nodded quickly, and handed Heimdall to Chuang. Chuang squatted in front of Heimdall, raised his right hand, and condensed a surge of mana towards Heimdall. Heimdall's symptoms were quickly relieved, but he still hadn't recovered. Chuang squinted his eyes to check, and found that Heimdall's soul was wrapped in a mass of energy exuding a cold aura, which was somewhat similar to his mana, but the attributes were completely different. Seeing that Chuang did not move, Sif asked, "Magician, what's the matter? Is it very troublesome?" "I'm fine. My body is cold, and my kidneys are weak. It's just a minor illness." Chuang used purification again, and under his gaze, the mana was like scorching lava, quickly melting away the icy breath entangled in Heimdall's soul. Seeing that the purification was effective, Chuang immediately increased the output of mana until all the remaining energy in Heimdall disappeared. Heimdall's body temperature finally returned to normal, but his complexion did not change. It was still as dark as before. "Thank you for your healing, human magician of Midgard." Heimdall expressed his gratitude to Chuang, stood up and said, "There's a change in Asgard now, and there is a high possibility of danger here. I can send you back to Midgard first. Don't worry, we'll talk later." Chuang waved his hand and refused. If he didn't have the ability of interstellar shuttle, he would definitely not stay in Asgard. According to the development of the plot, Thor destroyed Bifrost later, and he didn't return to Earth until the Women's Federation appeared. But now, he can return to Earth at any time without Bifrost, so he has no worries. Since he is here, he naturally wants to visit for a while. Seeing that Heimdall's life crisis was lifted, Sif breathed a sigh of relief, drew out his long sword, and said, "Let's go help Thor and expel the Frost Titan that invaded Asgard." "Good." The three warriors of Asgard agreed. At this time, Heimdall turned his head to look outside the teleportation hall. "It's Loki. Loki is approaching here." Everyone was shocked and immediately rushed out of the teleportation hall. Sure enough, a green figure appeared in the distance. At the moment, Loki has just completed the achievement of killing his own father, holding the gun of eternity, Gungnir, and riding a horse to the teleportation hall, preparing to complete his final plan. He wants to prove to his father that he is truly qualified to be the king of Asgard. Loki noticed the few people blocking the way, with a wicked and contemptuous smile on his face. "Get out of the way. Now I'm the king of Asgard. Disobeying my orders is tantamount to betraying Asgard." Hearing Loki's words, Sif and the others looked a little hesitant. Now Loki is the acting king of Asgard. In Asgard's law, violating the king's order is a very serious crime. "Wait, Green." Hogun stared at Loki's shape and suddenly thought of something. The magician said, "Cherish life and stay away from Green." Could it be that he is talking about Loki? Fandral suddenly realized. So it turns out that, in fact, the magician reminded us long ago that Loki is the manipulator of all conspiracies and also the real murderer who killed us. Maybe we died here. If we let Loki go, we can avoid danger. Am I right, magician? Chuang, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. This time Vostag understood and patted his chest and said loudly, "Asgard people are fearless. For Asgard, I'm not afraid of sacrifice." Fandral nodded with a smile. "That's right. Even if we will be killed by Loki, we must stop Loki's plot." Hogun looked firm. "That's right. For Asgard." *3. Holding the faith of sacrifice. The three men not only did not flinch, but rushed towards Loki without fear of life or death. Seeing the three friends, the three warriors rushing towards him with a posture of welcoming death, Loki was a little dazed. "I just asked you to make way. There is no need to come up and just go all out." Not to mention Loki. Even Chuang can't understand what the hell is muscle. "Go away." Loki raised Gungnir, and a beam of energy shot out suddenly. An extremely fast speed, Vostag, who was the biggest target, was knocked out before he had time to react. "Vorstag!" Fandral and Hogun let out an exclamation and immediately took up their weapons and attacked Loki. Loki smiled coldly, and the Gungnir in his hand continuously emitted energy beams. Before Fandral and Hogun approached, the two were hit by the energy beams, driving them into the teleportation hall. Chuang was speechless. Are these the three warriors of Asgard, or the three warriors of the dragon suit? Why do these three brothers fall down every time? Seeing that Loki has launched an attack, Sif no longer cares about the opponent's identity, and as fast as a ghost, he rushes towards the oncoming Loki. Loki didn't treat differently because of the gender of 2.9. He lifted Gungnir and blasted at Sif. But Sif was already prepared, and quickly swung his long sword to block the incoming energy beam. Then he gave a soft drink, jumped up all over his body, and slashed at Loki with his sword. Loki barely blocked the long sword with Gungnir. But unexpectedly, Sif was so powerful that he accidentally fell off the horse. Compared with the three friends, the woman Sif is much more useful. Sif didn't stop, raised his long legs, and kicked Loki hard at the root, and even faintly heard tearing air sounds. Loki backed away in horror, almost losing his bid to be the heir of Asgard forever. If you can't reproduce, what qualifications do you have to be an heir? Chuang gasped and looked at Heimdall. Do they have a grudge? Heimdall nodded. 300 years ago, as a prank, Loki deliberately cut Nozomi's most beloved hair. No wonder. Chuang secretly thought that if you offend anyone, you can't offend a woman, and what happened 300 years ago is still remembered now. Facts have proved that you must not offend a beautiful woman. The revenge of breaking hair 300 years ago made Sif burst out with 120% strength, and the sharp blade turned into countless cold lights, hitting Loki back again and again, without giving Loki a chance to breathe. However, Loki, who is a magician, is extremely agile. Under such a stormy attack, he just avoided most of the attacks by moving, and he was even able to swing Gungnir and Sif, the female warriors, to live. 2 strokes. It's just that for some reason, Loki always feels that the long sword is aimed at his hair all the time, and if he is not careful, he may become bald. Loki doesn't want to procrastinate like this. Thor is dealing with the Frost Titans that invaded Asgard and will arrive at any time. Then his plan will be impossible to implement. A woman who gets in the way. Loki snorted coldly. Gungnir's tail smashed to the ground, and a strong shockwave suddenly burst out, instantly swung Sif away, and hit the wall of the teleportation hall heavily. With this collision, the hatred between the two will last at least another 300 years. Chuang and Heimdall did not act rashly. Watching Loki walk into the teleportation hall, Loki did not launch an attack. He held up Gungnir and said loudly, "Lauf led the Frost Titan tribe to invade Asgard, trying to assassinate the god Odin. Fortunately, I saw through Lauf's plot in time, and I alone resisted Lauf and his 13 tribes, and killed Lauf. Kill on the spot. Heimdall, Chuang." They all knew that it was actually Loki who led the wolf into the house and brought the Frost Titan into Asgard. When his father Lauf was about to attack Odin, he attacked Lauf from behind and killed his relatives righteously. As a result, after Loki said it, he, the behind-the-scenes mastermind, instantly became the great hero of Asgard who destroyed the Frost Titan conspiracy. Heimdall couldn't help sighing. This thick-skinned indeed has a bit of Odin style back then, but it's Thor's rough-headed idiot. There is nothing like Odin from head to toe. Loki seemed to be in the act, trembling with anger, said with a resentful tone, "Heimdall, now I'm the king of Asgard. I order you to activate Bifrost immediately and destroy Jotunheim. This is the price paid by the Frost Titan for provoking war." Destroy Jotunheim? Heimdall's eyes were shocked. He didn't expect Loki to play so big and destroy an entire planet. But the problem is that Heimdall is the Asgardian of Asgard, and his duty lies. Even if he doesn't want to, he must obey the orders of Loki, the acting king. At the time of Heimdall's hesitation, Chuang took the initiative to help out. He fell asleep and couldn't hear you. Loki immediately sneered. Hee. Eyes are open. You said he was sleeping. You think I'm stupid? Heimdall opened his eyes. Her. Loki. Okay, since you don't want to do it, let me do it. Seeing Heimdall's attitude, Loki was furious and was about to snatch the guardian sword from Heimdall's hand, which was the key to open Bifrost. Before he took a few steps, a huge axe stood in front of him. Sorry, this way doesn't work. Chuang looked at Loki with a smile. Loki recognized Chuang as the Midgard who helped Thor, and his eyes were not friendly. Is it, but I'm good at taking shortcuts to W. After finishing the words, Loki raised Gungnir and shot an energy beam at Chuang. Chuang kicked Heimdall away, taking advantage of the counterforce while avoiding Loki's attack. Heimdall was kicked by Chuang to the side of 3 Kyo. The whole process without blinking his eyes, snoring rhythmically. He was already asleep and couldn't hear anything. Chuang's figure was violent, and a huge axe swung like nothing, whizzing and smashing towards Loki's head. So fast. Even though Loki had been prepared for a long time, he was still startled by the speed of Chuang's eruption, and he had no time to dodge, so he could only hastily lift Gungnir. Boom! The axe and the spear collided, sparks flew, and there was a dull collision sound. Chuang remained motionless, while Loki stepped back quickly, feeling the numbness of his arms, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. With this power, is this guy really from Midgard? A flash of determination flashed in Loki's eyes. No matter what, no one can stop his plan. Loki held Gungnir in his hand and said proudly, "I, Loki, king of Asgard." Chuang raised his eyebrows, seeing that the other party had such a sense of ceremony. So he followed up and said, "Wade, the magician of the earth. Are you a magician?" Loki was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chuang was a magician like him. But soon this surprise turned into contempt. He glared at Chuang with his nostrils, a mere third-rate magician. Now let you see the real magic. Before he finished speaking, Loki suddenly raised Gungnir and fired an energy beam at Chuang. At the same time, Chuang slashed at Loki with an axe. The energy beam just hit the axe, offsetting the power of the axe, and Chuang's offensive also paused slightly. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a sound in their hearts, secretly thinking that the other party did not talk about martial arts, but actually played a sneak attack. Look at the axe. With a roar, Chuang raised his foot and kicked Loki. Boom! Just as Loki lifted Gungnir, he was hit hard in the abdomen. He flew upside down and hit the wall with his head. Can punch a big hole. Loki slid down from the wall and squatted on the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I just told you to look at the axe, and I didn't say I would chop you with the axe. Chuang walked up to Loki, slowly raised the axe, and made a gesture to chop it down. Loki showed a sly smile, and his figure suddenly disappeared like a phantom. Chuang didn't know that this was Loki's forte, an illusion that was hard to distinguish between true and false. Sure enough, a transparent 360-degree phantom appeared, and Loki appeared beside Chuang, holding two exquisite daggers in his hand, and stabbed at Chuang's kidneys. Clang! The broad axe blade resisted the dagger. Chuang stared straight at Loki. His eyes glowed, white like flames. This was the effect of mana attached to his eyes. He could see Loki's soul. Naturally, he could easily see through Loki's fake body and find the location of Loki's real body. Loki's eyes are full of disbelief. His illusion was actually seen through by a third-rate magician. Loki pretended to be calm and praised lightly. A good spell. You can actually see through my illusion. Chuang smiled modestly. Where is that? Your spells are not bad. Where did you get these two daggers from? Chuang looked at Loki's attire, and he seemed to be able to block things all over his body. Definitely is... Before Loki could say a word, he raised his foot and kicked Chuang without warning. Not to be outdone, Chuang threw his fist at Loki's right eye. Both of them were hit hard and fell to the ground. However, Chuang recovered faster. Before Loki could recover, he turned over and crushed him to the ground, then swung his fists wildly and smashed at Loki's handsome face. Seriously injured Sif, his three friends, and Heimdall, who pretended to be asleep, were all stunned. Are these two really magicians? Don't look at Loki's skinny appearance. He has the blood of Frost Titan in his body, and his physique is not weaker than that of an Asgard. He was pressed to the ground by Chuang and was beaten violently, but he was still alive and screaming. A man who can hold the Hulk's explosive hammer. Chuang has the talent of a super high school wrestler and can skillfully use various joint skills. Loki tried to resist several times, but was easily suppressed by Chuang. Loki claims to be a high-ranking Protoss. Thor beat him since he was a child. Even his father never beat him, but today he was rubbed on the ground by an ant in his eyes. Loki felt that his self-esteem was severely frustrated and immediately roared from embarrassment. Enough! I saw Loki's eyes were red. His skin gradually turned blue, and strange lines appeared on his face. Suddenly, a square object with blue light appeared in his hand, with fine carvings and patterns on both sides. Handle. This is the casket of ancient winters, the heirloom of the Frost Titan race. It is said that its energy is enough to turn the 9 kingdoms into an ice age in an instant. It is an artifact that Loki stole from the Asgard treasure curry. Loki held the casket of ancient winters with both hands. A bone-piercing cold burst out, instantly enveloping Chuang's body, and quickly condensed into crystal-clear ice. Chuang's movements became slower and slower, and finally his fists were frozen in midair, melting make a humanoid ice sculpture and fix it in place. The 3 warriors of Sif and Asgard all looked shocked. Why does Loki look so similar to Frost Titan? Is it possible? Loki is the B**************** D son of Odin and some Frost Titan outside. The 4 swallowed, as if they had discovered some terrible secret. Loki pushed away the frozen Chuang and got up from the ground. His injuries were not serious, but his appearance was extremely embarrassing. His eyes were bruised, his cheeks were swollen, and his long black hair like instant noodles was in a mess. He didn't have the noble and elegant image of the past. Loki gritted his teeth. He wasted too much time on Chuang. Regardless of tidying up his image, Loki held the casket of ancient winters and walked towards Heimdall, who was pretending to be asleep. Facing Loki, who was holding the casket of ancient winters, Heimdall was powerless to resist at all. Before he was frozen by Loki, he almost died. Now he also has no way to resist and was directly frozen again by Loki. Only the part of the Guardian sword was exposed. No one can stop me. Loki's eyes flashed sharply. He took away the Guardian sword, inserted it into the center of the teleportation hall, and activated Bifrost, aiming at Jotunheim, the lair of the Frost Titan. The interstellar cannon that Chuang and Coulson mentioned before is actually Bifrost. As a strategic weapon of Asgard, Bifrost can not only travel through time and space. When the energy of Bifrost reaches its maximum output, the energy of Bifrost can destroy an entire planet. Bifrost output full power, and the teleportation hall was filled with terrifying energy reactions. At this moment, Thor arrived in time, holding the hammer. His chest was heaving violently. Obviously, the battle with the Frost Titan consumed a lot of energy. Seeing the situation in the teleportation hall, Thor shouted anxiously, "Loki, stop! You can't wipe out the entire race. When did you start showing mercy to the Frost Titan? Isn't this the result you've always wanted?" Loki felt that it was absurd for these words to come from his brash old brother. Thor persuaded, "I have changed. I found that my previous ideas were wrong. War will only bring worse results. Asgard Lebu peace. A few days in Midgard actually made you so weak. Who on earth influenced you? Was it that Midgard woman?" There was anger in Loki's words, and even a little grievance. For thousands of years, Thor has never listened to his persuasion and suggestions. As a result, Thor changed his mind for a woman in just a few days on the Earth. The more Loki thought about it, the more massive cold air burst out from the casket of ancient winters, covering the center of the teleportation hall in an instant, freezing the Guardian sword and the thunder energy visible to the naked eye into ice sculptures. Not leaving it to Toto will close Bifrost's chances. No, Thor wanted to stop it, but Loki picked up Gungnir on the ground, and an energy beam knocked Thor out of the teleportation hall and fell on the colorful bridge. Thor, who had regained his divine power, had an amazing physique and quickly stood up again. "Loki, you are my younger brother. Why do you do this?" Hearing this, Loki shouted immediately, "I'm not your brother, never have been." It's no wonder that Loki lost control of his emotions. After all, in his past conception, the Frost Titans were a group of jokers who couldn't get on the stage. In the end, he found that the Joker turned out to be himself, and anyone else would have a broken heart. Loki body blur directly separated a dozen illusion duplications, and at the same time raised Gungnir to attack Thor. Thor couldn't tell the truth from the fake, and with a bang, the powerful energy star instantly knocked Thor down on the ground. Loki has Gungnir in his left hand and casket of ancient winters in his right. He said coldly, "You can't stop it. Bifrost will continue to grow until it destroys Jotunheim. Just stay here and watch Jotunheim's destruction. I will prove it to my father, who is the qualified successor of Asgard. That person won't be you, Loki." Loki suddenly felt that his hands were empty and looked back quickly, only to find that Chuang had escaped from the ice, holding Gungnir and casket of ancient winters in his hands, followed by the three warriors of Heimdall, Sif, and Asgard who had returned to normal. How can it be? Loki looked like he saw a ghost. A Midgard man could break the ice seal on the face of ice? That nothing is impossible. Chuang laughed lightly. His mana could expel the energy of the casket of ancient winters, but naturally it couldn't freeze him. Now, I have both artifacts in my hands. You are doomed. If you don't want to suffer, you should surrender quickly. At this point, how could Loki give up and immediately cast out more than a dozen illusion duplications, rushing towards Chuang from all directions? Chuang's eyes glowed white. Ignoring the oncoming Lokis, he raised the casket of ancient winters and smashed it into the void behind him. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Loki holding a dagger appeared out of thin air and fell heavily to the ground, and the other illusion duplication disappeared. Chuang raised Gungnir and pointed the gun point at Loki's throat. It seems that I won this magician battle. Everyone, F***K, this isn't a magician fight at all. At the moment, the teleportation hall erupted with dazzling light, and everyone could feel the terrifying energy contained in it. If they approached rashly, those with weak bodies would be instantly wiped out by this energy. Heimdall shook his head and said, "It's too late. Bifrost can't pause anymore." "No, there is another way." There was a flash of determination in Thor's eyes, new Oz, and he walked forward with a hammer. "You get out of here. I will destroy the bridge." Everyone guessed what Thor was thinking and was shocked. Loki shouted, "Are you crazy? Destroy Bifrost, and you will never see that woman again." While Loki doesn't want Thor to see Jane either, he doesn't want Thor destroying Bifrost even more. Loki pointed at Chuang. "And you, if you don't have Bifrost, you won't be able to go back to Midgar." Chuang said righteously, "Don't think that I am as dirty-minded as you. For the sake of peace, this small sacrifice is nothing." He really couldn't see that this guy, with dirtier methods than himself, actually had this kind of ideological awareness. Thor was deeply moved. Being exiled, he knew very well the pain of not being able to return home. Chuang's sacrifice was too great. "Magician, I assure you, Asgard will be your second home," Thor said seriously. Chuang nodded vigorously. "With your words, I feel relieved." Asgard, aka Asgard. In the Norse mythology records of the earth, Asgard is the place where the gods live, similar to the heaven in the myths of the great Eastern kingdoms, and the Jade Emperor is the king of god Odin. However, with modern eyes, Asgard is an alien planet. The gods are a group of aliens whose physique is different from ordinary people. If Thor and Jane want to develop further, I am afraid they have to consider the issue of reproductive isolation. Different from the spherical Earth, Asgard is a suspended continent. The end of the world is a cliff waterfall. The sea water flows continuously into the vast universe, but the water level does not drop at all, as if it is endless. Very unscientific, but very magical. In the center of the colorful bridge, you can see huge amounts of statues towering on both sides. The aesthetics of the Asgard people is biased towards ancient Greece. This can be seen from their architectural style. The mountains surround the buildings and are smoky. Make this Asgard like a fairyland on Earth. As an aborigine, Thor and others have long since seen it. Only Chuang, just like the ant who came to the scenic spot, took out his mobile phone to take pictures of various beautiful scenery, intending to show off to Lorna and little Peter, oh no, to share this joy. 343 went to an alien planet on a business trip, so I asked you if you were awesome. It's a pity that Asgard couldn't receive the signal, so Chuang had to go back and talk later. This colorful bridge was much longer than expected. The group of people walked for nearly half an hour before entering the residential area of Asgard, where many Asgard residents could be seen coming and going. Thor escorted Loki, looked at Chuang and said, "Magician, I can't accompany you anymore. I'm going to take Loki back to accept the trial, and I need to leave for a while." Loki didn't resist the whole process. Ever since he watched Thor destroy the bridge to prevent Bifrost from destroying Jotunheim, he was like a salty fish who had lost hope. His eyes were dull, and he seemed to have given up struggling completely. "It's okay, you could go to work." Chuang waved his hand indifferently. It was already very embarrassing for Thor to walk here with his feet. Thor nodded and said solemnly, "I will send someone to take you to familiarize yourself with Asgard later, and then arrange a new residence for you. If you have any needs, just ask. You're my friend, and you're my friend." After sacrificing birthday so much, Asgard will never treat you badly. Chuang said, "There is no need to send someone. I just go shopping by myself." Also, Thor didn't say a few words, grabbed the back of Loki's neck with one hand, swung his hammer, and rushed into the sky, and quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, The trio of Sif, Asgard, and Heimdall also bid farewell to Chuang and left. The Frost Titan just invaded Asgard, and they still have a lot of troubles to solve, especially Heimdall. Now that the teleportation hall and Bifrost are gone, as a gatekeeper, he is about to face unemployment crisis. He has to find a new job and start a new get on the job. Otherwise, he will retire early. Before leaving, Sif threw a bag to Chuang, which was full of gold coins, which was the common currency in Asgard, to prevent Chuang from falling into the embarrassing situation of having no money to buy things in Asgard. I have to say that women are indeed much more careful than men. Chuang put away his bag and started to wander around Asgard. There is no difference between Asgardians and Earthlings on the surface, so Chuang does not appear to be too different among them, and the clothes are more eye-catching. Regardless of whether Asgard's system is still in the Middle Ages, soldiers use cold weapons, but their technological level is definitely far superior to that of Earth, and even Wakanda, which is known as the highest technological level on Earth, is far inferior. Through supervision, Chuang can see that on the sentry tower on the outer wall of Asgard, there are several anti-aircraft laser turrets with a sense of technology, and Asgard soldiers are controlling them behind them. And there are cool airships passing by from time to time in the sky. There is a sense of déjà vu of a science fiction movie. What's even more outrageous is that Chuang saw a girl playing the street with an iron ball in her hand. Under the control of the girl, the iron ball slowly floated up. At that time, Chuang almost thought that he had hit Lorna's body in an Alien My Sister. Magneto is so awesome that he came to Asgard to spread his branches. In the end, Chuang found to his disappointment that this iron ball was just a high-tech product, using magnetic drive technology decades beyond the current Earth. Such high technology is actually just a child's toy. It is conceivable how powerful Asgard's technological level is. If I bring these high technologies back home, wouldn't I become a rich man in the world in seconds? Chuang couldn't help thinking. Definitely, Chuang just thought about it. If he really brings these high technologies back to the Earth for sale, he will surely focus the eyes of the whole world on him. If he doesn't see that he is as strong as Wakanda, he will only dare to shrink in his own territory and cry every day in the World Organization. The appearance of the face, just don't want to be the first bird. Chuang walked around Asgard for a while and found that Asgard has many interesting things for sale. For example, the language translator contains the language package of the big moon in the universe. It is said that this thing is very popular in the universe, and basically everyone has one. This explains why the whole universe speaks English. Asgard also has its own unique language and characters. With the help of a language translator, Chuang finally solved the problem of language barriers. As for Thor and others can speak English, it is purely because they understand this language. You must know that Thor, but even the tree man Groot, can understand such a foreign language. In addition to language translators, there are many strange and good things. Chuang waved his hand and bought everything he liked. Anyway, it was not his own money, so he didn't feel bad at all. The next morning, Chuang sat in the 200-square-meter dining room, enjoying Asgard's breakfast. As a friend of the eldest prince of Asgard, Chuang received the best treatment. He was provided with basic necessities of life, food, housing, and transportation. He even obtained permanent residency in Asgard and gave him a whole palace as a gift. Yes, the entire palace is larger than Tony Stark's Super Sea View villa, and Asgard has thoughtfully arranged a few maids to take care of Chuang's daily life. This life is so simple. No wonder Thor and Loki are so arrogant. If Chuang has their wealth and status, and there's another father in the level universe, he will surely live even more arrogantly than the two. On the balcony, Chuang was lazily lying on the chair, enjoying the sunshine. It's strange to say that Asgard can't see the sun, but it has day and night. I don't know if it's the effect of high technology or magic, or a combination of the two. Chuang stared at the sky for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. While Chuang was thinking hard, a figure holding a hammer suddenly broke into his field of vision. "Magician, I'm here to find you." Seeing that it was Thor, Chuang asked leisurely, "Are you done with your work?" Thor nodded. Father has awakened. He knew what Loki did. He was furious on the spot, and ordered Loki to be imprisoned in the dungeon of Asgard, and he would not be released within 200 years, so as to punish Loki for his mistakes. Punishment. There are more and more judges these days. Chuang took a sip of the fruit wine next to him. For the people of Asgard who have a long life, 200 years is neither too much nor too little. After all, he is his own son. Even if he was picked up from the Jotunheim trash dump, he still has feelings, and Odin's punishment is expected. Actually, my father doesn't want to do this either, but Loki's mistakes this time are really unforgivable, and he must be given sufficient punishment. Thor sighed. Seeing his dear brother end up like this, he felt pain in his eyes. He ate 3 bowls of rice and a whole sheep with tears in his eyes that night. Don't talk about that, magician. I came to you for other things. Thor wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said to Chuang, Asgard is going to hold a feast, and I'm here to invite you. Chuang's eyes lit up. Party, I like it. When is it? Just tonight. Seeing that Chuang agreed to participate in the banquet, Thor was very happy, obviously treating Chuang as a true friend. On the one hand, Thor is very grateful to Chuang for awakening himself and allowing him to regain his divine power to return to Asgard. On the other hand, he is guilty of destroying Bifrost himself, which caused Chuang to become homeless. The two chatted for a while. Thor seemed to have just remembered something, and suddenly asked, By the way, are Gungnir and Casket of Ancient Winters still with you? Chuang blinked blankly and said, What? I've never heard of it. It's what you snatched from Loki yesterday, a spear and a blue box. Thor gestured for the shape and file size with his hand. Chuang pondered for a moment, then shook his head resolutely. I don't know. Maybe someone stole it. I think Loki is the most suspected, and I suggest torture. Thor wanted to say something, but suddenly caught a glimpse of the pole hanging on the balcony, and his expression froze immediately. What's this? Drying rack. Don't you have one at home? Looking at the golden spear, the corner of Thor's mouth couldn't help twitching. The shape of your drying rack is quite unique. This is clearly Gungnir. Chuang was shocked. The hammer is fine, so why don't you name the drying rack? Seeing that Chuang refused to admit it, Thor pointed to the spear and said, There is Gungnir's name on it. This is Gungnir. Chuang turned his head and saw that there were really some incomprehensible words. Hey, it turns out that this is Gungnir. I thought it was a clothes hanger. Chuang thought it was a pity. He wanted to take it away and study it for a while, but seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, he had to return Gungnir to Thor. Thor took Gungnir and continued. There is also the box of cold water. Chuang shook his head resolutely. I really don't know this. Loki must have stolen it. Just at the moment, a maid ran over in a panic holding the casket of Ancient Winters. Sir, the pillows on your bed are glowing. Chuang and Thor looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After being silent for a few seconds, Chuang slapped his thigh fiercely and said angrily, Well, you Loki, you are indeed the god of tricks, and you really have a hand in framing. No, I think you're more proficient at framing. Chuang's poor acting skills, even Thor's IQ can't stand it. The casket of Ancient Winters is the treasure of the Frost Titan family. Only the blood of the Frost Titans can use it. Even if you take it, it's useless. Then why can Loki be used? Chuang questioned his soul. Thor. Yes. Why can Loki use Frost Titan's arcana? Due to missing key information, Thor still doesn't know Loki's real-life experience, so he was immediately asked by Chuang. Only the Frost Titan can use the casket of Ancient Winters. That is, Loki. Thor's face was full of disbelief. Is Loki the father's illegitimate child? Chuang shook his head. No, he was picked up by your father from the garbage dump. There is no blood relationship. Hearing Chuang's words, Thor was dumbfounded, like a bolt from the blue. That day when Loki was going to use Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim, Thor never showed such an expression. One can imagine how shocked Thor was in at the moment. Thor couldn't accept this reality for a while, and kept flashing through his mind the happy times he spent with Loki, muttering to himself, No wonder, I used to think that Loki and I don't look alike at all, and they don't look like me at all. Inherited his father's looks and wisdom. Chuang glanced at Thor. Did you misunderstand yourself? Put you and Loki next to Odin, anyone will think that Loki is his real son, and you're the one who was picked up. No, I have to go back and ask for clarification. After saying that, Thor couldn't wait to swing his hammer and rush to the sky, even forgetting to take the casket of ancient winters. Asking for flowers. Looking at Thor who disappeared, Chuang scratched his head. Originally, he still had something to ask Thor, but it seems that he can only talk about it at night. That night, Chuang came to the center of Asgard and happened to meet the 3 friends of the dragon's set. Chuang is no stranger to it. These 3 people are just like the 3-in-1 magnet monster in Pokemon. Every time there must be 3 people. This is the will of the universe. The friend of the 3 dragons noticed Chuang and came over to say hello immediately. Knowing that Chuang was also here to attend the banquet, he enthusiastically took Chuang to the venue of the banquet. Soon, Chuang could see a huge golden palace in the distance. This palace is also Asgard's architectural style, which is to spend money hard, use gold as the main color, and use piles of gold to create an exaggerated golden palace, which brings a strong sense of visual impact. 0. Chuang followed the 3 friends of the dragon to the golden palace. Although the 3 friends of the dragon are mediocre, their identities in Asgard are not low. There is no need to show their identity certificates, and the Asgard soldiers guarding the door let them pass directly. It took half an hour to walk along the avenue, then pass through the gorgeous and exquisite round arches, and several people finally entered the hall of the Golden Palace. It's really big here. Usually when Thor gets up, doesn't he need a hammer to fly out of the bed that is hundreds of square meters? Chuang complained. It's too exaggerated. How is it possible? Fandral smiled. It's only 100 square meters. Chuang, damn rich. After walking for more than 10 minutes, I finally saw the banquet hall of the Golden Palace. The gate of tens of meters slowly opened, revealing the luxurious palace inside, with tall and domineering golden pillars standing upright on both sides, and the exquisitely crafted carved beams and painted buildings, combined with the special effects of golden light. It looks magnificent. In the main hall, hundreds of long tables are placed in the center, and there's a lot of voices. Countless Asgard warriors are enjoying various delicacies and delicacies. Some are bragging, some are booing and drinking. The hot beauties sing and dance, and the hall is filled with a strong, joyous atmosphere. The people of Asgard are heavy drinkers, and everyone, whether male or female, must have a bottle of wine in their hands. As soon as the 3 friends of the dragon set came up, they picked up the fine wine and looked up directly. Good wine. There was a crackling sound, and the 3 people's wine glasses were thrown on the ground and shattered. The maid not far away immediately came over when she saw this, and quickly cleaned up the debris. Those who sell mugs in Asgard must be making crazy money. Chuang did as the Romans did, drank and threw glasses together, and then the 3 friends put their arms around each other's shoulders and joined the carnival feast. They wanted to invite Chuang to have fun together, but Chuang shook his head and refused. He didn't want to develop into 4 friends. Asgard is rich and powerful. Although tonight is just an ordinary banquet, the configuration is absolutely top-notch. At the banquet, in addition to the local delicacies of Asgard, there are also many precious ingredients from other planets. The various dishes cooked made Chuang, a countryman from the Earth, an eye-opener. As a traveler from a big foodie country, Chuang naturally would not miss this rare opportunity. So he quickly found a corner seat, picked up a knife and fork, and started to eat. When Chuang was eating happily, a figure suddenly walked in front of him. Chuang looked up and said cheerfully, "Thor, do you have dinner? Let's sit down and eat together." "No, I have no appetite now." Thor shook his head, sat down next to Chuang, put the hammer in his hand on the table, then picked up the spirits on the table and poured it into his mouth. Soon, a bottle of wine will be drained. Thor slammed the empty wine bottle to pieces, then picked up another bottle of spirits and continued to drink, seemingly in a bad mood. Thor, what's wrong with you? Chuang asked concerned. After drinking the last sip of 523 spirits, Thor hiccuped and looked depressed. You are right. Loki is indeed not of my father's blood. He is an abandoned baby that my father picked up from Jotunheim. He has the blood of Frost Titan in his body. Loki is not my real brother. Obviously, he had already learned the truth about Loki's life experience from Odin, and he was greatly shocked in his heart. In the importance of Thor's heart, Loki is undoubtedly the top two positions, followed by his hammer. As for Jane, excuse me, who is that? At the moment, Thor's mind is full of Loki, and he still remembers that there is a woman waiting for him to go back on the earth. Poor Jane, even a hammer has more emotional roles than her. This heroine is really a bit miserable. It's not that the real brother becomes a half-brother. It's not a big deal. Chuang grabbed the thigh of an unknown creature and handed it to Thor. Don't think so much. Try this, it tastes really good. Smelling the aroma of meat legs, Thor couldn't help swallowing. But when he thought of Loki in prison, he said very sadly, now Loki must be suffering as his brother. How can I still have something to eat? Chuang didn't talk nonsense and directly stuffed the leg of lamb into Thor's mouth. Thor was frightened and opened his mouth to scold Chuang for his behavior. But Chuang's action was too fast, and Thor couldn't react in time. But Chuang forcibly stuffed the leg of lamb into his mouth. Chuang. Amazing, it was the first time he saw the mouth open so wide, as if he was afraid that the leg of lamb would not fit in. By the way, Thor, I need your help with something. Chuang said suddenly. What's up? Torme happily gnawed on the leg of lamb. Don't look at him eating well, but who can understand the sadness in his heart at this moment? Chuang didn't bother to expose this showman, sat up slightly, and said seriously, it's like this, I'm very interested in Asgard's magic, and I want to learn Asgard's magic. With the enthusiastic help of the vampires, the magic power in Chuang's body is increasing. But Chuang has a fatal problem. That is, he doesn't know how to use this huge mana at all. Perhaps it was influenced by the super high school priest. His mana has the attribute of holy light, and dealing with vampires is like cheating. But once it is used to deal with ordinary people, his mana will not only cause no harm, but may even kill the vampires. It is very uncomfortable for a seriously injured enemy to come back. Chuang has long wanted to solve this problem. While fighting Loki, Chuang discovered that mana and magical energy seem to have some similarities and can affect each other. In other words, with mana, you might be able to learn the magic of this world. No problem. After the banquet is over, I will take you to visit the secret pavilion. Hearing Chuang's request, Thor readily agreed. This was a bit beyond Chuang's expectation. My friend Thor. Then it's settled. Chuang was in a good mood and pushed the food in front of Thor to Thor. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold. No, I really have no appetite. After the banquet, Thor with a big belly brought Chuang to the secret pavilion deep in the Golden Palace. In fact, they could have come earlier. Who knew that Thor was so full that he had to rest for half an hour before he could barely walk out. He said he had no appetite and ended up eating more than Vostag at the next table. Following Thor into the secret pavilion, Chuang's vision suddenly opened up. It is probably enchanted with some kind of space magic. The space inside the secret pavilion is much larger than it looks from the outside. The layout is like a library, with countless bookshelves neatly arranged, and all kinds of books are endless. There is almost no end in sight. Chuang was also amazed by the densely packed books here. With such a large collection of books, even if he didn't eat or drink all his life, he probably wouldn't be able to finish reading so many books. There are 4 floors in the secret pavilion. Thor directly brought Chuang to the top floor of the secret pavilion. These are the magic books that Asgard has collected so far. The magic of Asgard is here. You can read it at will. So much. Chuang was quite surprised. There are quite a lot of bookshelves on this floor, and the number of books is so much that it makes one's scalp tingle. Asgard's magic collection seems to be much more than he imagined. Chuang suddenly thought that in the future, Asgard would be bombed until there was no foundation left, and he couldn't help feeling distressed. It is a pity that so many precious magic books are gone. I don't know if there's a way to transfer these books in advance. How did Thor know that Chuang had already started thinking about these magic books? With a big belly, he continued, "These magic books, except for some of them, are Asgard's magic inheritance. Most of them are the magic collected by my father from other countries, and there are many magics in Midgard." "Is there magic from other countries here?" Chuang raised his eyebrows and took a magic book casually. "That's right. I heard from my father that these magics were gifts from the native residents of other countries. My father wanted to refuse, but they cried and shouted that they must give it to my father. My father had no choice but to accept it." Chuang looked at the Frost Titan Encyclopedia of Magic in his hand, hesitant to speak. If he remembers correctly, Asgard and the Frost Titans should be feuds. Are you sure that those Frost Titans were not put on the neck by Odin with Gungnir, crying and shouting that they must be fortified to Odin? Don't look at Odin's benevolent image now. When he was young, Odin was very cruel. He took his daughter to start a war in the Nine Kingdoms, from Asgard to Muspelheim. If Odin didn't get any benefits from it, Chuang is believe it or not, the benefits are definitely not small. For example, for this secret pavilion, it would not be too much to turn it into a loot storehouse for Zweding. It's so powerful. Chuang let out a sigh of emotion. Originally, he wanted to say that it was too shameless, but there are gods in the sky, especially in the territory of gods. It is better to be sincere. Chuang resolutely skipped this dangerous topic. "There's so many magic books. Have you read them?" "Definitely. I didn't study magic here with Loki as a kid." Speaking of Loki, Thor had a look of sadness on his face. Chuang expressed that he was used to it. Thor also had this expression when he gnawed on a big bone, and the more he ate, the more delicious he became. "You can actually use magic. Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Chuang looked surprised. Could it be that Thor, a reckless 2.8 warrior with infinite strength, is actually a magician who has misplaced his skills behind his back? Later, I found out that magic doesn't work well with a hammer, so I didn't learn any more. Thor waved the Meow hammer in his hand. Chuang, "Well, I overestimated you." Thor seemed to have remembered something important, and after chatting with Chuang for a few words, he hurried away with his beloved hammer in his arms. No need to think about it. This guy must have gone to find Loki. Otherwise, what could be more important than this? "Jane, are you polite?" There are many magic books in the secret pavilion, and there are many powerful spells among them. However, these spells all have the most basic condition. That is, the users need to have certain magic attainments. And this happens to be what Chuang lacks the most. Just like a novice who just learned mathematics, he went to look at advanced mathematics before he learned addition. Isn't this purely looking for abuse? Chuang is very aware of this. So he didn't look at the magic at first, but studied the basics of magic, and he was not afraid of not being able to understand the text on the classics. He has a translator, so he doesn't know where to click. Sozi. Dimension Mephisto. Chuang closed a magic tome in his hand and rubbed his swollen temples. After several hours of uninterrupted reading, he had a basic understanding of magic. How to say, the magic system in the Marvel world seems to be very different from what he imagined. Borrow a sentence from a magic book to summarize. The essence of magic is actually a means of utilizing specific cosmic energy and outer dimension power. Whether it is a magician or a magician, originally they do not have the ability to store magical energy. To cast magic, the caster must want to communicate with the higher dimensional Mephistos and borrow the special energy needed to release magic from them, in order to release specific magic. Otherwise, no matter how profound the magic knowledge is, it is impossible to cast the simplest magic. Also, those dimensions Mephisto is no great benefactor. Borrowing their power, the caster needs to pay the corresponding price. Once the energy of another dimension is borrowed, the dimension Mephisto, whose power is borrowed, will take some established price from the caster. For example, Doctor Strange in the comics. 13. Due to the abuse of magic, Doctor Strange has a large hole in his stomach corroded, so that he can only eat those disgusting magical creatures to maintain his body functions. An invincible nightmare attack, suffering from mental torture for a long time. It can be described as a double torture of body and spirit. From this, we can see how terrible the price of magic is. The action of force is reciprocal. When you swing your fist and hit something, the more force you use, the more force you put back into the fist. Magic empathy. The more advanced the magic, the greater the price to pay. Chuang gradually transformed the obscure and mysterious content in the classics into meanings he could understand. Although it might seem strange to explain magic in terms of physics, it's no wonder that the magicians of Confronting like melee combat. The essence of co-authoring magic is to borrow and consume. The more times you use magic, the more debts you accumulate. When the time comes, the caster must repay all the debts owed to Dimension Mephisto. Chuang was amazed. Don't look at how beautiful magician looks outside. In fact, they all owe a lot of bad debts behind their backs. The difference is just how much. The milder white magic is okay. As the source, Visandy allows payment in installments, and the interest charged is not so high. Compared with Mephisto in other dimensions, it is definitely a representative of conscience, and it is also the main source of magical energy for many magicians in Confronting. As for other Mephistos, there are no such good conditions. If it is said that Visandy belongs to a big bank with regular loans, then those chaotic and evil Mephistos are equivalent to folk usury, the kind that goes out of 9 and 13 out. Not to mention the high interest rate, but there are traps everywhere. Take the notorious Faith, for example. The Lord of the Hell Dimension has always taken pleasure in torture and likes to lure mortals with lies and contracts, so as to obtain their souls and store them in hell. If you dare to borrow his strength, then prepare to be cheated to death first. The other Mephistos are not as black-hearted as Faith, but they are not much better. The world is as black as crows, and the spellcasters who borrow their power will often not end well. Mental disorders are considered mild. Originally, Chuang wanted to try the power of magic, but now he no longer has such thoughts at all. He doesn't want to sign a contract with Dimension Mephisto. Who knows if those non-human existences are reliable? In case the other party is unhappy and wants to take back his power, then he won't even be able to resist ability. After all, he is not from the earth that bald-headed boss dared to head-to-head with Dimension Mephisto. But although there are many disadvantages in this magic system, it does not affect Chuang's enthusiasm for learning. After all, magic is just a special means of using some kind of energy. But in Chuang's body, there is mana similar to magic energy. That is, Chuang can use his own magic power and use the magic framework of other dimensions as a reference to construct a magic system that suits him. This way he can cast magic on his own. Definitely, constructing a whole new magic system is obviously not something that can be done in a short period of time. First of all, he must have sufficient magic attainments and theoretical foundations. This prerequisite alone will take a lot of time. But no matter how hard it is to start a business, it is better than working part-time. Not in a hurry. At worst, take your time. Having figured this out, Chuang picked up a magic tome and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge again. The entire secret pavilion seemed very quiet. Only the soft sound of paper flipping can be heard from time to time. That's all. With the help of Thor, the future speaker of Asgard, Chuang obtained the permission to freely enter and exit the secret cabinet as he wished. The following days, apart from eating and sleeping, Chuang basically spends most of his time in the secret pavilion learning magic. Although Chuang is not a genius with a high IQ like little Peter, he is also an A***hole with several super high school level talents. You must know that the ability to improve at the super high school level is not limited to physical fitness, but also learning ability, thinking ability, logic ability, etc., which have also been greatly improved. Under such conditions, Chuang's learning progress can be said to be as fast as the extreme 270. He is like a sponge, constantly absorbing new knowledge. Even obscure magic theories are quickly digested by him at an astonishing speed. With such a state of concentration on learning made Chuang almost forget the concept of time. It wasn't until one day that Chuang saw the New York Times displayed on the mobile phone he brought from Earth that he realized that he had been in Asgard for more than 20 days. Chuang was shocked immediately. So many days have passed. I am afraid that he has already become disconnected on the Earth. If you stay like this, I'm afraid something will happen. No, I have to pack up and go back. Just as Chuang was packing his luggage, Thor happened to drop from the sky with a hammer and landed on the balcony of Chuang's residence. Chuang thinks this guy is using his balcony as a landing pad. Haha, magician, I came to drink with you. Seeing Chuang carrying large and small luggage, Thor asked in confusion, what are you doing? It's too late to explain. I have to go home quickly. Chuang said anxiously. Go home. Thor was dumbfounded. I slipped away. I'll find you for a drink when I'm free by. Chuang didn't explain. He waved his hand at Thor, and he disappeared in an instant. Only Thor with a confused face was left in place. When Chuang came back to his senses, he found himself in a familiar room. He took a look at the decoration of the room. Isn't this his bedroom? This is not teleportation. It is clearly returning to the city. Chuang put down the bags in his hand and opened the system panel. Interstellar Shuttle, the planet where the automata punctuation is located, can be freely teleported to any punctuated planet, cooling down. Have to say, the features of this super high school astronaut are really handy. With this feature, Chuang will be able to travel back and forth between the Earth and Asgard in the future. As long as he wants, he can return to Asgard to continue learning magic at any time. Chuang couldn't help thinking, if other planets are punctuated, wouldn't I be able to travel through the universe at will in the future? People are traveling abroad, and he is traveling on planets. Thinking about it feels exciting. Definitely, the premise is that he has to go to other planets in person, so that he can punctuate the planet he is on, but now he does not have the conditions to travel through the universe and go to other planets, so he can only think about it. I've been in Asgard for so long. I don't know if anyone has looked for me. Chuang took out his phone and looked at it. Good guy. There are hundreds of messages and dozens of missed calls. There's Lorna's, there's Phil Coulson's, there's members from a mutant underground. Obviously, during the time he was away from the Earth, many people had looked for him. At this moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Lorna stood outside the door with a cold expression. His hands glowed green, and a dozen table knives were suspended in midair. Originally, Lorna was lying on the sofa watching TV, but she suddenly sensed an unknown metal reaction in the room and immediately picked up the guy and ran over to check. What are you doing? Seeing Lorna's posture, Chuang was a little confused. It was only then that Lorna noticed that the other party was Chuang, and her expression was slightly taken aback, but she quickly realized it. You can be regarded as coming back. Where have you been running during this time? And you didn't answer the phone. Lorna was speechless. She felt that she was more like the owner of the house. Instead, Chuang came to stay for the night and ran out every day or two, leaving herself alone to look after the house. I remember I said, I'm going to see aliens. Why didn't you say you were abducted by aliens? No kidnapping, but I went back to his hometown with the alien, and you see, I took pictures. Seeing Lorna's disbelieving expression, Chuang was not happy at the time and immediately opened the phone's photo album, showing Lorna the photos he took in Asgard during this period to prove himself. Who is this? Lorna saw a photo of Chuang and Thor drinking together. In the photo, Toa, carrot looks like a chrysanthemum, and one reveals a strong sense of stupidity, which caught her attention. This is the alien I'm talking about. His name is Thor, and his profession is to wield a sledgehammer. He also has a younger brother named Loki, who likes to play pranks. He almost killed his brother some time ago. Their father Odin knew after that. I was very angry, so I locked Loki in the dungeon of Asgard. Because Thor often asked me to drink and complain about this matter, I was almost annoyed by him. Lorna's eyelids twitched slightly. Let me guess, is the alien hometown you mentioned a place called Asgard? Yeah, how do you know? Have you been there too? She has never been there, but she has heard the story since she was a child. Isn't this the magic version of Norse mythology? At this time, Chuang looked at the time on his phone. Little Peter should be out of school, You go to the next door and call him over. Just say that I brought him a gift when I came back from a trip. Definitely. And Lorna wanted to ask further questions, but when she heard that Chuang had brought her present, she turned and left the bedroom without saying a word. It didn't take long to see Lorna come back with an excited little Peter. Lu, I heard that you just came back from a trip and brought me a gift. What kind of gift is it? Chuang looked at little Peter and smiled mysteriously and took out a few suitcases he brought back from Asgard. Definitely is a good thing. This is a local specialty of Asgard, and you can't buy it anywhere on Earth. Souvenirs brought back from travel? Little Peter was overjoyed and tentatively hugged the suitcase, but found that he couldn't hold it at all. It must be something so heavy. After getting permission from Chuang, little Peter couldn't wait to open the suitcase. This is surprise or surprise, surprise or surprise. Seeing the stunned little Peter, Chuang introduced triumphantly. These are all the learning materials I have managed to find from Asgard, and there are also a complete set of exercises for different stages. As long as you learn them all, I guarantee that your theoretical knowledge will be at least decades ahead of Earth's technology, and it will not be a problem to beat Tony Stark. What kind of local specialties are study materials? Little Peter reluctantly rummaged through the other suitcases, only to find that there were still study materials and exercises in them, and several large suitcases were full. These add up to be tens of kilograms. Little Peter is about to cry. Can he not accept this gift? After delivering the gift to little Peter, Chuang turned his head and looked at Lorna. I still have your gift here. Aren't you looking forward to it? Lorna glanced at the little Peter with a broken face, and she suddenly felt that she was not looking forward to it all. Then she saw Chuang take out a box out of nowhere. When I opened it, there was a flat black iron ball inside. What's this? It is said that it is a rare metal from a certain planet. Asgard uses this metal to build equipment. It is much harder than tungsten alloy, and it is just right for you. Lorna was dubious. A dazzling green light emerged from both hands, and with her control, the iron ball quickly twisted and shape-shifted and finally turned into a cool black dagger. Immediately afterwards, Lorna controlled the dagger to collide with the table knife, and the table knife snapped, but there was no trace on the dagger. Lorna was a little surprised. The quality of metal she had never seen was indeed stronger than other metals. For ordinary people, such a small piece of metal may not be useful, but in Lorna's hands, this piece of metal is undoubtedly a big killer. Just imagine a flying darts that can pierce through metal and shoot towards it at a speed comparable to a bullet. When you fly, I will ask you how to block it. Yes, I like this gift. Lorna waved her hand, and the dagger was shape-shifting again, turning into two metal bracelets on her wrists. Chuang doubts whether Lorna is hiding other super abilities. Isn't it too heavy to wear so many metals? Speaking of metal, Chuang suddenly remembered something. He seems to have one more important thing with Clarice. The headquarters of the Mutant underground organization was a little far away, so Chuang didn't choose to rush there and directly called Clarice. After learning that Chuang was back, Clarice also arrived in the shortest time, directly opened the portal, and brought Chuang to the new headquarters of the Mutant Underground Organization, which is the underground base hidden under the toilet. Boss, you finally showed up. I haven't been able to contact you these days, and I'm dying of anxiety. The moment she saw Chuang, Clarice couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried about Chuang. It's not that she has any feelings for Chuang. The main reason is that Chuang is too important to the Mutant Underground Organization. Now Chuang is the biggest rich man in their organization. If something happens to Chuang, the main source of funds for the Mutant Underground Organization will be completely cut off. Where will such a rich boss be found in the future? That I went on a trip, so the mobile phone can't receive a signal. Chuang patted Clarice on the shoulder and asked, "Where are my things?" "You mean that armor? I put in the warehouse of the base curry. I will take you there now." Clarice brought Chuang to the warehouse of the base, where there are many supplies and equipment, and in the deepest part of the warehouse, a pair of damaged, huge metal armor is particularly conspicuous. It is the destroyer armor controlled by Loki. Chuang, who knew the development of the plot, had arranged for Clarice to be on standby in New Mexico. After Thor defeated the destroyer, he immediately notified Clarice that SHIELD steal the remains of the destroyer directly under the opponent's nose. Good job. You are indeed the employee I admire the most, and I will give you a bonus at the end of the month. Chuang nodded in satisfaction and stepped forward to look at the destroyer. The origin of this pair of armor is not simple. Like Gungnir, it is the weapon of the king of god Odin, and it is also the Asgardian of the Asgard treasury. As for how powerful this thing is, Chuang has already experienced it himself. Chuang didn't take Gungnir away because it was Odin's natal weapon. This kind of behavior is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. No one can use it. At most, it can be used as a laser gun like Loki. The destroyer, by contrast, is different. According to the normal plot development, even if Chuang does not steal the destroyer, SHIELD will take the destroyer back for research and even transform it into a high-tech weapon capable of firing energy, Zhao Zhao's cannons. What was the reaction from Asgard? Chuang didn't think that Odin would not know about it. Since Odin chose to turn a blind eye, he was embarrassed to accept it. Instead of cheap snake shield bureau, it is better to cheap other land. When Chuang got close to the destroyer, he could feel a strong wave of magic. Obviously, the destroyer is blessed with some kind of special magic, which should be written by Odin. This kind of magic has gone far beyond Chuang's cognition, and he still can't understand its mysterious resistance with his current magic attainments. Chuang thought for a while, then reached out to touch the destroyer, and a ball of mana emerged from his hand and poured into the destroyer's body. Buzzing, the destroyer let out a hum, and the empty eye sockets suddenly lit up with golden light. Under the stunned expressions of the two, the silver-white bars on the destroyer's face slowly opened, and the scorching heat instantly filled the entire warehouse, and inside the empty helmet of the destroyer, a terrifying energy was gathering rapidly. Seeing this, Chuang quickly withdrew his mana, and the golden light of the destroyer dimmed immediately, and the energy that was about to be condensed dissipated, and the metal face gradually returned to its original appearance. Almost had a big problem. Did mana accidentally activate the magic on the destroyer? Chuang thought with lingering fear. It seems that he has to go back and study how to use this thing carefully, so as not to blow himself up if he doesn't pay attention. After Chuang got the wreckage of the destroyer, he did not leave the headquarters of the Mutant underground base in a hurry, but took Clarice to the control room of the base and found the sage who was in charge of monitoring the network communication. How did the things I ordered go? Through the Trojan Horse program, I have tracked down their intelligence system, ready to act at any time. Let's begin then. Sage nodded. His fingers flicked on the keyboard, and he was manipulating several computers at the same time. A series of complex code data flashed on the screen in front of him, seemingly unclear. Chuang glanced at Sage's short hair. The hair is fairly thick. In front of a sage who is comparable to a supercomputer, the firewall is useless. Not long after, Chuang saw Xian just successfully hacked into SHIELD's intelligence system, and countless encrypted files appeared on the screen. Successful, you're right. This land strategy, it's a tongue-twisting name. In short, their intelligence system does store a lot of files, and you should be able to find the information you want here. Chuang said with satisfaction. Well done. You are indeed the employee I admire the most, and I will give you a bonus. Clarice, why does this sound familiar? First check if there is any X-Men information. Chuang said. It would be better to find out directly why the X-Men disappeared, so he can save himself a lot of trouble. It's a pity that Shinja searched the entire database, but in the end, he couldn't find any information about X-Men, even the most basic information. I don't know if there's really no data record, or if the data 467 doesn't exist at all. Data Curry, still unwilling to give up, Chuang asked Xianzhi to search for information on Brotherhood, but still found nothing. It's as if someone deliberately erased all relevant information. Chuang was a little disappointed. It seemed that this shortcut would not work, so he had to continue with the original plan and ask Xianzhi to investigate the Essex Company instead. Fortunately, this time it went smoothly. Under Sage's search, she quickly retrieved an encrypted file from Data Curry for decoding. When I opened it, it was full of information about the Essex Company. First of all, Essex Company is a huge group company with pharmaceuticals, military industry, food, etc. Its history can be traced back to the 19th century. It focuses on the field of biotechnology and has many invention patents in this field. The flea collar that frightens all mutants is one of Essex's products, which can suppress mutant genes in mutants and temporarily disable their abilities. Therefore, Essex has a long-term cooperation with Sentry Secret Service relation. It's just that the Essex Company is relatively low-key, unlike a mustache who often appears in the media. The Essex Company generally rarely appears in the public eye, and even the SHILD Data Curry's description of the Essex Company not comprehensive enough. There is no record of where the headquarters of the Essex Company was or who founded the company. However, according to SHILD's investigation records, Essex Corporation and Sentry Secret Service seem to have reached other cooperation behind the scenes, implementing a confidential project called Project Hound Dog. Regarding this plan, SHILD Data Curry has no detailed information, only a special list, which is full of mutant criminals who were arrested by Sentry Secret Service illegally. Pulse! Clarice suddenly saw a familiar face on the list and exclaimed. Chuang raised his brows. You mean the ability last time was the mutant that blocked the mutant ability? The words were a bit confusing. Clarice was stunned for a few seconds before reacting and nodded quickly. Yes, that's him. Clarice was a little emotional. I saw Pulse at the Sentry Secret Service, but for some reason, he acted as if he didn't know me at that time. No matter what I said, he didn't respond, and I found that Pulse was doing something for me. Sentry Secret Service worked, and when Sentry Secret Service was chasing me, he used ability to stop me from escaping, which resulted in me being caught by Sentry Secret Service and sent to prison. Chuang rubbed his chin. According to my experience, your companions are usually either controlled or brainwashed. I guess it has something to do with this hunting plan. He distinctly recalls Sentry Agent Turner calling Pulse a hound weapon during the Clarice rescue operation. Needless to say, Pulse must be one of the participants in this plan. Sage said, I found out the mutant criminals on this list, they were all sent to a laboratory under the name of the Essex Company by the Sentry Secret Service. Send it there for what? I don't know. There is no record in the data. Where is that laboratory? At this moment, John suddenly broke into the control room and asked loudly. Chuang looked at John with strange eyes. You have been eavesdropping outside just now. No, it's because you guys are talking too loudly. I accidentally overheard you when I was passing by. John had a serious expression, saying that he didn't eavesdrop. Daff. Fart. Obviously, the control room is at the innermost part of the base. How could it be possible to pass by? Chuang was heartbroken. He didn't expect that John, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would learn to eavesdrop. And he didn't know which be ********** D he learned from. Back to the topic, just now I stole. Overheard you talking about Pulse and the Hound Project. We have to find out what they did to Pulse. John also didn't believe that Pulse would betray them, so he very much agreed with Chuang that there must be other reasons for Pulse to become like that. That laboratory is located in a very remote area of Ohio, and there is no information other than that, but I found this. Sage pointed to a picture of a bar on the computer screen and said, I cross-contrasted the credit card records near the laboratory. This bar is usually taken care of by some male employees of the Essex Company. Maybe we can get some information from them. To relevant information? John nodded. Very well. Then I will go to investigate with Sophia. Sophia's ability can not only modify other people's memories, but also steal part of other people's memories, which is most suitable for this kind of intelligence work. Getting information from men? What's the fun with you being a man? Chuang gave John a disgusted look. Forehead. John was speechless. It was really not suitable for him as a man to follow. But FIA has no fighting power. We need someone to protect her. But the problem is that we currently don't have any female members who are good at fighting. Most of the female members of the Mutant Underground organization are supportive types, such as Sage and Clarice. Although they're very supportive, they basically have no combat ability. Chuang waved his hand calmly. Small problem. Isn't there still me? You? John and the others looked Chuang up and down, and their expressions instantly became weird. Don't think about it. I'm an upright man. Chuang explained. I mean, my ability can become anyone like this. After saying those words, Chuang's image suddenly changed and became Clarice's appearance. Both in appearance and the two lumps on his chest were exactly the same. John thought that Chuang's ability could only transform into other men, but he didn't expect that he could play it so fancy. So, wouldn't Chuang be able to transform into any woman? This ability is really enviable. Oh no, it's really amazing. So, you want to participate in this operation? Yes. Chuang nodded. The Essex company hides too deeply, and the useful clues in the data are very limited. If you want to investigate the truth about the disappearance of the X-Men, you need to find more key clues. Therefore, Chuang intends to start the investigation with the subordinate organizations of the Essex company first, to see if he can find any traces of cobweb horses. John said pleasantly, Okay, then I will trouble you. Although Chuang looks very unreliable, but John has seen Chuang's skill, which is much stronger than his veterans, and his marksmanship is extremely accurate. It is natural that Chuang is willing to help. At least Sophia's safety is guaranteed. The most important thing is that this time Chuang did not ask for a fee, which is equivalent to free prostitution. Leave it to me. Chuang patted his chest heavily, causing ripples, which made Clarice feel ashamed and angry. Rogue, where is your hand? At night, according to the address provided by Xianjia, Chuang and Saw, FIA, came to the bar. At the moment, Chuang disguised himself as Daisy, the glasses girl next to Jane. Originally, Chuang planned to disguise himself as Clarice. After all, Clarice and Fanbai were a bit similar, so their appearance would not be much different. However, Chuang's disguise technique had a shortcoming. That is, the appearance of the designated target was 100% restored in the image and does not have the face pinching function. Because the non-human features of Clarice's face were too conspicuous, Chuang had to choose Daisy, who was also good-looking in his impression and had nothing to do with him. Chuang and So FIA sat in front of the bar together, ordered 2 glasses of wine from the bartender, and began to search for targets. Soon, the two saw a bald man drinking at the corner of the bar. The man was wearing a guard uniform with the English name of Essex printed on his chest. Chuang and So FIA exchanged glances and immediately walked over with the wine. The bald man stared straight at the 2 beauties walking towards this side, especially Daisy, who was disguised by Chuang. The 2 headlights were really dazzling, like magnets. They were attracted. The bald man stared. Is there anyone in this seat? So FIA gave the bald man a charming smile, a classic beauty trick. However, the bald man didn't respond to her. The bald man's eyes were fixed on Chuang's chest, as if he had been hit by some extremely evil illusion. Suo FIA's smile suddenly froze, feeling that her self-esteem had been hit like never before. I actually lost to a man in terms of charm? Chuang was a little terrified by the idiot-like stare of the other party, and slapped the table suddenly. To ask you a question, is there anyone in the seat? No, no one. You can sit wherever you want. Seeing the faintly cracked desktop, the bald man was startled, finally broke free from the illusion, and waved his hands quickly. Hearing this, Chuang and So FIA sat down unceremoniously. After they sat down, the bald man spoke enthusiastically to the 2 of them. Sophia responded with a smile, while Chuang sat next to him and drank, completely ignoring the bald man's intentions. It was Sophia's task to obtain information. He can't be allowed to play beauty tricks with another man by himself. But it was Chuang's indifferent attitude that aroused the bald man's interest even more. After chatting with Sophia for a while, the bald man looked at Chuang. Why don't you talk? Chuang glanced at him and shook his head. I can't chat. For example, paralyze you. The bald man, it can be seen that they're really not good at chatting. Don't worry about her. She doesn't like to talk. We two continue to chat. Seeing this, Sophia quickly smoothed things over and asked the waiter for a few bottles of vodka. While chatting, she guided the bald man to drink nonstop, trying to get him drunk to facilitate subsequent actions, and the bald man didn't have any defenses. So she asked if a few words. The words fascinated him so much that he unknowingly drank several bottles of vodka. Unexpectedly, the bald man drank several bottles of vodka, plus the wine he drank before, but his face was not a little drunk. Sophia was shocked at the time. May I ask, where are you from? I'm Russian. I immigrated from Russia to America a few years ago. Why didn't you say it earlier? Boom! Without saying a word, Chuang raised his hand to the bald man. Sophia's eyes widened. What are you doing? Your method is too slow. When he gets drunk, the bar will be off work. Don't worry, no one around will see you. But how do I make up his memory? Faith looked at the bald man who passed out. Although she could fabricate memories, the pain would still hurt where it should. It's simple. You just make it up that he is drinking in a bar alone, and then suddenly thinks, if you hit your head on the table, will your head hurt more, or the table will hurt more? So he fell into a coma. Sophia, is this what people on Earth can think of? Chuang urged. Stop the ink, act quickly. Sophia nodded helplessly and exhaled a cloud of purple mist from his mouth to wrap the bald man's head. While extracting the memory of the other party, he modified the related memory of tonight to prevent their whereabouts from being exposed. After finishing their work, the two quietly left the bar and returned to the headquarters of Mutant's underground organization. What did you find? After seeing the two come back, Marcos couldn't wait to ask. Due to the high stakes of this operation, all important members of the Mutant underground organization were present. Sophia looked solemn. You are right, there are indeed many mutants detained in that place, and they were injected with a special drug called Kick, which is extremely addictive, so they had to obey a Laboratory Orders Act. Moreover, this kind of drug can enhance the mutant's ability. It is through this kind of drug that the Essex Laboratory has cultivated mutant weapons that obey their orders. There is indeed a problem with the Hound Project. No wonder Pulse has become like that. John clenched his fists. Even though he was peaceful by nature, he couldn't help but hate the Essex Laboratory when he heard those mutant compatriots being treated so cruelly. Those bastards. We must expose their cruel plan to the outside world, Clarice said angrily. It's useless, not to mention that we don't have any evidence, and in our capacity, no one will believe us. John shook his head. He is very clear about the current situation of the Mutant Underground Organization. Human beings hate Mutant, and the Sentry Secret Service is targeting them again. In addition, the social status of the group of Nico who couldn't breathe has soared, so that now Mutant is almost reduced to at the bottom of society. No one cares about what they say. John looked at Sophia. How's the security situation there? The place has been reinforced to prevent mutant attacks. Motion sensors and infrared sensors are installed in the building, which are connected to large-caliber automatic machine guns scattered throughout the building. The defense is very tight. Sage suddenly interjected. I logged into the intranet of the Essex staff and found the information about the laboratory's power supply station. It is just a few kilometers away from the laboratory. If we cut off the power, we can enter the laboratory before the system is restored. Yes, but we only have 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes, the generator inside the laboratory will restore power. What can you do in 3 minutes? John frowned tightly. Even if Clarice brought them in, they would not be able to do anything for only 3 minutes, and it was too dangerous to do so. There may be a risk of group destruction at any time. Others also thought of this question and couldn't help but fell silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became gloomy. Chuang couldn't stand it any longer and said in a tone of hatred, You group of super abilities who clearly have abilities that surpass ordinary people, but think about being reckless all day long. Can you learn from me? Sneaky robbing, never taking it openly, being a low-key person, low-key understand. Several mutants present are speechless, and this is your highest profile. John asked, Then what good proposal do you have? Chuang's face turned serious in no time. Definitely changed to a stealth plan. Let me sneak into the laboratory alone, and you are responsible for the response outside, and leave immediately after I finish my work, without anyone noticing. I think we should think of other ways. Asking for flowers. Why? Is there something wrong with my plan? John hesitated to speak. Last time you also talked about stealth, but it was exposed within a few seconds. Definitely not exactly exposed either, because Chuang knocked out all the witnesses. Seeing that John didn't speak, Chuang took it as if the other party had no objections. As for other people's opinions, it was even more unimportant. Chuang, who was eager to complete the task, didn't want to waste time. He immediately decided to start tomorrow and let him sneak into the Essex experiment room for investigation. The following day, the Essex Laboratory Building. A 2-meter-high high-voltage power grid surrounds the perimeter of the building. Firepower points have been placed in several important locations. From time to time, many heavily armed guards can be seen patrolling back and forth. Compared with a laboratory, it is more like a closely guarded military fortress. Chuang used disguise to turn into a bald man and swaggered towards the main entrance. A guard at the gate noticed Chuang with a puzzled expression. "Jera, I remember you were injured and asked for leave today." Chuang said righteously, "How can a mere skin injury stop my determination to go to work? If I don't work hard, how can my boss afford a sports car and live a happy life?" 00. Guard. Damn, the capitalists will cry when they hear this. Dispelling the guard's suspicion, Chuang took out a forged certificate from his pocket according to the procedure in the bald man's memory, and then pretended to pass the verification device at the door, but actually secretly used the master key's ability to unlock it. Accompanied by the prompt sound of passing the verification, Chuang walked into the laboratory building smoothly. According to the memories that Sophia extracted from the bald man, the general manager of this laboratory is named Roderick Campbell, and this person is solely responsible for all research projects in the laboratory. This time, Chuang's target was Campbell's office. Before that, Chuang had memorized the route map provided by Sophia, and it didn't take long for him to find Bell's office. Chuang knocked on the door, but found no one inside responded. So he took advantage of the gap of no one around, gently twisted the handle, and slipped in. Chuang came to the desk, turned on the computer in front of him, and an account login interface popped up on the screen. Chuang had already prepared for this. He took out the USB flash drive that Xian Zhe gave him in advance and inserted it into the computer. After a series of dazzling codes flashed, he successfully logged into the computer desktop, and the USB flash drive began to automatically download the files in this computer. Document. Done. After the download was complete, Chuang immediately took out the USB flash drive and left the office, and the whole process went smoothly. Just when Chuang was about to leave the laboratory building, a guard suddenly appeared around the corner and blocked his way. "You came just in time. The injection work needs manpower. You and I will go there." Chuang is a bit of a pain in the big brother. "Do you have to pull me to work overtime when I'm about to leave work? I'm in a hurry to pee. Why don't you find someone else?" "Hold on first. Injection work is more important. Follow me quickly." While speaking, the guard forcibly pulled Chuang away and led him to a room similar to a prison cell. There are many mutants dressed as prisoners in the room. They all wear flea collars produced by Essex Company on their necks, like a Walking Dead. Apparently, these were victims of Project Hound. Chuang looked around curiously, wanting to see if there was any pulse of John's companion here, just as his eyes swept over one of the cells. Suddenly, a prompt from the game system popped up in front of Chuang.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.